All right, what's up, chat? Welcome to the stream. And yes, you should be hyped for the 7E video because it's going to be the greatest and latest and last Gamma World video. There will never be a Gamma World video after that one because there will never be another edition of Gamma World after that one. All right, so I think I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. It's a little fucky. I'm not going to bother putting YouTube chat on screen right now because that's tricky. Okay, I have confirmation that YouTube is in the house. Thank you. I don't know how to fucking... It's very... Twitch has this really annoying rule where you can't combine your chats together. It's a really dumb rule, which is inconvenient because, boy, that sure would be a convenient, thing that I could do. I'm trying to figure out how to pop out the YouTube chat. There we go. Yep, no crossing the streams. Okay, so I got YouTube chat over here. Will my other YouTube chat work? When was I had a YouTube chat running at one point when I was doing the character creation? Was it in here? No, it wasn't there. Okay, you've been on chats where they had merged, on streams where they had merged chats before? Yes. That doesn't mean it's not against the rules. It means that people who make a lot of money for Twitch, but like not like the most money, like people in the area, people in the range where they are making a lot of money for Twitch, but also not that much money that they get signed to like exclusive deals, are allowed to avoid most of the rules. Like, I mean, let's be honest here. Let's be honest. Okay, you got me with that one. Like, let's be honest here about Twitch. What the fuck is that? Okay. Dude, streaming, live streaming, YouTube. That's not what I want. Is that what I want? That is what I want. Okay. And then I want to go like that. And then I want to go like that, I think. Ah, no. No, bad. What happened? Why did that go away? Okay, this is fucky. Things are officially fucky. Did I start my editing software? I did. Well, that's not going to help me. So I should just go into the editing software. Editing software. And start a new document. A new document! A new file. Okay. Why the hell would I be capturing that? No, that's the wrong folder. Okay, I got audio from that. I got my overlay. I have space. I have audio sources. There's a lot going on here. What happened to my YouTube chat? There we go. Actually, I should add my narration because it takes a long time to load and conform the audio. Okay. Especially when it's like an hour and a half. Okay, so what I want is a window capture. I do not have a YouTube chat, though, do I? Window capture, stream, no. I'm going to try and do this. All right. Will it fucking work this time? Oh. Yeah, that's a me doing a dumb thing. Like, why is the YouTube chat so big? Because I made the fucking window big. Okay. And okay, and all right, we got YouTube chat. I don't know how to get rid of this big fucking box here. Okay, and filters. Okay, thank you. That actually, there we go. Color. All right, and give that a slight opacity change, and there we go. Okay, that should. There we go. We got chats. I got chats on screen. Close panel. This is still conforming the audio. Hence why I was like, oh, I should start doing that. Okay, so I don't really need that up. But yes, point is, you're technically not allowed to do that. You can't do that on Twitch.tv. They used to like not let you even have the YouTube chat up at all. But they relaxed their rules on restreaming. The weird thing is like the thing about not having combined chats is one of the very few like explicit things that they say. That they're very specific about you cannot have combined chats.
Why hello there, and welcome back to Let's Make
Us
a
Character. I have a bad habit of talking along with that part. Okay, so I need my intro. Where do I keep that? Intro 824. Is this the newest intro? I think that might be the newest intro.
Why hello there, and welcome back to Let's Make Us a Character.
I could have sworn I had a version of that had a electric-y sound. I don't, do I? Why would I just save a version of it? Okay, intro. Yeah, 824, 10, 11. 24. This one is probably more recent.
Why hello there, and welcome back to Let's Make Us a Character.
Yes, that is the one I want. How the fuck did I screw that up, though? You can hear me taking a deep breath. Us content creators, we can't let you common people know that we breathe just like you. It will be scandalous.
Why hello?
Did that just flash?
Why hello there, and welcome back to Let's Make Us a Character.
Alright. I reuse that because then I don't have to redo it. It's one of those things, like when something is the same in every single video, it's kind of pointless to just, edit the exact same thing 12 times. 12 times, 100 times. Just like the outro.
Why hello there, and welcome back to Let's Make Us a Character. And the final entry in the Let's Make Us a Character.
I need to fucking, I do need to redo that, though. The audio I have is a little tinny. Yeah. Like that and an outro. Like, well, something short like this. It's YouTube. You know how occasionally you'll come across a video that'll have like a 30-second PAMV as like their intro, and it's like, wow, I don't really care enough about this video to watch Naruto fighting Kakashi for 30 seconds before I get into it.
Why hello there, and welcome back to World Series. Ultimo 2 is conveniently one that...
This is a video that I speak Italian in. Probably should have looked up an Italian pronunciation of these things first, but... Wow, yeah, I pronounced Mondo ops horribly. Yep, if you watch this, you're 3. That's how it works. You'll have to go back to... I don't know what school age you would be in at 3. I mean, not that much. Okay.
Requires no backstory. To Let's Make Us a Character.
G'day. I should have done that in an Australian accent. It would have been very, very offensive to Australians. Yes. It is very wild that you found me streaming, because I haven't streamed on YouTube in a very long time. Last time I streamed on YouTube, I was making the character for the last video. Pour myself some coffee from my French press. My vacuum insulated French press.
And the final entry in the Gamma World series, Ultimo Mondo Gamma, Gamma World 7th edition. Ultimo Mondo Gamma.
See, that's me like trying to pronounce it in Italian.
Ultimo Mondo Gamma. Gamma World 7th.
Yep, I'm just sticking with
Mondo Gamma. Gamma World 7th edition.
I'm just fucking sticking with Ultimo Mondo Gamma. Do you have to phrase it that way? Do you have to phrase it that way? Also, I'm pretty sure you can say cock in my chat. I mean, Noah hasn't says it a lot, so I don't know if like Twitch auto catches that, but I don't have it set to. I have it set pretty low. Yeah, like I said, I'm not. Yeah, you can say cock in chat. Basically, the only way it's a violation of like TOS is if you were in chat being like very sexually explicit, and I didn't, do anything about it, or if I was encouraging people in chat to be sexually explicit. Like, I can do that. If I set the stream to mature sexual content, I can actually do that. Like, you are allowed to have explicit sexual discussions on stream. You just have to mark it as thing, but yeah. Some streamers will set the auto mod to catch profanity, though. I don't. Mine just catches slurs. Well, see, if you like dice rolling, you might like. There's a little game you might have heard of called The Mutant Epoch. People have been asking me to do The Mutant Epoch. Yes, squishy dice sit on my desk. They are right here. I can squish them right now. They're literally just like a fidget toy for me. Not all of them. I don't keep the whole set on my desk, just the D20 and the percentiles. So at some point, I am probably going to do a video like comparing how the ones that I play with all the time like are comparing to the ones that have been sitting in a bag in terms of like, you know, discoloration and such. Because, you know, sometimes silicone toys get discolored when you use them a lot. What the fuck was I looking for? No, that's not what I was looking for. No, that's what I was looking for. Ironically, I still have to use the static flump sprites sometimes for timing the video.
Character.
Oh, come on. The largest die you have to roll in Fatal is a D1 million. It is. It is granular with the opposite of customization. That is a great way to look at it, because it's just fucking roll everything. Fucking. So this will become evident. If you follow me on Blue Sky, I've already announced what my next zine is going to be. I'm writing a book on dice mechanics. And in that book on dice mechanics, I do rant a bit about the D66 and like D666 because they irk me. I went into the spell failure table in one of the videos. I don't remember which one. I offhandedly mentioned that there was the D1000 spell failure table, and that like the only actual funny thing in the game is on that spell table, and it is like 10-foot long flying penis being summoned. That's the like it's a game that is constantly trying to be edgy and funny, and it always fails except when you accidentally summon a giant flying penis.
And the final entry in the Gamma World series, Ultimo Mon.
Ah, fuck. That's a problem. I just realized I remembered I can't click outside of my editing window. Why do so many people feel compelled to eat dice? They're not tasty. Like that you're far from the first person I've seen express a desire to pick the dice up and put them in their mouth. I have seen chocolate dice. So they do make some kinds of candy dice. I'm doing a book on dice mechanics. It's very, very entry level. Like the level of shit that I talk about in my videos, where I'm like, oh, and if we look at this, it turns out that like your average chance of success is 40%, and like the knowledge of being able to do shit like that. Oh man, don't even get me started on the D0. The most important die, the most important die ever, the D0. Oh wait, I can. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I'm adjusting my chats so I can see them both at the same time because I have to see them both at the same time. I haven't really looked into the last Unicorn Star Treks. I'm mainly familiar with Star Trek Adventure Gaming and the Final Frontier, the 1978 Star Trek role-playing game, because, you know, that's what a fucking normal person knows about.
World Series, Ultimo Mondogama, Gamma World 7th.
Oh, well, I mean, see, here's the thing, if you've, okay. Obviously, you haven't watched my video on Gamma World 5th Edition, which heavily uses a D0.
Mondogama, Gamma World 7th Edition.
Like, by default,
World 7th Edition, which conveniently
I think I did this multiple times.
Which conveniently happens to be one that I also...
I knew it. Yeah, like, it's actually got an interesting system where you start with a, basically, modifiers start at 0, and then, you know, you get +1, -1, etc., and it moves you up and down, and that determines what your, like, bonus or penalty die is to your roll. But, like, for some reason, they insisted on having the base thing referred to as a D0. So I just fucking joked about it repeatedly. And I made a graphic of a D0 for the video. And yes, Alternity is better than D20 Modern.
World 7th Edition, which compared to the last two is convenient.
Hello, Error No Name.
Requires no backstory. I don't need to tell you.
I feel like I fucked this up multiple times.
Which conveniently also happens to be one that doesn't require any backstory. I don't need to.
Because the last two editions required annoying backstory. I had to explain the failure of TSR and its purchase by Wizards of the Coast and what the fuck Alternity was. And then I had to explain that Art House and Sword and Sorcery were actually White Wolf.
World 7th Edition, which conveniently also happens to be one that doesn't require any backstory. I don't need to tell you about corporate mismanagement, obscure science fiction role-playing games, or the imprints that White Wolf used to publish D20 system products. No, 7th Edition, also commonly referred to by its official title, D&D Gamma World, is simply a game published by Wizards of the Coast in 2010 using the D&D 4th Edition system, technically making it the first and only edition of Gamma World to actually be specifically linked to D&D.
I feel like since I've been streaming more, I've actually gotten much better at reading the scripts. So now I do like entire like paragraphs. I do like an entire page of text in one go, which is much more convenient for the editing. I like the D-Buddy. Keep in mind, like, when you get into the fucking indie game scene, there are games that have resolution mechanics that are shit like look out the window and count the birds you see. So now you got me thinking about like a D pie. What the fuck that would be. I well, like, I'm just throwing this out here. If you do get my upcoming book, The Goblin Guide to Advanced Dice Rolling, I do talk about DNs a lot. No, I'm pretty sure Wizards of the Coast just flat out bought TSR and then continued operating as TSR for like 2 years? I think 2 or 3 years. They continued operating as TSR like until 3rd edition came out. But like, it was a fucky thing where like Wizards of the Coast bought TSR in 97, I think. But then Hasbro bought Wizards of the Coast in 2000. I believe. It's all fucky. Yes, it does. It does mean you've proved true for all dice. Like that is, I mean, that is how I'm using N in the book as a variable that will apply to whatever number you throw in there.
Specifically linked to
It is the one thing that I'm like, nah, people will be able to figure this out, because I'm trying to make it very, very entry level, but also I need to occasionally be like, to roll a DN3, where N1 equals N2 times, etc., etc. I unfortunately have to do some mathing. I used to teach math.
D&D to actually be specifically linked to Dungeons and Dragons and return
Yeah, I want to say Dungeons and Dragons.
only edition of Gamma World.
See, my script said D&D, and then I was like, oh, or do I want this to say Dungeons and Dragons?
And only edition of Gamma World to actually be specifically edition of Gamma World to actually be specifically linked to Dungeons and Dragons, and return to the box set format containing a 160-page digest-sized rulebook, 2 double-sided maps, 2 sheets of cardstock tokens, 4 character sheets. Yeah, just 4 character sheets. Something else.
Ah, God. See, that wasn't in the script. The script got really long in the intro and the outro, so I ended up cutting a lot of stuff out because there's a lot of weird shit to talk about in this video, and I think I cut that out because the box set contains 4 character sheets. The book does not contain a character sheet. There is no character sheet you can download online. If you bought Gamma World 4th edition, you got 4 character sheets, and that was it forever. Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't kill TSR when, I mean, not it unfortunately didn't kill Wizards of the Coast in 3rd edition or 4th edition when they were just shoveling out books. Because, you know, I guess it was when they got purchased by Hasbro, so we can say comfortably that it's starting in the early 2000s is when Wizards of the Coast transitioned from being a company that makes games to a company that makes profits.
Tokens, 4 character sheets.
Yeah, I'm cutting this out. Well, that's a lot of spaces. Okay.
Yeah, just 4 character sheets. Something else.
Well, I had to edit this anyway, so. Alright. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, guys. I forgot to put on my professional working VTube avatar model. I keep forgetting to do that when I'm being very professional and doing work on the computer. Honestly, it's not that weird that they went to Renegade. Like, here's the thing, for Hasbro. Like, at first it seems weird, to be like, oh, why would Hasbro license out their properties to another company when they own the most prominent tabletop role-playing game publisher in the world? And I can explain this to you. It's very easy. Have you ever talked to a D&D player? Have you ever tried explaining to a D&D player that there are other games that exist and that they can play other games and that it might actually be beneficial towards their overall tabletop gaming experience to play more games? That is why. That is why they went through Renegade, because it's off the radar of a D&D customer. People like me might go and pick up the Power Rangers role-playing game. But the average diehard, like, D&D or Die fan doesn't have to know that exists. All they have to know is D&D and D&D or Die. So, like, that's the thing, is it actually makes sense. I talk about that in this video, in why I think that they will never do another edition of Gamma World. Like, it hurts them having a prominent game in the market, and, well, actually, because here's the big thing. When Hasbro licenses games to Renegade Studios, they just, they only make profit out of that. Renegade Studios takes all the risk. 100% of the risk is on Renegade Game Studios, and however much profit they make from the licensing terms is what Hasbro gets. So it's actually 100% positive for them. They don't have to promote the products. They don't have to develop the products. All they have to do is collect a licensing fee. I looked at the Transformers game, and I was a little it's one of those things that, like, goes back and, like, that, like, retroactively, it's not as bad now as it was. So I looked through the Transformers core book, and I'm like, okay, this is fine. When I was looking at the NPCs, one of the things that kept sticking out at me was it saying that the NPCs, like several of the NPC Transformers, were combiners. And I was like, oh, did I miss the rules for robot, Transformers combining to make larger Transformers? Because that's a Transformer thing. And I'm like, did I miss that? So I'm looking through the entire book. I am, like, scouring this book, trying to find the rules for combining, because it's just offhandedly mentioned in several NPCs. This book came out a few years ago. So I eventually just go online, because I can't find the rules for it, and find out there weren't any rules for combining robots until this year. Like, they released the Combining Robot book this year after publishing who knows how many books referencing the fact that characters can combine. The rules for it just didn't exist until this year, though. Oh, cool. Just 999 billion. Wait, 999 billion, 999 million, 999,000, 894 to go. I think. If I just did that math correctly off the top of my head. While also editing and drinking a lot of coffee.
Sheets of cardstock tokens, 4 character sheets, something else I will be 4 character sheets.
Oh, good.
Sheets of cardstock tokens, 4 character sheets, something else that I will be spending a lot of time discussing later, and most notably, not dice.
Yeah, what the fuck is up with the Cortex system? Like, I mean, they used it a few times, but it's so freaking weird that fandom just bought Cortex Prime or Cortex Plus or Cortex EX Plus Alpha or whatever it is. That's a really weird thing that happened. Okay, so it's Cortex, Cortex Plus, and Cortex Prime, right? I'm just calling it Cortex EX Plus Alpha as a joke. I hope it's a joke. Oh. I gotta... Not right now. I usually have someone in Twitch chat who's big on Monster High. Monster High, Monster High.
Like, the absolute gall to put out a $40 box set, and instead of throwing a few cents worth of plastic in, just telling people to buy the official Dungeons & Dragons role-playing game dice set for $12.99, when all of the previous box sets from TSR were somehow able to include dice, as was the $20 D&D starter set. As was the $20 D&D starter set. Like,
yeah. That's a really interesting thing about this game, is that the $40 box set didn't include dice. And it was like, dice not included. For dice, buy the D&D dice set, which is $12.99. And this thing would be like sitting on the shelf next to the D&D starter set, which was $20 and did include dice. They don't even... oh wait, no, it's not. I was about to say a Monster High RPG. That'd just be Monster Hearts, and then I remember that Monster Hearts is also like, ooh, but the monsters are all secretly monsters. They're not really. They're not just like, yo, what's up, bitches? I'm a Frankenstein. Like Frankie Stein.
as was the
Yeah, I put more emphasis on 20 here.
dice, as was the $20 D. We're somehow able to include dice.
See, personally, I'm a fan of Ghoulia Yelps, but only like Gen 1 Ghoulia Yelps where she couldn't talk. Also, I like that. Here's the thing I really like as someone who is a strong supporter of body positivity, as long as the body isn't mine. I really, really like that freaking, like Gen 3 or whatever the newest one is, Draculaura is thick. Like, they were just like, hey, why don't we make this doll thick? And they did. I very much love that they did that. Also, they made the Cyclops one fat. But that was only like in the I think it's only in the cartoon. I don't think they've actually made like a fat doll. Yeah. That's I feel like that's a really succinct way to say that, like, you know, I'm still fucky about like my self-image of my body, but like other people who are, in favor of it, like, good for them.
Somehow able to include dice, as was the $20 D&D starter set. Like, the whole point of a box set is
I have a weird feeling that
D&D starter set. That contains everything you need. Everything they need to play.
Yes, wait.
If you are not going to include...
I could have sworn I... Yep, I knew I fucked that line up.
If you are not going to include... Then why are you doing a box set?
Oh, did I only do the last part?
Boy, howdy.
Oh, I did. I only did the last part. Okay. Well, I still need to cut out that.
Set. Like the whole... starter set. Like the whole point of a box set is that it is a single thing you can purchase that contains everything you need to play the game.
And then I cut to...
If you are not going to... everything you need to play the game. If you are not going to include everything you need to play the game, then why are you doing a box set? And boy, howdy, do I wish I could say this was the biggest anchor that the Wizards tied around this game's neck before shoving it in the deep end.
Yeah, when you really look into this game, it feels like fucking... If they had done less advertising, if they had done less promotion for this game, it would feel like it was a tax write-off. Sorry, I'm having trouble keeping up with two chats, even though they're right next to each other. Yeah, Monster Hearts, the monsters that fuck. I had a very interesting realization about Monster Hearts, because I've been in multiple conversations about Monster Hearts, and specifically the appropriateness of the sex moves. Because a lot of people are like, oh, that's... Like, they're very uncomfy with the fact that it's a game that takes place in high school that features sex. And I have come to the conclusion that people's opinion on the sex moves in Monster Hearts is largely dependent on how much sex they were having in high school. I mean, I'm not even gonna say how much, just if. Like, my observation has been people who were having sex at high school were like, yeah, that's part of the high school experience. Like, like the awkward, like sexual experiences you have in high school are a part of the experience. But the people who didn't have sex in high school are like, what? Underage people having sex? That doesn't happen. I have heard of Everyday Heroes. I will not be covering Everyday Heroes because of reasons involving the publisher. Okay, like, listen, like, I mean, like, here's the thing. I don't know how universal this is. The fact that American fucking Pie referenced it, in my high school, the band kids were absolutely fucking. I hung out with the goths and the punks and the nerds, and, like, those were the people who fucked all the goddamn time.
Anyway, 7th edition was further support. Anyway,
I really need to work on turning away from the microphone when I breathe. That is a thing you are supposed to do. Oh yeah, like actually, I just realized I didn't. Yeah, like that's a hilarious thing. Is that like I love the self defeatist incel, cishet white boys on the internet being like, oh yeah, girls don't like me because I'm into anime and Dungeons and Dragons. It's like, okay, I went to anime conventions. What happens at anime conventions a lot? Fucking. Like, you know what happens at Star Trek conventions a lot? Fucking room parties where people fuck. Like, nerds fuck a lot. Yeah, like, so they're like, oh, it's because I'm a nerd. And it's like, no, it's because you're a terrible person. It's because no one likes you. It's because you have no social skills, you have no benefit, and no desire to improve. But yeah, my controversial take on sex moves in Monster High is this: Monster High, and fuck it, I'm calling Monster Hearts Monster High from now on. I don't care. My opinion on sex with Monster Hearts is this: I don't like sex moves conceptually because I feel that they encourage players to have sex with other characters for the wrong reasons, not because it is a good role-playing decision or because it's a fun little saucy bit of enjoyment, but because they get a mechanical benefit from it. Like, that's especially in fucking Apocalypse World, it just feels like so much like, oh yeah, we're being edgy and cool and there's sex moves. And I feel like if you are going to fuck other characters, it should be because you want to. Oh god. yeah, I've never been to a Vampire the Masquerade LARP, but yeah, I just imagine there's a lot of fucking going on in those. Ooh, I should go to one. They did one at the Queen Mary years ago that I thought about going to but didn't. Yeah. You well, here's the thing. If your friends wouldn't if things are getting caught by the YouTube auto moderator, I don't have that actually set up customized very well because I don't do YouTube streams very often. But yeah, here's the thing. If your friends wouldn't go for a Monster High role-playing game, you can make a second group of friends who would go for a Monster High role-playing game. That's allowed. You can have a group of friends and you're allowed to go out and meet some other friends. Okay, here, let me tell you, I am quite silly and I'm allowed to do that. I have never heard of Curseborn.
Around this game's neck before shoving it in the deep end. Anyway, 7th edition was further supported by 2 more box sets, 1 print and 2 digital free adventure modules, and a free rule supplement of vehicle rules, which were of course absent in the core rules despite a not insignificant.
Okay, well, I thought you were saying like, oh, you're too silly to go out to like and make other friends, because like, oh, like, yeah, okay, your RPG ideas are silly. Fucking go for it. Let's keep in mind that my last game that I published and ran a successful Kickstarter for was Dinosaur Erotica, the role-playing game. A game where, notably, you can fuck a video store. Alright. Very carefully trying to get the last of the coffee out of my French press, because there's also a tiny little bit you have to not get out, or you get a whole bunch of grounds. Ah, frickin' Magic the Gathering.
Not insignificant chance.
I mean, there's worse things than hanging out with people who play Magic the Gathering. I'm dating someone who plays Lorcana. Like, ugh. See, that's what it's about, you know, like overlooking people's faults, like playing fucking Lorcana.
Not insignificant chance of starting with a pickup truck. And before I begin, there is one more thing I want to discuss.
I feel like I fucked up this line.
Because it was a major criticism of a lot. Because it was a major. Want to discuss. Because it was a major.
Oh, please. Oh, fucking. See, y'all may have noticed that, like, I tend to put conjunctions at the end of a like phrase before a comma, that I'll be like, oh, da 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 da. But the thing is, I forget that I do that, and then I will run into a situation where I will have.
And there is one more thing I want to discuss, because.
One more thing that I want to discuss, because. And then.
Because it was a major.
So I don't have any place where I actually have a clear cut. Yeah, there's a not. It's a 5% chance. It's a what, like when you're rolling your equipment. Okay, when you roll 1d4 plus 1 times on the general equipment table, and you have a 5% chance of getting a pickup truck. So 1d4 plus 1, let's say that's 4. So 5, 10, 15, like 20. There's like a 20% chance of starting with a pickup truck. Fucking like, at least TSR just died. At least TSR just died, unlike fucking White Wolf. Poor White Wolf. Poor White Wolf, poor Onyx Path, poor everyone involved in making Vampire the Masquerade, and the absolute lunacy that is what has happened to the World of Darkness series.
Major criticism of a lot. Because it was a major criticism. Because it.
Okay, I might be able to get away with that.
Because it was at the time myself.
Okay.
Because it was a major criticism included. I want to discuss, because it was a major criticism to discuss, because it was a major criticism of...
That sounds okay. I mean, like, the fact that fucking... Okay, White Wolf got... okay, I believe White Wolf got purchased by one video game company because they wanted to make a white... And then they got sold to another video game company, I think? But now, like... And then, you know, the former White Wolf people were like, okay, we're going to make Onyx Path Publishing to make, you know, Vampire... to continue publishing New World of Darkness. So, like, they had to fucking license their own property that they created from a video game company to publish role-playing games. And then the rights holder was like, actually, no, we're going to start making Vampire the Masquerade again. We're going to start making original World of Darkness again. And they were like, yeah, we're making them in-house. And then they kind of went pro-Nazi in one of them, and there was a controversy, and then they were like, okay, we are not doing any more books in-house, and then they licensed it out to Renegade Games, which, you know, now Vampire the Masquerade and My Little Pony the role-playing game are published by the same company.
I want to discuss, because it was a major criticism a lot of people had at the time, myself included. Every previous edition of Gamma World is set in the aftermath of some great war. The causes, involved parties, and technology used in that war changed
You may remember that they were going to make a World of Darkness MMO that just never even came close to materializing.
Our fault. Us maniacs, we blew it up. But this edition is set 150 years after The Big Mistake, which is just an accident involving...
This is a really good take I did.
...converged many possible universes into one. And that completely takes...
As I said, I think I've been getting better at doing these very, very long takes because I'm streaming more, therefore talking publicly more.
Unfortunate accident, an oopsie, nobody's fault. And certainly intentional actions of entire nations bringing about mutually assured destruction. Because
there's two official ones?
Sad, I guess.
Wait, is there was there a My Little Pony D&D book? Because I know the current My Little Pony book is Essence 20, because it's fucking That's What Renegade does. They're just like, there's fucking, they have become fucking Margaret Weis Productions. Fucking, actually, I guess Margaret Weis Productions is the go-to example here. That they just have their house system. Yeah, I know Pony Finder wasn't official. I do recall Pony Finder coming out, and then like them releasing some official one. That's what I'm vaguely remembering that happening before the Essence 21. But yeah, Renegade's just fucking Margaret Weis Productions now. License a bunch of shit and use our house system. Oh, Free League, that's who they are. They're fucking Free League. Free League is Margaret Weis Productions now. Okay, Tales of Equestria, that's what it was. I remember there was one. I just don't remember what it was called.
Sad, I guess. And also critical of...
Oh, God. Okay, please tell me.
Because that would be sad, I guess. And, you know, also...
Okay. Editing. Yeah, Margaret Weis Productions. Margaret Weis Productions. Those are the people who did Cortex. And did the Firefly role-playing game, the Serenity role-playing game, the Supernatural role-playing game, did they do Ghost Dog? They, like, in the 2000s, they just pumped out a fuckload of licensed games. Leverage, yeah. I never even heard of Leverage until I saw that. But yeah, Margaret Weis Productions. Oh, I think they were doing the Marvel role-playing game at one point. Oh, Smallville, I forgot. Yes, Smallville, the one that I I never watched Smallville, so I'm very confused about what a Smallville role-playing game would be. Yeah, so yeah, Margaret Weis Productions, they and now I think they don't like exist anymore. I think like the official like Margaret Weis Productions just publishes Dragonlance shit now.
So critical of heavily
Wow. Good thing I fucked up there.
sad, I guess. And, also because that would be sad, I guess. And, also critical of
Okay, where did I fuck up?
because that would be sad, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the whole because. I'm not gonna sit here and rant about how much I hate mutants and masterminds, but D20 system is not good for superheroes. Yeah, that's what I don't get. Is like, what do you do in a Smallville role playing game? Because it's just teen drama. Like, I don't get what makes a Smallville role playing game different than like just a Dawson's Creek role playing game. Fantasy Flight is a deck building game. Because like, from what I understood, I never watched Smallville because I have taste. But like, it just never appealed to me because the whole thing was like, it's like Superman but without the fighting crimes. I'm like, okay, but I like the fighting crimes part of Superman. That's what I like Superman for. I'm sorry. How do you do a D616? Like, the only thing I can think of is like roll a D6 and a D16, but people don't like telling you how to roll a D16.
Of entire nations bringing about mutually assured destruction. Because that would be sad, I guess. And, also
Okay.
of heavily
So it's just 3d6.
Because that would be sad, I guess.
As I said, I hate... I go over it in my book. I absolutely loathe calling rolling 2d6s a d6d6. A fantastic success. It should be dependent on your character. It should be see, if you roll 1 with Spider-Man, it's an amazing success. If you roll a success with She-Hulk, it's a sensational success. If you roll 1 with Iron Man, it's an incredible success. Wait, invincible success. Invincible Iron Man, incredible Hulk. Well, yeah, everyone wants to make custom. Watch my video. Watch my video on Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd Edition for my entire rant on how much I hate custom dice. Actually, I don't even think I mentioned that one because I've got the Doom board game. I actually really enjoy the Doom board game, but the Doom board game made by Fantasy Flight Games. Like, I don't hate Fantasy Flight Games. I hate their role-playing games. Their board games are fine. It has custom printed dice, and we didn't play that game a lot. Like, I probably played it less than 50 times. The fucking symbols are rubbing off the dice. Yeah, like, much like, say, a collectible card game element, I feel that just custom dice only serve the purpose of having a physical thing that someone has to buy to play the game.
About mutually assured destruction, because that would be sad, I guess, and also, critical of extremely pro-war societies like the one we live in. The entire point of the post-apocalyptic genre. Which, in addition to helping them avoid taking the radical stance that war might be bad, also means that they don't explain the existence of anything. Everything simply exists because it existed in an alternate reality. But hey, there's still plenty more to complain about later, so for now...
I feel like I did multiple takes of this. I did. It's always good to edit the video right after, or at the most, like, the day after I record it, because that way I remember what things I did 12 takes on. Yeah, especially when Shadowrun, well, like, in the fucking 80s, well, Shadowrun, I think the first edition of Shadowrun was in the, like, late 80s. Getting a bunch of D6 was fucking easy. Like, I will tell you, as a game designer, as a hashtag game designer, even nowadays, even in the year of our Lord 2024, I have to consider availability of dice. Because, like, yeah, I've got a whole fuckload of dice sitting around, but the average person doesn't. So, Satanic Panic, Satanic Panic and Penetrating the Veil are two games I released. I think the only two games I've released that use a D6 system. Oh, no. Bloody Shillelagh uses a D6 system, too. Is that the only one? I might have some other games use a D6 system. Point is, the reason I use D6 is not because they are the best. It's because the average person probably has a handful of them. Hey, well, thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the super chat. So unfortunately, the GAM World Series is going to be over soon. I'm working on the last one right now. I am probably going to do, at the very least, Mutant Crawl Classics and Mutant Epoch. Probably not Mutant Future. I might do Mutant Future. I might do Mutant Future just for the, like, for the young people in the audience, that I will get to explain what a spider goat is. Because Mutant Future was, like, weirdly obsessed with the spider goats. And I like the idea of being able to, okay. As I mentioned earlier, indie games can literally be like, look out the window and see if the birds are flying towards you or away from you. Did they have spider goats after the bomb? Okay, well, that was 2001. I'll have to go back to my After the Bomb video and see if I explain spider goats in that one. Because I know they really focused on spider goats in Mutant Future. I don't know. Like, that's my thing, is look, here's the thing. There's two, basically, when you get into indie role-playing, it comes, ow, sorry. I'm taking my robe off. That was not a redeem, so it's not a violation of Twitch TOS. You are specifically not allowed to have redeems for taking off articles of clothing. People have literally been dinged on that one for taking off a hat. Because it's a thing where, yeah, obviously it meant no stripping, but the rules say that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't play that kind of game because when it comes to indie role-playing games, there are like two people in the indie gaming scene. There are people that came into tabletop gaming from playing D&D. Well, I'm sorry. There are people who came into role-playing from playing D&D and games like that and kind of like got tired of that sort of system and then moved into the more indie like sphere. And then there's also people who got into role-playing via forum role-playing. I'm the former. But the people who come in from like the forum role playing are the ones that come up with games that are like, oh, look out the way, like with rules that are like kind of impossible to use. They're lyric games. It's a whole thing. Like, I don't judge people for making these games. I judge people for getting stupidly obsessed with them and acting like they're genius. Like, you can do whatever you want, but like, people just get all like, ooh, this is so artistic. Yeah, fuck you. Look, having a game based on looking at birds out the window is just as stupid of a gimmick as having a game based on a block tower. I hate Dread. I've never mentioned that before. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that publicly, but I hate Dread. I hate any game that uses I hate any non-solo game that uses a block tower. A solo game that uses a block tower is fine, but like an actual cooperative role-playing game that uses a block tower is stupid, especially Dread. Because I remember when Dread came out, everyone was just like falling over themselves to talk about how amazing Dread was. Oh, fucking Will Wheaton loves Dread. And they're like, oh, it's so tense. It creates so much tension. It's like, you know what? If the only reason that you have tension in the game is because there's a Jenga tower that might fall over, maybe the game sucks. Maybe an actual horror game should have tension based on the situation and the story, not because a tower might fall over. Yeah, like Jenga was Dread was the first one. And then a bunch of other people adapted it. Like, I have I have very strong opinions on horror as someone who, like, I'll be honest with you, I've got like a big DVD shelf over there, and it's like almost entirely horror. There is literally like 1.5 shelves that are just zombie movies. I'm a huge horror fan, but like, I feel like a lot of games create the idea of horror with inconvenience. Like, the horror, like things that are like, ooh, it's scary, but it's like scary because it's inconvenient. It's like, oh no, I might have to deal with something. Like that's why I make thing. Like, why I am a absolute. I will absolutely tell you that my yeah, like actually that's the thing. Is like Resident Evil's inventory system is actually good tension because you're walking around trying to survive these zombies and then you're like, "Oh, a thing." And you're like, "Oh fuck, I can't carry this thing." You have to stop in the middle of, fighting zombies to try and like fit things into your inventory because you know that you might need them later. And you don't want to use the items because, you don't know when you're going to have more. It creates a very Blood Dolls ain't bad. I also quite like Doll Graveyard. Fucking Full Moon Pictures has made at least 15 movies about killer dolls. It's like their thing. Oh, no. I mean, if we're going to count demonic toys, it might be like 20 or more. But like here's a big thing. Like your primary concern in especially a horror yes, I would love. See, here's the problem. Is that there will never be a Ginger Dead Man role-playing game because the marketing clearly shows that the preference is for Evil Bong. Ginger Dead Man was, added into the Evil Bong series, but Evil Bong is clearly what people want.
So for now, let's make us a D&D Gamma World character. Let's make us a D&D Gamma World character.
Did I do another one of those?
Character creation.
Oh god, I think I started talking really fast because I was getting angry.
Let's make us a...
I was getting frustrated, I think, and I started talking really fast, and that's a problem because then the video goes too fast. I mean, there is the Evil Bong cinematic universe. It includes Ginger Dead Man, and Evil Bong. I don't know if any of the other. Actually, I guess Evil Bong in itself is the Full Moon cinematic universe because, like, the other Full Moon films kind of stay on their own. But Evil Bong is the series where other Full Moon properties show up. God, fucking would have to say this. Why do I have to say this? Why do I have to say this out loud on the internet where other people can hear me? Because, like, the Ginger Dead Man actually appeared in the first Evil Bong masturbating while watching a stripper. Obviously not voiced by Gary Busey. Gary Busey only voiced Ginger. I don't know if he voiced him in Passion of the Crust, but I know he didn't voice him in all of the Evil Bong / Ginger Dead Man movies.
Let's make us.
Huh. You know, it would have been a smart thing to do. Yeah, that would have been a smart thing to do that I didn't do. Haha, no one has any idea that I did that. Okay, so now... Okay. Alright, now YouTube chat will come with me wherever I go. Oh wait, I forgot. No, I forgot about the other. Okay, I forgot about the other full moon cinematic universe, because we gotta keep in mind that Dollman fought the demonic toys in Dollman versus the demonic toys. But then the demonic toys also fought the puppets from Puppet Master in Puppet Master versus the demonic toys, which featured Corey Feldman as an old man, and it's like the worst old man makeup I've ever seen in my entire life. Like it looks like a child that wanted to be an old man for Halloween, and their mom didn't like really know how to do it, so they just kind of like took eyeliner and drew some wrinkles on them. That is what Corey Feldman's old man makeup in Puppet Master versus the Demonic Toys looks like. Okay. What's the third movie in Dollman versus the Demonic Toys? And yes, that was Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, is when you had the Carrie analog. Okay, so there is, yeah, it was Sci-Fi Films production, but it was still like it was Sci-Fi Films and Full Moon. It's just like Sci-Fi and the Asylum do a lot of shit together. Okay, so it's bad channels too. Okay. So like there is a fucking, oh god, Full Moon has a cinematic universe. I vaguely remember bad channels. I can't believe the fucking Full Moon cinematic universe is a real thing. Yeah, 7 is a good one. I think that's the first one where Kane Hodder plays Jason. Like who, the actor who people know for playing Jason. Like that's an impressive feat when there are 12 Friday the 13th movies and you play Jason in like 4 of them, and you are the guy. You are the guy who people know for playing Jason. I I still have not watched Alien versus Predator Requiem. I need to. Wait. I think it's officially titled like Aliens versus Predators Requiem. Okay, 1920 by 1080. I love how before 4K, everything up to 4K, uh we have these HD like resolutions that are based on something. Like that's the thing. The fact that I'm making this in 1920 by 1080 is based on something. But I don't know what. It's based on some resolutions like that. It's like some limitation of some computer, some number somewhere that got doubled and changed somehow. And I find that very interesting. Gamma World Core Rulebook. D&D Gamma World. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Oh man.
All right, D&D Gamma World, the Gammaist. Oh yeah, House is hilarious. House 2, the second story, is even more ridiculous. See, what I remember is when I was but a youngin, a youngling, as they say in the Stars War. I specifically remember being frightened by the poster for Return of the Living Dead 3, which I'm using Photoshop right now, so I can easily just I'm having technical issues right now. I am having invisible mouse issues. Like my mouse cursor is invisible. This is an actual problem. See, I use Photoshop CS6 actually, so they actually don't train on anything I do because they actually don't have access to it. I have to look this up on my phone now. Okay, if your Windows 10 cursor has disappeared, the most likely causes are a faulty mouse connection, a setting that hides the cursor while typing, or outdated mouse drivers. Try checking your mouse. Probably, yeah, it's working. It's just the cursor is gone. Okay, this is. Oh, there it goes. It's back. That was fun. That was fun. How my mouse cursor has disappeared for a little while. I fucking hate Windows. Okay, so like I was saying, yeah, some people are fucking terrified of ET, and it's understandable why. Now, if you've seen the ET porn, you can be even more terrified. It's a real thing. So as I was saying, yeah, here's the poster for Return of the Living Dead 3. As you can see, it features Melinda Clarke as I forget her character's name, who's a zombie who is mutilated herself with shards of glass and metal wires and things, and is very punk rock. Oh, and also like sliced up her legs. So yeah, when I was young, I saw this like at the video store, like a poster for this, and it fucking lived in my head for years and years and years. Fortunately, see, what happened is instead of like manifesting as some kind of uh long repressed fear, it actually manifests itself as more of like a monster fucker thing. That that this horrific vision that haunted my childhood dreams, I now find incredibly hot. I own this movie on DVD. It is the second best Return of the Living Dead film. Return of the Living Dead is one of those series, I can't think of one off the top of my head. There's several of them. It's one of those horror film series where the first entry is good, and the second entry is awful, and the third entry is good again. Yeah. Yeah, it happens with other genres too, but like for some reason it's really common in horror, and I don't know why. Okay, how am I going to finagle this? Well, first of all, I want to... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I'm going to have another layer. I'm not going to have to worry about that. I don't like that. Is there more green anywhere? Is there like a nice... No, there isn't. Okay, there's a nice big patch of green over here. Like, here's the thing I will say. Like, Nightmare on Elm Street is oft cited as a big example of this. And as much as I love Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, like for its campiness and, you know, the other qualities that Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2 has, the fact is that it's a terrible Nightmare on Elm Street. It's a terrible Nightmare on Elm Street film. Like, it's one of those movies that's like, yeah, it's an okay movie, but it's a terrible Nightmare on Elm Street movie. Okay, around here. Clone stamp tool. Yeah, back in my day, if there was something in a photo we didn't want, we didn't use a generative fill. We used the fucking clone stamp tool like adults. I'm just kidding. We do use content aware fill. But content aware fill and generative fill are two very different things. Okay. It looks like I'm going to put another word on top of that so it doesn't matter. Is that impact? I feel like that's impact. There's no way fucking Wizards of the Coast, owned by Hasbro, used fucking impact on this. Oh, I'm still on my Sailor Moon font. I have a lot of fonts. Okay, yeah, it's not impact. It's no, it's really fucking close. Oh god, no, it's that font. Oh god, what is the name of this font? Ah. Oh no, is it just like, did they fucking use impact? I think they fucking used impact. Yeah, I've okay, so like I have a Sailor Moon font that I downloaded originally because I made a video on the Sailor Moon role-playing game. I also have a Supernatural font, like the font from the Supernatural logo, because I used it in the Supernatural role-playing game video. And I keep thinking I need to go through some of my fonts and uninstall the ones that like I downloaded for one very specific video and haven't used since. Because I have not used that Supernatural font since I did the Supernatural video. I use the Sailor Moon font a lot because it's like, it's a nice girly font. And especially when I'm doing something like where that would seem out of character to use this like very feminine, like twirly font. To just like do the, actually I went through a whole fucking thing of copying the logo too for the title cards. Okay. Oh wait, let's see, here's the fucking, this is the fucking level of detail that I go to for my videos. Where I'm like, no one is gonna have any like recollection of the fact that I put that much effort into copying the original text. Let's make us a D&D Gamma World character. Alright. Final Steve Forweb. Like, there's gonna be like two people who see like how that I went through the trouble of matching that fucking text. What did that text even say? I don't remember. Was that rule book? Actually, I feel like I want that to be lower, like there. Ow, fish fuck. Which then means this needs to be lower too. There we go. No. Now it's not. There you go. That's good enough. Yep. They sure do. It's a problem with tabletop role-playing games. Is that like a lot of them attempt to replicate another type of fiction, but certain things in fiction can't really be replicated with coherent rules. It is a thing that I like to call the phaser problem. Which is basically, in fucking Star Trek, phasers are ridiculously powerful. A phaser is a one-hit knockout. When someone doesn't get knocked out by a phaser, it's like a huge deal. It's like, oh fuck, this guy didn't go down with a single phaser shot. Which is, like I said, why I call it the phaser problem. But if you are making a Star Trek role-playing game, you can't just have a thing that takes everyone down automatically. You can't do that. It doesn't work in a game.
Oh yeah, that's the that's the big problem with superhero role playing games. Is the fact that once again they're based on superhero fiction, and here's the thing: Hawkeye and the Hulk are on the same team. Like, regardless of your opinion on Hawkeye, the fact is that he and the Hulk are on the same team, and narratively, that's fine. Like, narratively, it's okay for the Hulk and Hawkeye to be on the same team because you just say, I mean, for example, the movies, you know, Hawkeye is jumping around fighting individual guys, you know, jumping on their little space sleds, shooting arrows, and then the Hulk shows up and he fights fucking spaceships. Because the fiction allows that to happen, but in game, you can't fucking do that. That's why I complained about Mutants and Masterminds. No, the reason I complain about Mutants and Masterminds is that, like, in an attempt to, like, that's the big problem with superhero role-playing games, is that in an attempt to balance them, you have to curtail certain powers a lot. You can't have the Hulk and Hawkeye in the same game. Big one is I like the growing heroes. I like, you know, Ant-Man when he is Giant Man, and Colossus, and Elastic Woman, and I mean, like Giganta too. I love that one. I love the Hall of Justice stage in Injustice, where Atom Smasher is fighting Giganta in the background, and you know you can smash your opponent into them, and they will, like, I think Giganta catches them and punches them with it. Like, I thought that's one of my favorite styles of hero. If you're making like a starting level, like a low level Mutants and Masterminds character, it's like, okay, you can be like 10 feet tall. You can grow up to 10 feet tall. It's amazing.
Let's make us.
Okay, so now I need to actually have graphics. Ha da 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 da. Ha cha 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 cha. Ha cha 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 cha. There we go. Should I put the Let's Make Us in? Oh yeah, this is gonna go all the way under here. Ugh.
Let's make us a D&D.
Ugh. Yeah, like that. Like that's my favorite. Like more narrative style games. But the problem with that is that, you know, when you're doing a superhero game, for example, you kind of want like that mechanical numberiness to it. When you are playing a, you know, Hulk type game, you want to know how much you can lift. You don't want just to be told you can lift a car. You want to be told that you can lift I don't know how much a car weighs. Yeah, well, Captain is the main character. That's a problem. That's another narrative issue in role playing games, is that inherently making one player the captain of a Star Trek game is making them the main character. Like I would I would allow that. If I was running a Star Trek game, I would basically I'd have to talk to the players about that. I'd be like, "Are you guys okay with one of the players being the captain?"
A D&D Gamma World character. Let's make us a D&D Gamma World. Us, a D&D Gamma World character.
Because that is a problem, that they are the main character. Because it's also like a shitty behavior. It's about knowing the people you're playing with, I think. Because let's be honest, like I feel like anyone who's played tabletop role-playing games gets to that point, especially D&D, has at least one experience where one player was given a little bit of power and they just absolutely fucking abuse the hell out of it. Because they were just waiting for power. They were waiting for a little bit of power, and when they got it, they just were like, yep, I'm going to abuse the fuck out of my power now. Okay, so yeah, being told, like, oh, you can lift 4,000 pounds. You want to be told you can lift 4,000 pounds and then be like, oh, that means I can lift a car over my head and throw it. Like, that's the problem. Is I feel like superhero fans are very concerned with stats. So that makes, like, I've said it before and I will say it again, one of the best superhero role-playing games I have ever looked at is Above the Earth. It was made for a 24-hour role-playing game, contest. And basically, it's like this. You have 100 dice. You have 100 dice in a dice pool. Whatever you do, whenever you, like, do the thing, you get to decide how many dice to roll. That makes it, like, so basically, if you are Hawkeye, you are, rolling 2-3 dice, for all these little actions. And if you were the Hulk, you are going, okay, I'm going to roll 20 dice to take down this giant space worm robot thing. Yep, but they don't, yeah, they don't understand that. That is the thing. Like, not just fucking, like, bad nerds in general have the weird thing where they don't understand media. Like, they don't understand narrative. They treat superhero comics and sci-fi like they're real. And they want them to, like, they want everything to adhere to this imaginary world physics that exists in their head. Like, that is the problem. Like, yes, Squirrel Girl is the best call out to that mentality. She has single-handedly defeated Thanos. She has single-handedly defeated Fin Fang Foom. Who else has she single-handedly defeated? See, those are fun. That's the thing. I like Squirrel Girl defeating Thanos off screen. I like Squirrel Girl defeating Fin Fang Foom off screen. When Squirrel Girl defeated Deadpool, I did not like it because they explained it. They explained how she was able to defeat Deadpool, and I didn't like that. Because that's not what's fun about the character.
Character creation is a simple 7-step process. So, step 1, roll your character's origin.
Okay. Character creation is a simple 7-step process, guys. Yeah, well, I mean, we saw her defeat Doctor Doom, and she didn't really defeat Galactus. Like, she just like hung out with Galactus. She defeated she defeated Galactus with the power of friendship. That's the thing. Like, that's what made the character, like, it was a thing I didn't particularly like, because that was the fun thing about Squirrel Girl, was that she didn't always defeat people with the power of friendship. Sometimes she punched them. In the first issue, no, yeah, I think it was the same issue where she fought Galactus. Well, the same storyline. She was fighting, was it Shocker? I think she was fighting Shocker. She was either fighting Shocker or Kraven the Hunter. And she was like, "Oh, I need to think of what I'm gonna do. Hold on." And she just kept throwing him up and catching him, and then throwing him back up and catching him, and throwing him back up and catching him, so that she could have time to think about how to handle the situation. I mean, we didn't. It was Kraven, okay. Because then Kraven became her friend. Like, that's why both Squirrel Girl and Steven Universe I like, for the fact that they work on the power of friendship, but also punching. Like, it's one of the best things about Steven Universe, in my opinion, is that he tries to solve problems with the power of friendship, and a lot of times it doesn't work.
Character creation. Gamma World character.
But yeah, I don't remember. Fuck. Yeah, we didn't get a Squirrel Girl TV show, but we did get a brief Squirrel Girl podcast. I severely recommend, like, I highly recommend the recent Squirrel Girl series. It was really good. But then they canceled it because I was reading it. Any comic book I read and enjoy will get canceled. The She-Hulk series that was running at the same time got canceled. I loved that series. It was mostly her lawyering. It was great. It featured. Oh wait, was Daredevil in the She-Hulk series? I never watched it. Well, like, see, now here's the thing. Fucking Gohan is a real sticking point for me, because, like, having seen, Dragon Ball Z like several times, especially when I was younger, when they reran Raditz to right before the Jace and Burger fight, because they didn't have more dubbed episodes. It was so clear that they were positioning Gohan to, like, be the main character, that Dragon Ball Z was supposed to be the story of Gohan rising up to, to be the new Goku, to be the new most powerful defender of Earth. And then he just didn't. So, like, all of the character development of Gohan kind of goes out the window. As a character later, he is still interesting because, as you said, he can fight, but prefers not to. Just like Chi-Chi, although she doesn't prefer not to fight, she just gets angry and punches people. But point is, it's still, like, it's disappointing because his entire storyline just petered out. There wasn't really a turning point where he said, I don't think I want to fight. The turning point was just, yeah, Goku's back.
Character creation.
Oh god, yes. Yes, yes. When the Squirrel Girl, I actually already knew how to do that, but like fucking Squirrel Girl teaching you how to solve problems with computer science. That was fucking amazing. That was amazing. Like that was a great comic.
Character creation is a simple.
I feel like I want to slate it.
Character creation is a simple 7.
For those of you who don't know, you can count in binary on your fingers. 1, 2, 8, 16, 32, and 32 on one hand. If you can actually get used to it, it is actually a useful way to count to 32 on one hand. I think it was because like the big one was the fucking Cell Saga. Fucking Cell Saga, Goku literally like looks at Gohan and says, "You're the main character now," and then teleports away. And I feel like Goku as a character has gotten less interesting. Because now his whole thing is that him and Vegeta just hang out and try to be more powerful. Why? Like, here's the thing. I'm going to make a controversial statement here. I think that Vegeta's motives are actually more genuine than Goku's. Because Vegeta, his whole thing is, I need to prove that I am as strong as Kakarot. I need to surpass Kakarot. I am like, his whole thing is very, much about needing to prove himself as Prince of the Saiyans and that Kakarot, the commoner, can't be more powerful than him. Goku has no motivation. Goku just trains to get stronger for no reason. It's just, I'm Goku. I'm going to train and get stronger, and then train and get even stronger, and then get like, except for when he is specifically training to get ready to fight someone, he's just kind of training for no reason. He doesn't have a goal. Like, as I said, Vegeta's goal is shit. But at least he has a goal. At least there is a genuine motivation behind what he's doing. Goku's just kind of like, I'm Goku. I wanna be strong. I'm gonna like he's training with no direction. He doesn't have like a desire or a story arc. Okay, let's see if this looks good. I want Goku to be... Goku is like Superman. He's a character that I really want to like. But they don't give me a lot to go off of. They don't give me a lot to like with Mr. Goku. Son Goku. Son Goku. Where's the fucking thing? I was like, there we go. I'm not sure how much I like this picture of the Large Hadron Collider.
Character creation is a simple.
Oh yeah, he's like Superman in a fuckload of ways. There are a very large list you could compile of all the ways that Goku is like Superman. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I absolutely love that one. Yeah, I like how they like explain it. They explain it. She's talking to, I forget which Ant-Man she's talking to. I forget the not Hank Pym Ant-Man. But like, she's literally like, hey, Pym particles, those stop you, those like violate the square cube law, right? That's why you can turn giant. He's like, yeah. She's like, so then if we don't have those, it's it was a great comic. Once again, I recommend everyone go out and like get the trades, because the trades are it depends. Individual issues or trades could be cheaper depending on where you get them. I usually just get trades because it's easier. Because like the price different, like brand new, I believe trades actually come out to a bit cheaper than individual issues. But then, when they're older, you can usually get individual issues cheaper. But the convenience of tracking down like all the individual issues of a comic are usually annoying. And I'll be right back. All right, back to editing. I didn't bother putting up my I'll be right back. I don't do that unless I'm going to be away for a few minutes. Okay, so now I import... Oh, I don't have a graphic for that. So, some reason I got, like... I was talking to, like, a know-it-all type person, and they were talking about how, like, Magical Girl, like, they were, for some reason, under the impression that, like, Sailor Moon was the only Magical Girl anime, and that, like, there hasn't been a popular one since then. And I was like, fucking Pretty Cure? And they're like, what? I've never heard of that, and therefore it doesn't factor into my stupid argument. Like, it's really fucking weird how there is this whole, like, subgenre of people who just ignore anything that happened after a certain period of time. I find it's usually around when they started college. That is when all pop culture ceased to advance in any way, and anything that happened after that is not relevant. Well, the gayer the better. Speaking of speaking of A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, the which it has a reputation for being known as the gayest mainstream horror movie. Okay. So, page 31. As I said, it's a good movie. It's just not a good Friday the 13th movie. Nightmare on Elm Street. Why do I keep saying Friday the 13th instead of Nightmare on Elm Street? Oh yeah, yeah. Old stuff doesn't exist. New stuff doesn't exist. The only thing, the only thing that exists is what you were aware of as a child through early adulthood. Nothing else exists. I don't know. Here, I don't know. The American dub of Sailor Moon is pretty gay. Oh. Okay, so for anyone watching who doesn't know what I am laughing so hysterically over the over the fact of Sailor Moon American dub being gay. So here's the thing. Sailor Uranus and Neptune uh were lovers. Like, that is a fucking thing. They were girlfriends. That is part of their story. It is a major part of their overall character background. In the American dub, they made them cousins, and they're constantly like referring to each other as their cousins. But here's the amazing thing. For some reason, they didn't bother removing like really intimate scenes between the characters where they're like having a deep conversation while holding hands and looking longingly into each other's eyes. And it's just like, all they ended up doing by making them cousins was make them look like incestuous cousins. Like, that is all they achieved by making Sailor Uranus and Neptune cousins. Was just make them look like incestuous cousins. It was hilarious. I mean, I recommend, honestly, if you haven't seen Sailor Moon, just fucking watch Crystal. God, which is good despite its problems. Crystal has some very specific problems, mainly that like they did not like Sailor Moon Crystal did not seem to understand that they were making a fucking Sailor Moon, because the production value is super cheap in Sailor Moon Crystal. Yeah, it was hilarious. Well, listen, Sapphic polycule output rate is very important for culture. We need it for the toxic Yuri. Um, I'm not surprised that the chat blocks the word incest. Like I said, as I said, I YouTube chat is going to be a bit stricter. YouTube chat is going to be a lot stricter actually, because just of the way that YouTube is set up and functions. Okay, what was I doing? What the fuck is this? Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Okay. Where? And there. Nope, there we go. Okay. Z Stumple? Okay, I need a video size. Boop. Audio size. Boop. And there we go.
Character creation is a simple.
I don't even know if it's like a fucking bit anymore or if it's just the way I say it.
Is a simple 7-step process. So
Yeah, gotta drink your gamer sups out of your waifu cup. Is Gamer Sups the one that has the waifu cups, like, and actually calls them waifu cups? I don't remember. I Yeah, different cultures think different things are appropriate for teenagers, and America is wrong. Like in terms of like if we're talking about what is appropriate for teenagers, like I will say this as an adult, I will fucking say this. The way America treats teenagers and children is incredibly insulting. Like we are very insulting towards the intelligence of children and teenagers. Like, oh no, we can't have children watch the show where a character is gay, or our long lost lovers reincarnated as the protectors of Neptune and Uranus, who have to bear the long distance between their two respective kingdoms. Uranus and Neptune are a very very tragic couple. It's very awesome. I love them. They are the best. If anything, the only like real inappropriate thing in Sailor Moon is when I forget what Black Lady was called in English. But I know they didn't call her Black Lady because I feel like they realized that Black Lady just sounded like she was a black lady. Uh, Dark Chibi. What? God, what was Black Lady called? Yeah, I know she was. I know it was Chibi Usa, but what was her fucking? What was she called in America? Arrgh. Okay, I can't find out what she was called in America. Point is, uh, yeah, okay, so, uh, Mamoru and Usagi, the age difference there was fucking weird, especially since she was a junior high school student. The real issue I find, though, like I said, the thing I find is but notice, the American dub didn't change that. The American dub did not change the romance between a junior high school student and a full-ass adult. Nor did they really change the weird incestuous like Electra complex that Black Lady has towards Mamoru. Because that's the thing, is he is like she is all up on Tuxedo Mask. Fuck, what's Endymion? I think is she up on him as Endymion or Tuxedo Mask or Mamoru? I don't remember. That guy has, everyone in Sailor Moon has like 3 different names and 3 different identities. Oh no, you liked Owl House. Owl House is, I haven't watched much Owl House. Good. Yeah, friends who friends who will judge you for watching a show or I don't like, I would never judge friends for I mean, I would judge friends for liking a show, but like in a way in which I would just be like, lol, that's cringe, bro. You like Breaking Bad? Lol. Breaking Bad is kind of cringe. Oh man, you like The Walking Dead? It's pretty cringe, bro. Admittedly, I have a specific bias against The Walking Dead in that I read The Walking Dead and got bored of it. So by the time the Walking Dead TV series came out, I was like, "Oh, yeah, this is going to be boring." Sorry. Referring to oneself as a girl failure is like one of the most Tumblr things I can imagine. I love it. Love it. Also, I love the term girl failure. That's my type. Not like it's not intentional. It's just like that's what happens. And I've just learned to deal with it. I've learned to deal with the fact that my type is girl failure. It's unfortunate, but see, I do watch a lot of live action shows because here's my thing. I'm actually not a big anime fan. I'm a big tokusatsu fan. So I've seen over 1,000 episodes of Super Sentai, and like I don't know how many Ultraman. It's less. Ultraman is less, but it's because there just are less. No, I read Walking Dead. I read Walking Dead and I got bored with it. Because, like, my thoughts on Power Rangers is it's shit. Because they, once again, as I said, about the way that we like to protect children in America from anything interesting. They remove like all fucking story elements from the show. It's just like 5 teenagers with attitude, rather than, oh, it is the Ozu family who, after watching their mother be seemingly killed by a troll have taken up the mantle of Maho Sentai Magiranger, and like it is a whole like group of siblings who now have to work through their family dynamic while also fighting an evil empire of monsters. And like it's really good. If you're interested in checking out Super Sentai, Magiranger is probably the best. But then like in the American version, it's just like, yeah, they're just some dudes. They're not a family. They're just some dudes. The mother, no, she's not dead. No one dies. I don't even know if the fucking Wolfuzar is supposed to be anyone's father in that one. But like, they just remove all the story elements. Like I watched an episode of whatever the Gokaiger one was, like just out of morbid curiosity, and it's like, so you're like these characters are not have like we just remove all of the importance of these characters. Like there's a character who's a cyborg, and it's Sido Senpai for Joe, who is the blue Gokaiger, and like it's his senpai who taught him the art of swordplay, and like it's very like emotional, like ongoing scene that the bad guys have taken this character who's so important to him and turned him into an evil cyborg to fight against them. And I watch a fight and he's just like, oh man, it's Borg balls. It's just some random character with no connection, and I'm just like, why is this so bad? Why did they have to take out all the actual story? And just from a
Step 1, roll your character.
Also, it's like very interesting to me, Power Rangers and Super Sentai, the fact that I and someone else can watch something that is like weirdly like the same show, that has the same footage in it, and have a have no shared experience. It's very weird to me that someone can literally, like I said, watch this episode of Gokaiger that I watched and have none of the shared experience that I had of like the characters. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Power Rangers. Like I never saw that Power Rangers movies, so
Step 1, roll your character's origin. If you have heard any
like who the fuck was that for? Like that fucking Power Rangers movie, I put like on the same level almost as the Gem and the Holograms movie. Like who was it for? Who was your target audience with this? People who watched Power Rangers when they were kids and haven't like seen it in the last 20 years. Okay, that's weird. Guacamole Gamer Far 9000 is a thing that you have said. Yeah, like the Americanization, like I don't fault people for liking Power Rangers, but like I just can't watch it because I'm so used to, the more Japanese, like more mature style. Oh, fucking sorry. I just remembered Ultraman Nexus. Ultraman Nexus is a very mature Ultraman series, but like apparently from what I've heard, the word going around the internet is that like they made the adult Ultraman series and they said, okay, TV network, This is a mature Ultraman series, so please put it on at night when adults will be watching it. And instead they're like, no, it's Ultraman. We're going to put it on in the fucking mornings, like Sunday mornings, when the kids will be watching. And it was one of the worst rated Ultraman series ever because they put the fucking mature Ultraman for adults on in the child time slot because the studio didn't understand what the fuck was going on. Point is, Ultraman Nexus is amazing. If you like stories of loss and fear and dread and losing hope.
Well, anything good about this game, it is
You know what's a good cartoon? Hell of a Boss.
probably the character origins.
I'm a big fan of that there Hell of a Boss. I think it's better than Hazbin Hotel. I will fight people about that. I mean, I won't fight people about it. I have specific reasons I believe that.
Origins. If you've heard anything, well, anything.
Did I do multiple takes of that? Yeah.
If you've heard anything, well, anything good about this game, it is probably the character origins. If you've heard anything, well, anything good about this game, it's probably the character origins, which are kind of like genotypes from previous editions, but also...
Okay, I'll go with this take because this take is longer.
Origin. If you've heard anything, well, anything good about this game, it's probably the character origins, which...
Yeah, I like it because it's mature. Like, I don't watch a lot of... The thing is, I just don't fucking have time to watch shows. As I mentioned, I've seen, like, a handful of episodes of The Owl House, and it's like, yeah, Owl House is great. There are some musical numbers in Hell of a Boss. But, like, I just don't have time to sit down and, like, watch all of, Owl House.
Are kind of like genotypes from previous editions.
See, the big advantage of Hazbin Hotel, and I guess like Digital Circus and stuff, is that one episode comes out every couple months. I can keep up on a show where one episode comes out every couple months.
But also kind of like mutations. Essentially, it is one category for all of the things that are inherent to your character. The core book provides 20 origins. Android, cockroach, doppelganger.
Oh, God.
Core book provides 20 origins.
You better be careful with that. See, if you start learning about tabletop role-playing games you'll never get to play, you might start like reviewing tabletop role-playing games you'll never get to play, and then you might start a whole YouTube channel, and then you're stuck in this situation, and then you'll become a VTuber. You don't want to become a VTuber. We are the worst. The worst people alive. VTubers.
Origins. Android, cockroach.
Okay, I think I need to put more of a pause there.
Origins. The core book provides 20 origins. Android. The core book provides 20 origins. Oh no, you have a rig that you see you're getting close. Haha, cool. Salmon, I like it. See, here's the difference, I must say, about being like a YouTuber slash, streamer, versus other jobs. Uh, the other jobs pay you. Like, that's the thing. Like, you get paid no matter what. That's the sucky thing about this, is that like sometimes I'll make a video and no one watches it. Or I make a video, but like I said penis too many times in it, so it doesn't get any monetization. Yes, us VTubers, we are the soulless children of the night. Look into our cold dead eyes, and you see that we cannot face ourselves nor our fans. We can only exist in proxy. Honestly, the main reason I use the avatar so much is so I don't have to like get myself presentable before doing a stream. B, more people click on the stream when there's something interesting in the thumbnail. And C, I don't have to be self-conscious about what I'm doing. Because when you're like on stream with a face cam, you have to be like, oh, I don't want to like scratch myself in a weird way. Character's origin. If you've heard anything, well, anything good about this game, it's probably... My first tabletop role-playing game was... First of all, I'm a tabletop role-playing game YouTuber, so that's really not a weird question, but Dungeons & Dragons 3.5. Probably the character origins, which... I played a game of that that was like someone I knew wanted to test run a dungeon for like his main group. So he's like, oh, would you be interested in like playing? I guess all jobs suck. Yeah, so a guy asked me, it's like, hey, do you want to help me, like, test this dungeon? And, I was like, yeah, sure. It was an interesting dungeon. It was an ancient tower that had been, like, covered, over the centuries in Earth. So it was, like, a sunken tower. So we, like, went in on the top floor and then went down. So it was constructed like a tower, even though it was a dungeon. And I will always remember this. I will always remember this because here's my story. My first tabletop role-playing game I ever played. We got to the entrance to the tower, and because it wasn't like a dungeon, there wasn't a staircase down. And we're like, oh, how are we going to get down here? Because it was like a big, long drop. And he's like, does no one have rope? And no one fucking had rope. It was my very first time playing D&D. So the very first obstacle I ever encountered in a game of Dungeons and or Dragons was just us having the entire adventure grind to a halt because none of us had rope. Once again, very much not my fault because I didn't even make the character. Like, we like worked on it together, Eventually, the druid just spider climbed, carried us all down. But like, it's just so fucking. It's just such a fucking thing.
Lucan_Aquas rolled a 7.
That's not a great roll. Not a horrible roll. I mean, it was a cackle, so I do specifically. Yeah, like it's been rolling low lately. I need to look into that, see if there's something wrong with it. But so yeah, my first D&D game. And then also, I had a great idea. I had a great plan. I had a scheme. In this game. We saw there was a group of we were spying on a room, and there were some fire giants. And I'm like, oh my god, okay, dude, guys. What if we cast enlarge person on me, the barbarian, and then I rush in and attack the fire giants, and I'll just like fucking throw them completely off their game because they're goddamn fire giants. They are not going to expect a 10-foot tall half-orc barbarian with a halberd to come in and attack them. They're used to being bigger than other people. Anyway, my character died in that encounter and then got reincarnated as an elf. And then also died later in the final encounter. Got killed by a dragon that had been turned into a cat. So that was my first experience playing D&D. I died twice in the same adventure. And ran into a fucking, blockade of not having rope. Yeah, well, you gotta have a 10-foot. Like, that's why, if you watch my videos, you will notice that I always buy fucking rope. Like, every single game, no matter what the fuck it is, if there is rope, fucking, I will buy rope. Ow, my neck. Today, you never got to tell us. Oh boy, yeah, creep DMs are fucking great. Oh. Wow, really? Okay, so here's the thing. The druid had reincarnation. It was a higher level game. And he like basically he rolled it, like whispered to like the DM, rolled it again, whispered to the DM, and then like literally rolled it a few more times before getting elf. Apparently, he kept rolling halfling. And if they had decided that if I was reincarnated as a halfling, that would be bad because I wouldn't be able to use any of my equipment. Emergency pants in a little capsule.
Probably the character origins, which are kind of like genotypes from previous editions, but also kind of like one category.
I don't have anything interesting to show on screen while I'm talking about this.
Provides 20 origins. Android.
But let's see. I think I'll just leave this like this.
Android, cockroach, doppelganger, electrokinetic, empath, felinoid, giant, gravity controller, hawkoid, hypercognitive, mindbreaker.
I feel like I should be doing something interesting while I'm showing these. See, I would never mock my players for missing side quests. I will mock them for missing the fucking main quest. And not so much mock as much as get exacerbated and be like, what the fuck, guys? How are you missing the main quest?
Mindbreaker, Mind Coercer, Plant, Pyrokinetic, Radioactive, Rat Swarm, Seismic, Speedster, Telekinetic, and Yeti. And
we rolled 2 of those and then just kind of smush them together into whatever concept we think of. So if we rolled
Okay, this is where I should do something. Okay, I think I did multiple takes of this.
so
I need to go through and edit out a lot of these breaths, but I can do that later.
on a Smilodon from a and so if we rolled
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you just end up getting tricked by eating people. Like, okay, I will. Okay, good night. Have a nice sleep. Thank you for coming by to the stream. My last Pathfinder campaign I ran, basically there were, how do I explain this? The main storyline was actually a secret. Like, they didn't know they were on the main storyline. The main storyline was about them being manipulated, you know, from the shadows by someone who they trusted. So they didn't realize that they were actually bringing about the resurrection of a demon. So because that was the main storyline, I was giving them a lot of freedom to decide what they wanted to explore in the world, since it didn't actually matter what they were doing. And I laid, during like the big mansion, if you've ever seen that giant papercraft mansion that I made for one of my games, during that adventure, I was laying a fuckload of seeds for all kinds of different, interesting things they could pick up on and follow. And they just dropped every single one of them. I legitimately did not have a direction to move forward in the campaign because they did not pick up a single plot thread that I gave them. And when I say that they ignored plot threads, I mean plot threads like in the mansion, they find weird connections to a secret organization. And like direct connection between this secret order and the previous owner of the mansion, who is now a serial killer ghost. They didn't think of like they just assumed that, I guess, when the Haunted Mansion adventure ended, that meant everything related to it ended. They didn't find it odd that they encountered a lion in the forest. They all missed their fucking perception check. I mean intelligence check to tell, no, nature check to tell them what a lion was. I gave them a fucking book. I gave them a book, because like the players knew what a lion was, but then they were like, oh, and they just ignored it. I gave them a book so their characters would know that a lion was a thing that they shouldn't have encountered in the forest. And then because they still couldn't do that, I had them encounter another like hideous hybrid animal creature that was made by the wizard, who was creating a army of hideous hybrid creatures to try and like that was one of the plot threads. They just completely ignored the fucking gorilla conda that they fought. They were like, oh, let's bury it and like just like put it out of our minds and never think of it again. Jesus fucking Christ. They just ignored it. I gave them so many plot threads and they ignored every single one. It was amazing. let's see. Okay, so there was the Order of the Third Eye, which was about the awakening of psychic powers in the world. So that was the one that was directly tied to the Haunted Mansion. There was the army of things, of like hybrids. Oh, there was the fucking evil Desna cult. There was an evil Desna cult. You want me to tell you about the fucking evil Desna cult? Here's the thing. Here's what they missed with the evil Desna cult. Me thinking like, oh, I am going to be, slightly clever. I'm going to be clever. I'm going to make things like interesting. When they were investigating the evil Desna cult, they for those of you who don't know, in Pathfinder, Desna is the goddess of dreams. So the evil Desna cult was a very noteworthy thing, because there generally isn't an evil Desna cult. They found in the desecrated Desna temple, they found a journal that was written in Verisian. Because I was like, oh, this way I will give them the journal, and then, that will be part of the adventure, is that they'll have to go into town and find someone to translate it into Common so that they can read it. Nope. They just found this journal detailing everything that was going on in a language they didn't speak, picked it up, and then never thought of it again. Now I will go back through chat because I'm done complaining about this. But I really liked the one thing I had planned out. Okay, so you got angry, you stuck around to beat the boss and actually pulled it off. One time, because 4th edition is so broken, one of our players was soloing the Tarrasque in an encounter that we were supposed to run away from. And the DM literally rage quit the encounter, because you're not supposed to be able to solo the Tarrasque at like a mid-level. All the pirates. Yeah. Yeah, like there's a lot of shitty stuff that happens. Like, the problem with DMs is that a lot of people who are DMs because they want to be in control. Like I said, I DM because I like telling a story. That's why, as I just explained, I outlined all these different story elements that they could have picked up and followed whichever one they wanted to go with. But then there's also people who, they just want, control. And they don't like it when the dolls don't play the way they want them to. Because that's what it is. Like, the players are the action figures that they're playing with, and they don't like it when they don't follow the script. Yeah, but these were big obvious things. And I made it fucking the Gorilla Conda one, where they fought a giant, a gorilla anaconda hybrid creature. I was like, wow, that's a really weird thing you're fighting. And maybe there's some interesting reason why you are encountering such strange creatures in this particular area of the forest. And they're like, nope, just gonna walk away. Yeah, the psychic one was... I went weird with the psychic one because I have this I have this weird idea I like. I like the idea of undead being inherently psionic. Perhaps it is because I am an atheist and I don't believe in a soul or anything. So I like the idea that you know, a skeleton, an animated skeleton, is just like a lingering psionic charge of the body animating its own remains. I like that idea of a zombie or a skeleton. Or, and then obviously, ghost. What's a ghost? A disembodied consciousness? Wow, you know what that fucking sounds like? That sounds like a psychic construct. So that was the thing that I was like building up to in the Order of the Third Eye, was that like just death in the world was opening this gate to the afterlife, and then also the opening of that gate was awakening psychic powers in people. And every time they encountered someone with psionic powers, I made a huge fucking deal about how weird their powers were. How they were like unlike any spells you've ever seen before. That does make sense. That like no. The skeletons seeing without eyes doesn't make sense at all. Skeletons are funny. One time I had a character who was a whip user, and we ran into a skeleton, and I killed the skeleton with a whip, and I was like, oh man, I'm a fucking Belmont. Core life and life. Oh, that is an interesting take. Yeah, like there's so much interesting stuff we can do with undead, but we just like don't. Oh, if they've never even played D&D. Um, oh God. Hmm. I don't know. Like I have, see, I all my friends play D&D, so I've never convinced someone who's okay. No. I've convinced someone who's never played role playing games to play board the window, no, shut the window, bolt the board the window, shut bolt the doors, and dinosaur erotica. But like, hmm, I don't know if they've expressed any interest in role playing games, then it's easy to go from there. I feel like hitting them with the wackiness is probably like that's the selling point of Gamma World, is that it's fucking wacky. Depending on what edition you're going with. Like, you know, in this edition, you can be a hyper-cognitive rat swarm. Other games aren't as wacky. Well, your parents taking interest. I mean, that could be good.
Concept we think of. So if we rolled Felinoid and Fel, we rolled.
Okay, now I need arrows. I wouldn't want to play with my parents, but that's because like they don't care. Like that's the thing. If they're actually interested, then could be fine. Because those are the worst players are ones who don't care. Skelepathy. See, that's your problem. Is you know people who like you as you are. See, you just gotta only know people who or know you as a fake construct.
So if we rolled,
then you don't have to worry about it, because that's the default. So if we rolled Felinoid
and
Android, oh man, I picked two that were on the same column.
So if we rolled Felinoid, So if we rolled Felinoid and Android, we could be some kind of sexy robot cat girl, or an animatronic Smilodon from a prehistoric education park.
Well, no, but I already recorded the audio. See, once I record the audio, I'm not gonna make a change or anything, because I'm lazy. Yeah, you can be, well, that's the way this game works, is you can just be like, oh, you got Felinoid, you got Android. How are you gonna make a cat Android character? Is the cat Android character gonna be like a sexy robot cat girl, or an animatronic saber-toothed tiger? You know, what is your plant rat swarm gonna be? Your electrokinetic yeti. All sentences are silly. We're just making a bunch of weird noises.
Education park. If we rolled
I forgot that I did 2 of these.
if we rolled rat swarm and
Alright, now rat swarm and plant. Rat swarm. Okay, this time I didn't put them in the same column. That's good. Because if you put things in the same column, it looks unrandom to the untrained eye. Okay.
if we rolled rat swarm and plant, we could be a swarm of little plant creatures, or like a sentient, or like a sentient, or like
Or like a sentient fungus. Like a sentient fungus. State Farm is there.
could be a swarm of little plant creatures, or like a sentient
Hey, it's okay to vent in the funny video editing stream. Like, that's why I'm streaming, is so that people can be here and talk and interact and form a community based around the stream. See, that's the downside to VTubing, is you don't get to see the gestures I make. I just did like an imagination gesture when I said the stream.
swarm of little plant creatures, or like a sentient parasitic fungus infecting a bunch of rats. Of course, they're not all going to be that interesting. Like, Speedster and Telekinetic is pretty much just... Of course...
Okay.
Of course, they're not all going to be that interesting. Like, Empath and Telekinetic is pretty much just going... a bunch of rats. Of course, they're not all going to be that interesting. Like, Empath and
Telekinetic. Empath.
interesting. Like, Empath and Telekinetic is pretty much just going to be someone with those 2 powers. 2 powers.
Oh shit, 5 minutes. And 5 minutes in, I need to start thinking about an ad break.
Oh, man, I can't believe X-Men got all woke in X-Men 97. Like, can't believe they did that. Yeah, because X-Men has never been political. Hit Film Express is a okay. Now I don't know if they still call it Hit Films Express. It's a free video editing program. It's okay. Um, this version that I am using was a like additional like in-app purchase version that like if you needed extra video things, you know, you could pay to download extra filters and stuff. And now they changed it to a subscription model where you can still use it for free, but you know, if you want all the premium features, you have to pay for you know, the subscription. And I'm scared to change. I don't want to update to the new version because I am worried that they will put like the shit that I use, like cross dissolves and pushes, and especially green screen behind the paywall. Like I can't find a list of what they have and do not have behind the paywall, and I need those specific features. Yeah, like so this has a paywall. Effects. Nope, effects. Yeah, see? Add-on. If you look at the effects, boop. See, this is all premium stuff, and this is free. Of course, you can't buy the premium add-ons anymore. So it was cool because, like, if they had not switched, I can guarantee, if they had not switched, I would have purchased add-ons if they had not switched to a subscription service. Because I found myself wanting to use some of their add-ons, and I was like, oh, I would pay for this. But it was after the point when I could no longer do so. Hey, thanks for the follow. Follows are always appreciated. I should probably change my follow alert. Because the original idea was that the follow alert was, you know, was kind of like a jump scare. But then I added an actual fucking jump scare. Yeah, it's fucking annoying. Like because well, here's the thing: is the best revenue stream is subscription because you don't have to make a new product and people just have to pay for the product every month. That's why certain companies who shall remain nameless, except to say that they're Wizards of the Coast, really want to do away with physical books so that you have to do everything digital. So you have to pay for their service. And I know, oh, you can use D&D Beyond for free. Yeah, you can now. Someone with those two powers. And this is actually the intended way with those two powers. Those two powers. And this is actually the intended way to interpret your origins. Like creatively figure this is actually the
intended way. It's the intended way. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I think I want... Where is the page I want? Expanded origins, exploding, human skills. That's what I wanted. Oh, I didn't realize I actually cut that one.
And this is actually the intended way to interpret your origins, like creatively figuring out.
It's not that impressive to predict all this shit. Like, look at all those cyberpunk authors from the 80s who were like, oh, here's a warning about, where we're heading, and if we don't change our ways. And then, wow, we didn't. Yeah, I may or may not have like 500 gigabytes of RPG books in PDF. Okay, I will. So basically, here's the thing. Vampire the Masquerade, then they did Vampire the Requiem. Actually, they had Vampire the Masquerade, Vampire the Masquerade 2nd edition, Vampire the Masquerade Revised Edition, Vampire the Masquerade 20th Anniversary Edition. At some point, they also did Vampire the Requiem, but then White Wolf, owned by whoever the fuck did that, then released Vampire the Masquerade 5th Edition. So, 1st edition, 2nd edition, Revised Edition, 20th Anniversary Edition, 5th edition. But they put 5th edition in it because at the time, and right now, having the word 5th edition in your book title is very good. So, I think Werewolf also has 5 editions. I think Werewolf also has 1st edition, 2nd edition, Revised Edition, 20th Anniversary Edition, and then 5th edition. So now all of the modern World of Darkness books, like old World of Darkness books, like are called 5th edition because they are based on Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition, even though Hunter the Requiem 2nd edition, Hunter the Reckoning 5th edition, the 5th edition Hunter the Reckoning, is actually just the 2nd edition of Hunter. So it's really confusing. They call it 5th edition because that means they are going to get some spillover from people who are talking about 5th edition role-playing and like that. But it's not actually like a D&D 5th edition version of Vampire the Masquerade. It's just based on the 5th edition of Vampire the Masquerade. And I am now going to go and get me something eat and make myself another French press of coffee. So I will be back in like 5-10 minutes-ish if I find my thing. There's my thing. Whoop. Whew.
All right, I am back with my second liter of coffee for the day because I have problems. And I'm just checking to see if there's anything interesting in the chat while I was gone that's worth commenting on. Quite enjoy the joke that they made a TTRPG about the popular video game Vampire the Masquerade Requiem. You know, I heard like I've heard some interesting takes on ways that you could like adapt a role playing game to play Baldur's Gate. Oh God, yeah, fifth edition discussing. Yeah, fifth edition is going to get very. Actually, here's the thing: fifth edition discussion is only going to get. It's going to get complicated in the same way that like discussing like gender issues with someone who makes a point of not understanding things is going to be complicated because the D&D fanboys are going to be like saying no, it's not 6th edition, it's just a revised player's handbook for 2024. Whereas everyone who's actually, you know, just wants to discuss things normally is just going to call it 6th edition. And yes, you are right not to trust digital rights. Companies are bad. They're very horrible. See, here's one thing. I like calling it 6th edition or Dungeon and Dragon because it's one D&D. I will tell I will absolutely tell you why they won't call it 5.5, why they won't call it 6th edition, why they even stopped calling it 1D&D. It's the exact same reason. They did the exact same thing with 4th edition. So there's D&D Essentials, which is a version of D&D 4th edition that fixes a lot of the problems with D&D 4th edition. Like, it is, if you want to play D&D 4th edition, get yourself the fucking Essentials books. Get Heroes of the Fallen Lands and Heroes of the Forgotten Kingdom. The DM guide isn't necessary. The Monster Core, just get like those 3 books, and you have a completely playable Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition experience. But also, Wizards of the Coast actually got a lot of slack for 3.5. A lot of people accuse them, rightfully so, because of all the shitty shit they've done, like D20 Modern, of just doing 3.5 so that they could sell all the core rulebooks over again. So, when Essentials came out, people started calling it 4.5. And Wizards of the Coast got really fucking upset about that. Like, Wizards of the Coast got really, really annoyed that people were calling Essentials 4.5. And people like myself suspect that might have played a part in them canceling the Essentials line. So that's the thing. They don't want to say they're making a new edition because it sounds shady. So 6th edition, they don't want to call it that. They don't want to call it 5.5 because regardless, no matter what, see, they are saying, remember the whole time, they never said that it was a new edition. The whole time they're saying it's going to be completely backwards compatible with all your 5th edition books because they're afraid of losing all of their like new Critical Role customers who haven't gone through editions. Like, all of the people who came to D&D via Critical Role and the movie and Baldur's Gate
all of those people have only had one edition of D&D. They might not even know that it's 5th edition because they don't put it on the book cover anymore. 5th edition is officially, I think, just called D&D. I don't think it's officially called 5th edition. Much like Gamma World 7th edition is not called Gamma World 7th edition officially. It is D&D Gamma World. So here's the thing that I like about Essentials. Sorry. I was sitting down to start working again, and I just like instantly put my hand on WASD and space because I've been playing too much Dead by Daylight lately. But yeah, the thing I like about Essentials is the problem. My big problem with Goliaths and Aasimar are in the player's handbook now? That's interesting. I haven't looked at the new one. Oh, okay. So I looked at the beginning of the beginning of like the playtest, but then like Wizards of the Coast did all the shit they did, and I was just like, fuck Wizards of the Coast. I don't want to do their new game. So they did make good on cutting out the half elves and half orcs. That's unfortunate. I say as a half elf enthusiast. I say as a half elf enthusiast, and also someone who literally like read people talking about this, like actual biracial people who were complaining, who made like the very valid point that the way they removed the half races invalidated half elves and half orcs as being like their own like thing. The idea that a half elf is just a mistake of that a human fucked an elf, that they weren't able to be their own culture, their own society, like that being a half elf wasn't a thing. And I was like, yeah, that's a really valid criticism. Yeah, like that's as I feel like that is my best example of why listening to people with perspectives different than your own is important. Because I was like, oh, I don't like that they're getting rid of half-elves because I am just a half-elf enthusiast. And then other people are like, I don't like getting rid of half-elves because I feel that the idea that you just take these stats from one race and then say you're half another race invalidates the identity of biracial people. And I'm like, wow, that's really interesting. I'm really glad I learned that perspective on this issue. Yeah, I fucking hate. Okay, so I know the dark elf thing. The drow thing, I keep saying dark elf because in a script I was working on for a fantasy comic that I like gave up on, I kind of had it set up that drow was a slur. But like all the well-meaning, good people say fucking drow because they don't know it's a slur because they never talk to a fucking drow. Actually, Dokelfair was the preferred term of the Dark Elves, but then Dark Elf for people who couldn't pronounce Dokelfair. Yeah, you have the correct opinion. I'm gonna say you have the correct opinion. Is that having a cultural identity tied to stats is problematic, but also, how do you do that without just getting rid of it entirely? Like, character race is an inherently... Okay, I'm sorry. Mechanically defined player race is an inherently problematic concept that you can't fix. You either have to get rid of it, or just accept that there is going to be a problematic element in the game and try to minimize that.
together is
Yeah, like you can minimize it, but there's no way to make it just straight up not a problematic element in any way. Because I see people complaining about it online. They're like, "Oh, so what? All elves get dark vision? Well, what if my elf lives in the desert?" Yeah, well, fuck you. We're trying to actually, like, that's whenever the fucking D&D is racist argument comes up, there's always people who have no fucking idea what D&D is trying to weigh in because the same people who go around saying that the term spooky is racist every Halloween because they want to be someone who has a unique position, but like they don't understand how the games work. The most amazing, I feel like they don't in 3.5, but I'm not sure. Like, the absolute work. I once saw someone say what they should do is just have all of the racial abilities, all of the abilities, dark vision and like whatever, available to all characters, and you just choose whichever ones fit your character best. And then they specified, but there shouldn't be any cost to them. Like they just fucking want, they want free play mode, Minecraft as D&D. Yeah, and I'm like, once again, it's an inherently problematic concept, but you can't just remove it unless you're going to just remove it.
encouraged, and it really hurts me to admit that Wizards of the Coast, of all people, actually published a game with character creation that encourages creativity significantly more than most other games I see.
Oh yeah, I forgot. The reason they remove all references to Loth and Drow being evil is because they were like, oh, they actually made an announcement saying like, oh, well, we want to do away with the concept of an inherently evil race, and it's like, okay, yes, Drow are not like genetically evil. Their fucking society is evil though. Their society, like, that's like saying, oh, well, there were good Nazis. I'm sure there were, but it doesn't change the fact that if there was a good Nazi, we would make a big deal about it. We would be like, oh, that's what fucking, that is what Drizzt is. That is what Drizzt is. Drizzt is, okay, this shows us that dark elves aren't bad. They come from a society that teaches them values that are contradictory to our own. But a dark elf that leaves that society, like, is not just inherently evil. That is the fucking whole idea behind the character of Drizzt. There's like 160 novels about him because of that. And that's a thing, is I don't know why. I don't know why they're being like, okay, we need to like just minimize and get rid of like anything related to player race, instead of just acknowledging that player race as a concept is a combination of both genetic and cultural aspects. Especially with fucking dark elves who live underground in a very enclosed society. It's not that hard to just say, oh, these things represent cultural aspects that these people are usually raised in. Like, okay, maybe all dwarves don't get a bonus to mining because they didn't live in a mining community, but the ones who did grow up in a mining community get a bonus to fucking mining because it's part of their culture.
Than most other games I see. Combining multiple...
I feel like I should have a shorter pause there.
Creativity significantly more than most other games I see.
I have a very strong opinion about this. Because, like, that is a weird, like, problem that fantasy and science fiction have. Fantasy and science fiction, like, as genres,
have a real problem with the idea that cultures are what influence the way people act rather than genetics. So, like, what's her name? Worf's mate. Kalar? Was Kalar her name? Like, I fucking loved her because she didn't act like a Klingon. She was like, yeah, I'm a Klingon, but I wasn't raised with Klingons, so why would I act like a Klingon? Or, like, Nog, from Deep Space Nine, who was a Ferengi, and was like, yeah, but, like, I don't want what my culture has told me is what I'm supposed to do. I want to, like, do something different. The fact that culture informs these things, but that's, like, complicated, I guess? Oh, that fucking character creator. Yeah, it's like that's the thing is that's the word that I don't like. See, I don't like using the word bioessentialism because once again, it's one of those things that when someone used it on Twitter, everyone started just shouting it on Twitter without understanding what the fuck they were talking about. But yeah, it's a problem with science fiction and fantasy in general. Also, the weird thing where, like, referring to people by their race, that is fucking weird, and it's really, really common in sci-fi and fantasy. Like Lord of the Rings, you know, Gimli, not Gimli, wait, yeah, Gimli and Legolas, you know, constantly referring to each other as, like, elf or the elf and dwarf. And it's just like, let's take a step back and look at how fucking weird that is.
Than most other games I see. Combining
Same with, Deep Space Nine, and how Neelix always calls Tuvok Mr. Vulcan. And it's like, he's got a name. You can call him Tuvok. Calling him Mr. Vulcan has a really weird connotation to it that you are only perceiving him as being a Vulcan, not as being, like, a threat.
multiple things into one thing and then encouraging you to combine two of them in an interesting way.
Yeah, that's what the jump scare's for, to get people. I mean, like, if you need to get up at some point, you should probably go to sleep. Yes, I like half elves too. As I said, I was against it as a half elf enthusiast. I was getting around that, like, the half elves. A lot of my favorite characters have been half elves because, like, I like the conceptual, like, idea of them, that they are, like, you know, these between two culture type characters. But, like, one of my half elf characters was a cultural half elf from a half elf community. So, like, to me, it's like, yeah, that's the thing that half-elves do.
And then encouraging you to combine two of them in an interesting way gives you way more options and leeway to come up with something interesting than a standard coming up with
Yeah, actually addressing how... Oh yeah, Wizard of the Coast does not have time for an intersectional discussion of species, background, and culture as part of your character's identity in D&D. Yeah, like, it's like the robot thing.
combining multiple character attributes.
You know, that we want humanoid robots because people who, like, really want humanoid robots pretty much want slaves that it's okay to have.
Like, it's kind of like that. I think that a lot of people deal with, tieflings being small, I like the idea of, because, once again, that's how they do it in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, I think. Yeah, Pathfinder 2nd Edition does that way, where you can, because you can be a like, demon-blooded halfling, or a demon-blooded gnome. You can be a half-orc, half-gnome. Which video was that? One of my Pathfinder videos, I think it was the remaster, I literally illustrated a tiefling dwarf and half-orc, half-gnome, just to illustrate the point that your half-orc can be a half-gnome. Yeah, let's not play kobolds. Sorry, I have an issue with kobold player characters, specifically in the fact that for some reason, whenever I see a really bad actual play or like stream, even I feel like it's not an actual play until you edit it and put it up as a actual production. Things there always are is the one really edgy guy playing a tiefling, and the lol, look at me, I'm so goofy random person playing a kobold.
Gives you way more. Combining multiple character
So whenever I see the idea of a kobold player character, always just makes me like, makes me cringe, you know?
Combining multiple
Okay.
things into
It's kind of cringe.
other games I see. Combining multiple character attributes.
I have a weird... See, here's my weird thing, is I like pre-Dragon kobolds. I like 2nd edition and early kobolds when they were like lizard rat dog guys. Yeah. Like I said, I'm sorry about that. I kind of last minute decided to do the YouTube stream, and I don't stream on YouTube, so I haven't like gone through to actually look at what my autofills are. And then also, as I said, YouTube has stricter guidelines in general. I mean, they don't. It's fucking weird. But yeah. Because, like, you can have nudity on YouTube. Not sure if you knew that. That's actually allowed with a adult content warning. And artistic nudity was allowed on Twitch for one day.
Games I see. Combining multiple character attributes into one thing and then encouraging you to combine two of them in an interesting way gives you way more options and leeway to come up with something interesting than a standard race/class combination. And there is actually a secret 21st origin, engineered human.
Okay, I feel like I definitely did that one more than once.
And there is actually a secret
Haha, I was right.
21st origin, engineered human, which is only accessible.
Okay, so it was furry kobolds. The fucking furries. When the furries found out about kobolds, that's when it was all over. That like conceptually for a kobold, the furries were like, okay, but what if they were cute, silly little guys? What if they were little guys? What if they were just silly little guys?
Third race/class combination. And there is actually
I mean, also, like, not to just hate on the furries. Also, the dedicated genre of goblin fuckers really did a number on popular conceptions of goblins. Once again, no hate. I follow plenty of furries and plenty of goblin fuckers on my AD Blue Sky account. It's not exactly a secret origin. Do I say
class combination. And there is actually a secret 21st origin, engineered human.
Okay. It's kind of a secret. Basically, you can't have two of the same origin. So if you roll the same origin twice, you get human. But like conceptually, the idea is that the engineered humans are actually humans. That they're not like a cat human, mutant hybrid. They are a full-on human. Okay, I need to make this bigger so that people can read that it says engineered human. Human, comma, engineered. Yeah, the different levels of silly. Okay, so like I didn't get to this part yet, but whatever abilities you have from your first origin, because if you roll the same one twice, your second origin is engineered human. They do say to retheme it as technology or special training or just superior abilities. So if one of your origins gave you fur, then reasonably yes, you could say that your character has a fursuit.
Origin, engineered human.
Alright, this is as many layers as I'm dealing with for now.
Which is only accessible by rolling the same origin twice, which, if you are not great at the math, does work out to the same odds as any other origin. Does work out to the as any other origin. Does work out to the same odds as any other origin. And this is
Okay, I feel like that one was fine.
if you are not great at the math, does work out to the same odds as any other origin.
Actually, no, I am changing that. I give that one as a weird start on it. I disagree. 7th edition is the wackiest edition of Gamma World, but it was designed with the idea that they would sell an infinite number of collectible cards in random booster packs, and they actually did a fair bit of damage to the actual game to incorporate those cards.
Or not great at the math, if you are not great at the math, you are not great at the math, does work out to the same. You are not great at the math, does work out to the
Okay, that's good enough. No. Like, that's the thing, is like Gamma World is one of the most well-known role-playing games ever, but it's never actually been in production for more than like a year or something. I don't know how long 4th edition was in production. I might do one of my postmortems on it. This edition, 4 months. The first release to the last release, 4 months. They just keep bringing it back. I think it's like a lesson people don't a thing a lot of people don't understand from that thing. Who's it? Actual plays. I don't like actual plays, just in general. Maybe it's because I've never seen a good one. But I think a big thing people don't understand is the concept, as you were talking about, that you can be a silly character and put that on hold when it calls for it. Like, you're a silly guy who likes brushing his teeth. I don't know. You can be the silly character who likes brushing his teeth, but then like not stop to brush your teeth in the middle of a battle. You know. See, why would you make Blanca in D&D when you can, in fact, play as Blanca in Street Fighter, the storytelling game? The most important role-playing game ever released by White Wolf. Like, I'm biased, but I definitely have no qualms about genuinely saying that Street Fighter storytelling game is the best role-playing game based on a video game. Well, they try to rely on cards because they... Okay, I will... This gets discussed in the video here. You know that the Underpants gnomes from South Park? Where they're like, step 1, collect underpants. Step 2, ? Step 3, profit. That's basically what Wizards of the Coast did with Gamma World 7th edition, except that it was step 1, ? Step 2, sell an endless supply of cards. Step 3, profit. Like, they missed the part where people have to actually buy the game first to buy the cards that go with the game. They just kind of assumed that since Magic the Gathering cards sold really well, that it would sell well in this too, and it really did not. Yeah, like I said, the players in actual plays, because like I haven't ever watched one, but I've seen, clips. I've seen was it Dimension 20 that has Chuckles? Like, imagine if you gave one of your players a ghost clown and how fucking annoying they would be with it. But they handled it well in that because they knew when to bring the joke out and when to put the joke back in their pocket. You don't do the joke all the time. You only do the joke occasionally. And yeah, Street Fighter the storytelling game. I did 2 videos on... Wait, have I done 3 videos on it? I've done several videos on it. It is one of my favorite games ever. It's amazing. It has the best combat system ever. I am developing a game based on its combat system. You fight. That's the problem. Okay, so like...
Street Fighter, the storytelling game, has the best combat system I have ever seen for small combats. Like no more than 5 people total in the entire combat. But also, it has this really, it doesn't really know what to do with it. That's the problem with Street Fighter storytelling game, is in terms of story, they don't really know what to do with that, because like there are adventures and they're like, oh, you're investigating Shadowloo. Why are we a random group of martial artists tracking down Shadowloo? I don't know. And then the mechanics themselves actually put a lot of focus on like tournament fights and earning honor and glory in the ring. But then, like I said, that doesn't really gel with having a story where you are, trying to take down evil organization. It's just fucking bizarre. I mean, I love it. Yep, fucking White Wolf. White Wolf somehow made one of the best combat systems ever. It depends on the okay, so why are random ass martial artists fighting Shadowloo in the actual game? Chun-Li is fighting Shadowloo because they killed her father, and also she works for Interpol. Guile works for the US Special Forces, and also M. Bison killed his friend Nash. Cammy obviously has a very deep backstory, but also she's working with Delta Red. Like, some of the characters, it's the thing I love about Street Fighter, is that some of the characters have really, really good reasons to be involved in the story. And then Ryu doesn't. Like, Ryu's just fights Shadowloo because he's looking for strong guys to fight, and M. Bison just, I guess, stepped in his way and he fought him. Although my favorite example about fucking Street Fighter is Cammy, in addition to working for Delta Red and fighting Shadowloo as a anti-terrorist organization, was previously experimented on and brainwashed and forced to work as an assassin for Shadowloo, and also to serve as a potential replacement body for M. Bison. And I like to bring that up. There's like 6 characters in Street Fighter whose backstory involves being a replacement body for M. Bison. So I like bringing that up because characters in Street Fighter are either that or E. Honda, who likes sumo. That's his whole story. His whole character backstory is that he likes sumo. And that's like that's just fucking fun. I just love that the Street Fighter characters, some of them have this like deep, intricate backstory that ties them to the overall setting and the story of the games. And then there's E. Honda, who just likes sumo. Yes, several of the in case you're saying the thing that everyone thinks about, yes, several of the potential replacement bodies for M. Bison have been women. Yep, poison has affected a lot of people. Yes, poison. Okay. Here's what I will say. I will. As far as the stream is concerned, I will not accept argument on this. Poison is trans. Poison is canonically trans in Japan. One of the big arguments that people love to make in the I've gone into this before, along with the Zangief is gay and Zangief and Cammy are gay, but like Poison is trans is canonical. Like, when I say canonical, I don't mean like, a developer said in an interview somewhere that Poison is trans. No, like fucking
Concept art for Poison says she's trans. Character profiles for Poison say she's trans. Like, there are numerous printed resources in Japan that clearly say Poison is trans. There's at least one, I don't think it was in America, I think it was South America, like an English language release of like a special edition of Final Fight that also said Poison was trans. But in the United States of America, they've never said it. They've never actually said it. Because here's the thing that the people who argue about this will say. The argument they love saying is, no, Poison was only trans in America because they thought Americans would disapprove of hitting a woman. And it's like, A, Americans are not and never have been more comfortable with trans people existing than hitting women. And B, it never says that anywhere in America. That's the big thing. It never says it anywhere. And in the Super Nintendo release, they do release, they do specifically replace Poison and Roxy with male characters. For that specific reason, presumably. But here's the big one. The big English one. I believe X Street Fighter Cross Tekken, I think. Had a bit of a controversy. Because there were win quotes for Ryu and Chun-Li that were removed from the game for being transphobic. Like, they removed dialogue from the game that characters said to Poison because that dialogue was transphobic. Specifically, something along the lines of Chun-Li says, wow, you're really strong. I felt like I was fighting a guy. And I believe Ryu says, there's more to you than meets the eye. I have to be careful not to fall into your trap. And that got cut from the game. It got removed from the game because... Let's see, why would the transphobic dialogue have to be removed from the... Oh, because the character is trans. Outside of that, I believe there is a creator interview with one of the developers that actually does specify that she has a penis.
Upgraded the math does work out to the same odds as any other origin. And this is essentially the pure strain human option, except that here it is specifically stated that they are the descendants of genetically engineered supermen. But an engineered human does still have a second or...
Yes, I'm a big fan of Origin. Yeah, here's the weirdest fucking thing on the internet. Because these two things come up occasionally, and sometimes they come up at the same time. There are two video game characters that are canonically... There are two fighting game characters. There are two fighting game characters who are canonically trans, that people argue are not trans on the internet because they want to fuck them. The weird thing being that they argue that one of them is a cis woman and that the other is a cis man. It's very weird. It's very weird that the Poison trans discussion is people arguing that Poison is a cis woman, and the Bridget trans discussion is people arguing that Bridget is just a femboy. And it's very weird. Yes, fucking brisket. I love that. I love that for some bizarre reason that I once saw someone seriously say that calling Bridget trans is femboy erasure. And I was like, okay. Well, I suck at Street Fighter, so And I play it all the time. I also suck at Dead by Daylight. I play it all the time.
Is to retheme the abilities of as technology.
Actually, no. One of my favorite things I saw was someone took the original Japanese dialogue of Bridget saying, "'Cause I am a girl," or like "Onanoko desu ka," and like just looked up the one kanji for woman, and then found another word that contained the same kanji that meant girly instead of woman. And I was like, wow, that's really reaching, buddy. Because that's the thing, it's a lot of these discussions, especially surrounding like Japanese characters, all rely on this weird the weird idea that the Japanese sources do not exist. That only English language sources are valid because Japanese is some weird cryptic language that can't be understood. So if I show you, I show you a character profile of Poison that literally says new half on it, which don't use that term. It may or may not be a slur. I am not sure because I'm just throwing out not to use the term. They don't acknowledge that because A, they don't know that's a Japanese term for a trans woman. B, they can't read that it says that.
Technology, special skills, or just superior abilities. Once again, actually encouraging you to take what they give you and then interpret it in a creative way.
Yeah. Let me tell you, as someone who has an associate's degree in Japanese, every Japanese 1 class is A, full of weebs, and B, has a 50% dropout rate.
Then interpret it in a creative way.
Like, it is hilarious. Like, by the end of the semester, how many empty seats there are, and like the teachers will literally do things being like, okay, everyone move to this side of the room. We're just going to move all the class to one side of the room so that everyone isn't spaced out. Well, see, here's the problem. Here's the problem. If Weebs did any kind of research on Japanese culture, especially modern Japanese culture, it might conflict with the fantasy version of Japan they've made up. Because remember, a big part of like Weeb's love of Japan is the idea that Japan is this hyper conservative, hyper patriarchal society. And that there is no attempt to change that. That there are not, like, feminists in Japan. That there aren't gay people in Japan. Except those that exist, like, as a joke. So, actually looking into the real society would kind of throw that apart.
So let's get to rolling, so let's get to rolling. However, since this is the interpret it in a creative way.
Hey, butts are great. Everyone loves butts. Yeah, go sleep. Go sleep. Good night. Watch the video when it comes out. Learn about Street Fighter storytelling game, the best game ever. Or was that someone else who was talking about that? I don't care. Everyone here go watch my video after this on Street Fighter storytelling game, so that you'll be prepared when I release Blood Freaks. Which was I actually, honestly, I'll be fucking honest with you. Yes, good night. I'm having the same problem that Street Fighter, that like fucking that Capcom, that White Wolf had with Street Fighter, is
I'm making a game and a world that the game takes place in, and I am having trouble figuring out exactly what kinds of adventures the characters are going to go on in that world. It's an issue I'm having, because it's a hyper dystopian, hyper-capitalist future America. If you've played Biofreaks, it's similar to Biofreaks. If you've played Bloodstorm, it's similar to Bloodstorm. If you've played Ultra Vortek, it's similar to Ultra Vortek. Like, edgy 90s fighting games, for some reasons, also a lot of them are set in dystopias. I'm trying to put the shit back in Cyberpunk. Bring Cyberpunk back to like, oh yeah, everything is horrible. Because that's what happens when giant corporations run everything.
Spread it in a creative way. So let's get to rolling. However, since this is the last Gamma World video, why don't we get
like there's like an actual, there's a concept in the society of blood freaks. Your character could actually be one if you wanted to put it in your backstory. There's a whole like basic cast of people, like cast with an E, called metaslaves, which are people who have such outstanding medical debt that they have been pressed into involuntary servitude for the companies that own their medical debt. Yes, fighting games are not very good at 4v4 combat, and that's the problem with Street Fighter, the storytelling game. As I said, I was very specific. I was very specific when I said it is the best combat system for a maximum of like 5 guys at once. You can't have 5 characters fighting 10 goblins using the Street Fighter storytelling system. It would just like drag horribly. Well, like it's easy to come up with video games that would work as a role-playing game. EverQuest, World of Warcraft, ones that actually exist. Dark Souls. Apparently, from what I hear, the Japanese Dark Souls game is good.
in a creative way? So let's get to rolling. However,
yeah, like I said, there are there are, in fact, I think there is an EverQuest 2, and a World of Warcraft role-playing game. Would anyone in chat like to guess who publishes those games? Because it is a name that has come up in the past.
the math does work out to the same
Yep, fucking White Wolf under Sword and Sorcery Studio.
odds as any other origin. And this is essentially
Okay. Oh. Yep. What? It's like Agatha. No, was that? It's like the lady from was her name Agatha? I don't remember. It's like the lady from Vision, WandaVision. It's always White Wolf. It's always White Wolf behind everything.
combining multiple character attributes into
The big difference being that, like, you know, when White Wolf made a the the fucking Gamma World 6th edition, EverQuest, World of Warcraft, they're all D20 games. I feel like I need to put an ad break in here somewhere. I feel like
Of course, they're not all going to be that interesting. Like,
fuck it. I'll wait until after I roll the Origins. Because, like, this is usually I like to do one every 5 minutes, and if I get if I put an ad break at 7 minutes, then I can't put one at 10 minutes. So it gets to be a whole fucking thing. White Wolf did a lot of stuff. Like, that's why, as I've said some more, like, it is so freaking weird to me that the two most influential tabletop role-playing game publishers, like, ever, do not exist anymore. It's so weird to me that TSR, gone. White Wolf, gone. Well, I think they, I mean, like you're saying, like, kid but not that hard. Yeah, it makes sense, because here's the thing. White Wolf, by the time by the 2000s, White Wolf, like, knew what a White Wolf product was. In 1994, when White Wolf published Street Fighter the storytelling game, they weren't that big. Like, they were big, but they weren't like customer brand identity big. They were just a company that published games, not the Angsty Vampire game company. By the 2000s, they were the Angsty Vampire game company. Oh yeah, yeah, there are there's yeah, there's a lot of actual, like, video game books for various games. Yeah, so, like, when Street Fighter came out, it was a thing where it's like, yeah, we're just publishing another game. But by the time they got to publishing D20 system products, they were like, okay, that is not our brand. And if you see World of Darkness, I mean, if you see White Wolf, you think World of Darkness immediately. You're not going to want to buy a World of Warcraft game from the people who make World of Darkness.
Empath and Telekinetic is...
I really need to review the World of Warcraft game, because, like, I just assume that the World of Warcraft game is actually, like, less World of Warcraft mechanically than D&D 4th edition.
World Video, why don't we get extra...
Okay, I was gonna get rid of one of these.
Creative way. So let's get to rolling.
Okay, so No, the World of Warcraft game was Sword and Wizardry. Sword and Sorcery? Sword and Wizardry is the retro clone. Sword and Sorcery is the yeah. Yeah, that was White Wolf. White Wolf. Unfortunately, you know, it's a problem. It's a problem they had, where they had already made the best, you know, video game adaptation of a role-playing game. So they were just, like, you know, playing catch up with themselves. That was the problem with the EverQuest and World of Warcraft games, is they, like, you know, how can you you know, compete with yourself when you made Street Fighter the storytelling game? See, here's the reason I'm so obsessed with Street Fighter the storytelling game. It's not just how good it is, because it is very, very good, but it's, like, funny. It is funny how good it is, because you expect it to be awful.
In a creative way. So let's get to rolling.
way. So let's get to rolling? So let's get to rolling? However,
Okay, hold on, buddy. Orcs can't be hotter. They're already the maximum hotness. Yeah, as I said, everything about Street Fighter the storytelling game makes it seem like it should be the worst game ever. I guarantee that I am not alone at people who only looked at it assuming that. I heard there was a Street Fighter storytelling game. I'm like, oh, I need to look at that. That's got to be awful. And then I look it up, I'm like, oh, well, that's the most elegant combat system I've ever seen. Well, that's let's see. What did you miss? We talked about Poison and Brisket. Probably other stuff. And we talked about how amazing World the Street Fighter storytelling game was, but a lot about Poison and Brisket. Yeah. White Wolf, they knew what their game was. Like, here's the thing that I love, like, as someone who is in the I'm not sure where I'm part of the indie tabletop role-playing game community. But as someone who is part of the indie tabletop role-playing game community, I love the fact that like World of Darkness was considered like rules light narrative focused in the 90s. Like, that's how overly complex other games were, that World of Darkness was considered light by comparison.
creative way. So let's get to rolling? However, since this is the last Gamma World video, why don't we get extra wacky with it? Because
Okay, so up.
why don't we get
Okay, then we're gonna get extra wacky. Yep. But like now, as me, the person I am, like when I'm going through okay, two things happen when I'm making a Let's Make Us a Character for a World of Darkness title. First, I get just fucking annoyed at the 50 pages of fluff text at the beginning of every book. B, at some point, I get incredibly confused because like every World of Darkness game, original World of Darkness, I don't know about 5th edition or Chronicle of Darkness, but like they all have some system. They all have some annoying fucking like overly complicated system, and it's like unique to each game. Magic does not work the same in any two World of Darkness games. Oh, yeah. Now, I've mentioned it in my World of Darkness videos, but I'm going to mention it again. If you're a fan of Vampire the Masquerade, you should check out Kindred the Embraced, a TV series, a short-lived TV series based on Vampire the Masquerade.
Yeah. I mean, as you know, if you watch any video I've made on any book from White Wolf, including Street Fighter Storytelling Game, God, they did not know what editing was. There is, like, the hilarious, I don't know how many people have watched the 6th edition Gamma World video. There's a page XX reference in the character creation outline. Not buried in a paragraph somewhere. In the fucking character creation outline, there's a page XX reference. But yeah, that is a problem. Like, the White Wolf had also another problem they had is, like, putting like fluff in with mechanics. So, like, you have to, they write everything in the least convenient way possible, and you need to actually, like, pay attention to all of it. You can't skim through the book looking for something important, because they might just offhandedly mention, oh, that you can't, you can't hold a spoon or something.
Why don't we get extra wacky with it?
Yeah. They really wanted to play, like, as I said, at the time they were a narrative heavy company. That's why I think Gamma World 6th edition and probably the EverQuest and World of Darkness games didn't do very well, because they were like a narrative game company trying to publish a tactics heavy, game. Once again, as I fucking complained about in the 6th edition video, that they don't tell you what type of action it is to do things, which is a very important part of the D20 system. I was not able to drink around the grounds in my coffee. That was not pleasant. Oh, for more on After the Bomb, watch my series on the first postmortem, which it wasn't even called that, where I cover every single book. Like, I'm really, like, fucking After the Bomb, like, like, I'm very disappointed with After the Bomb, because, like, the 2001 After the Bomb, because it's like, with all the shit they had to work with and all the time they had to put it together, they absolutely could have made that a coherent game and didn't.
Why don't we get
Like, it's almost impressive how much they just kind of said, nah.
Why don't we get extra wacky with it? Why don't we get extra wacky with it? Because Famine in Fargo adds.
And here's a part that I'm not sure if I want to keep this out. Oh, God, yeah, fuck. I once had a player, I'm dead serious here, speaking of players not being willing to invest in the game, who literally would only play on the condition that he could play an archer and didn't have to track his arrows. Like that was his literal thing. That was his the amount of work I refuse to put into the game is tracking my resources. Admittedly, I think he played with me in the game where I was an archer that went through like 90 arrows a day. Yeah, fucking Palladium and fucking After the Bomb 2001 100% having cut and pasted rules from Palladium fantasy role playing. It's amazing. It is amazing that like they got away with that for as long as they have. This was in Pathfinder. Like, also, here's the thing. Even if you're willing to say, oh, you don't need to track your arrows, when someone approaches you and says that's my condition for playing the game, you know that you don't want to play with that person. Because that's not going to be their condition. They're going to come up with a lot more things they don't want to do later. What do you mean I have to track my own hit points?
Don't we get extra wacky with it? Because Famine in Fargo adds
Well, see, here's the thing. That you could be proficient in a melee weapon so that you run out of arrows, you can stab someone, but he didn't want to track his arrows. He just wanted infinite arrows that he didn't have to worry about. Well, that's it. He didn't want to do, like, the basic level of
Fargo adds
bookkeeping involved in the character. Because, like, here's the thing. I've never really encountered problem players who don't, like, tell you they're a problem player right up front.
Because Famine in Fargo adds 20 more origins.
Like, that's the thing about problem players is, for the most part, they will fucking tell you that they are a problem right up front. Well, like I said, I guess you should all be looking forward to the potential future Mutant Epoch video. Because let me tell you about Mutant Epoch. It is as close as you can get to Fatal while still actually being a competent game designer. Oh. A concept I like is I read this on like some social media where someone was like, you know, something along the effects of people who who say that they know what's up because they've been playing the game for 20 years, and that just means they haven't looked at the rules in 15. But yeah, I was usually the only player at the table who had like read the entire rule book. Because like I want to know the fucking rules.
Fargo adds 20 more origins.
I feel like I want to cut this out.
AI, alien, arachnoid.
Yeah, I'm cutting this out.
Arachnoid. Gelatinous.
reading off each origin is not beneficial.
Guardian, Temporal, and Wield. And then Legion.
I don't have anything against, like, here's the thing. I don't have anything against random character creation. Like, rolling your race and class and even sex. That's, like, fine, I think. But, like, you have to have a game that works for it. Like fucking Gamma World. You roll absolute random shit.
Temporal and Wield. And then Legion of Gold.
Yeah. Like Gamma, like Fatal's really interesting because you really get to learn what kind of people are. Because like, you might have figured this out. I tend to be very pro horny, so it's actually a thing I say is I'm not sex positive. I'm pro horny, and like that's the thing is like I find a lot of people in the comments will be like, "Oh my god, ew, they're horny and Fatal." It's like, if you're looking at the game that's focuses heavily on rape and cannibalism, and your takeaway is, oh my god, that's so cringe because they're talking about sex, you kind of have a problem. Well, magic is tough. I've never looked at Vice and Violence. I've heard about it.
More origins. AI.
The problem is I'm like,
And Fargo adds 20 more origins. And then Legion of Gold. Another 8. Antimatter.
see, like, you can make a game where those things make sense. Like, you can make a game where having a 2 in 10 chance of dying is possible and make it not be awful. This is actually a good example of that. You can make a character in this in like 8 minutes. And you randomly roll, so you don't have to think about it. All you have to think about is, okay, I rolled Yeti and Hawkoid. Okay, I'm gonna be some kind of like a giant Mothman. I'm gonna be a Mothman. Like that's all you have to do to make your character is roll the 2 things and then think of some stuff. And I will be right back. Excuse me.
And I am back.
Yeah, like, but I was saying, then, like, example of a really bad one. Blood, the game of modern horror, which I keep meaning to cover, but I haven't yet, is a game, of modern horror. But, like, in the book, they literally talk about, like, there's literally a little opening section that's like, oh yeah, this is, going back to, like, real games. All these stupid, modern, streamlined games are lame. So, it's a game that, like, it's a horror game. It goes out of its way to impress upon you how insignificant your characters are. It's like, oh, your characters are like weak, insignificant, unremarkable people, and you're gonna die in any instant. And it's like, okay, then why the fuck is character creation so goddamn involved? Like, as I was saying earlier with, like, Dread, if the thing that is causing you fear and tension and anxiety in a horror role-playing game is that you will have to make a new character, then you have failed at making a good horror game. If, like, that is the worst outcome, if that is why you are tense, that what the tension is, the looming threat of having to make a new character. Oh shit. Wait. Am I a dummy? What the fuck is going on here? I might be... I might have made a mistake here. I might have made two mistakes here. Okay, that one's correct. That one's correct. Okay, so, this one is... Okay, this is fucked. Okay. I made a slight mistake. The last time I saved, would be, never. Thank you. Now it's fucking now it's all of chat, like, fucking. Sorry, it's one person in chat that gets on me for who isn't here now. Gets on me a lot for not saving my work. So yes, thank you for giving me the suggestion to save my work, which is why it said untitled project at the top. Okay. So how am I gonna fucking fix this problem? I didn't do the thing. Oh, my computer didn't crash. Illustrator crashed. And it was so funny that I published a highlight of it on Twitch. Okay, how am I gonna fix? I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'll do it like this. Okay.
More Origins, and then Legion of Gold, another 8.
Legion of Gold, another 8.
Another 8.
Oh, yeah, I never finished masking this because I realized that I made a mistake.
Legion of Gold, another 8.
It was a dumb mistake, too. Actually, it's not a dumb mistake. It's a mistake I make a lot.
Because, like, you know, I make one slide, export it, you know, do the next step, export it. So no, I didn't save before it crashed. That's why it's funny, because I lost 3 hours of work drawing the Gamma World. Fortunately, it wasn't sketching, it was inking. I lost 3 hours of work inking and coloring the 5th edition character. Because unfortunately, inking you can always redo. Inking, it's not fun to redo inking, but inking is much easier to redo than sketching. Okay.
Another 8. Antimatter
Oh yeah, I'm gonna cut that out.
Blaster, Demon, Orion, and Vampiric for 48 total origin, as well as a system for randomly determining which tables to randomly roll on, which just kind of does fail to take into consideration the fact that, as well as a system for randomly determining which tables to randomly roll on, which does fail.
Which does fail.
Of gold, another 8, as well as a system for 8. Another 8, as well as a system for
No, I never failed anything. I'm just perfect. It's my problem. Yeah, I've been wanting to run a game for a while, but I'm having trouble being creative. For the purposes of running a game of Cottagecore Goblin Lesbians Destroy Capitalism. Like, it's a problem. Like, it's a problem with being a game designer is that, like, running your own games has an extra level of I don't know what the word I'm looking for. Anxiety to it, I guess. Like, because when you're like picking up Dungeons and Dragons and like you run it, you're like, oh, I'm running D&D. Okay, if you make a mistake, people like no. If you're running your own game, if I am running a game of Cottagecore Goblin Lesbians Destroy Capitalism or Bunktopia or whatever, that game has to be amazing because I designed the game. So like it can't be okay. It has to be like, oh, this is an amazing game because I know all the rules because I fucking wrote them.
As well as a system for
Was a system for randomly. Is this what I'm looking for? I think this is what I'm looking for. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. Well, here's the thing. You're having your DM notes on paper means that you can hide them behind your DM screen and you can look through them and be like, ah, yes. Like you can be very studious. You can have all your notes in front of you at once. So you can be like, ah, yes, I know what you feel like you are running the thing. If you have lots of pieces of paper, lots of books, it feels like you are running the game, like you are working extra hard.
But yes, it's very nice to hear that apparently that happens to you know, good game designers too. It's not just a me thing. I like paper for some things. The problem is I just don't fucking. It's inconvenient. Paper is cool for things that you never have to like have direct access to. Like I don't want to like draw. Like I like drawing on paper. The problem is, if I draw on paper, I have to fucking digitize it. And that means I have to take it into Photoshop. I need to clearing it up. And then, like, I have restricted resolution. And if I make a mistake, I have to do this and that and the other thing. All right. You can't control Z paper, but you can fucking try. You can try to control Z paper and then feel like a dumbass. Yeah, players are really bad, bad at like telling you what they want. Honestly, it's like that's a huge part of why like knowing players is like a huge part of why the consent section of Dinosaur Erotica is like fucking 5 pages or more. I don't remember how long. There's a whole chapter because I go into the fact that like yeah, you basically have to pull out of your player what they want. Well, look at it like this. It's better that than yeah, we'll play a game as long as it's D&D or Pathfinder and we don't have to learn new rules. One of my biggest accomplishments is almost getting my We Refuse to Learn Any Other System group to learn 3D combat rules for Pathfinder, but that game got canceled because of reasons. Let's just say that one of the players convinced everyone else to not play in an underwater campaign because they thought that they would take penalties to their attack rolls for being underwater. Like, I'm dead fucking serious. That was a thing that happened in one of my campaigns. I wanted to run an underwater campaign using the Silurian Seas campaign setting, which has, 3D combat rules because you're underwater. And I was like, hey, would everyone be okay with this? Because, you have to learn these 3D combat rules. And, like, everyone was like, yeah. And then one player just convinced everyone else. And then I'm like, why the fuck did you go out of your way to talk everyone out of wanting to play the underwater campaign I wanted to run? And she literally said, well, I didn't want to take a penalty to my attack rolls for being underwater. Anyway, that's the closest I've ever come to wanting to hit a woman. Note that she didn't ask me if there would be a penalty to attack rolls for being underwater. She just assumed it was true, and then working on that talked everyone else into not playing in the campaign. Which means I never got to build the fucking height trackers. I was really looking forward to building the height trackers. I thought that was going to be like a fun craft, for me to do. Yeah, if here's the thing, it was specifically it is Pathfinder. If any creature with the aquatic subtype does not take any penalties to movement or attacks underwater. It's like a basic part of the system. So yeah, it was going to be cool. It was actually going to be a Lovecraft Mythos game underwater. Because if you're familiar with Lovecraft Mythos, they're all very like aquatic based. So there was going to be a sunken like Elder Thing city they were going to encounter, and a cult of Cthulhu. But the cult of Cthulhu was going to be made of merfolk, and then they were going to get involved in, a cult of Dagon that was going to be deep ones. It was a whole thing.
Other 8, as well as a system for
Okay.
As well as a system for randomly.
I feel like I want that to be even bigger. Like, I tend to be a very, like, just let things go person, but that is one fucking thing I won't let go, because I really want to run that underwater campaign. I really want to build the tracking trees and do the underwater, like, 3-dimensional combat. Oh, well. And now, now I don't have an in-person game. I don't likely expect to ever have an in-person game again. So, the likeliness of me having an excuse to build these 3-dimensional movement tracking devices is just completely gone. I'm a big fan of underwater adventures and also mermaids in specific, which is why you may have noticed that I have covered the Cerulean Seas campaign setting and mermaid adventures and mermaids at the end. Oh, I've not done a dedicated video on Blood Dim Tides, but I did use Blood Dim Tides content in my Changeling the Dreaming video, because Blood Dim Tides adds mermaids to World of Darkness. Sorry, I like, you have no idea what we're trying to get out of the game. See, like, in other streams I'm in, the answer to that question is obvious. What you want to get out of the game is horny. I hang out with the weird horny game design people. All right. Oh, I do need to. Okay.
8, as well as a system for randomly determining which tables to randomly roll on, which does fail to take into consideration the fact that you could also just roll a d48, because the big publishers really don't like giving you interesting things to do with the dice.
What you should always get out of the game is horny. You gotta be horny for Halloween. Horny for Halloween is one of the, like, most important tweets ever.
But I do, so let's roll and reanimate it.
Yeah, I thought I fucked that up.
But I do, so with the dice. But I do, so to do with the dice. With the dice. But I do with the dice. But I do, so let's roll those d40.
Running Curse of Strahd's easy. Just say spooky all the time. You walking down the spooky road and you see a spooky castle. Oh no, there's a spooky vampire. I am Strahd. I am going to suck your blood. Oh no, run away from the spooky vampire and hide in the spooky cabin. Stop making fun of Ravenloft. That's not very nice. I mean, like, it also depends on what you do. These videos take a lot in the editing, just because they're so graphics heavy. If you're just like, if you're just some like guy standing in front of a bookshelf going, yeah, so like this book is cool. You can be a dwarf and you have a dagger, or like 90% of TTRPG YouTube. Okay, I'm sorry. 90% of TTRPG YouTubers are D&D YouTubers, but even including them, 90% of those are just like guy with beard and or baseball hat, just rambling an unprepared take on a game in front of a bookshelf. Or recording, flipping through the book while just kind of rambling on. Or, my personal favorite, somehow still without a script, just talking about a game while a series of stills from the book slowly pan across the screen. Like, I looked at other tabletop gaming channels before I started doing one, and I was like, wow, these are all awful. I follow a total of 0 other tabletop role-playing YouTubers.
Things to do with the dice. But I do.
Okay, where was a weird noise from?
The dice. But I do.
Also, like, editing isn't this slow-moving when I'm just doing it without, chatting with chat. But I'm chatting with chat because sitting here doing it by myself is very dull.
Things to do with the dice. But I do.
Okay, so get rid of that, and
But I do, so let's.
okay, now I need to. That's not what I needed to do. Okay, I need to copy and paste that. And make that 105. And then I need to replace 102 with, okay, turn this off, turn this on. Please tell me I did not group these objects. That's something I probably should have done. Grouped. Group. Origins. Yes, okay. And I want to turn off that. I want to turn off that and turn off that, and then save for web. 102, yes. And now, okay, and now it makes sense. For those who did not catch on to the small mistake I made, essentially, I had forgotten to save a copy of these tables with their original numbers. Because I went in and changed the numbers to a D48 table. Instead of being two D20 tables and a D8 table, I just made it into a D48 table. But I didn't save this original version that had the original numbering. But yeah, Twerps is a thing. I have mixed feelings on Twerps. It's more of like an exercise than like a useful game. But it is made by one of my favorite D&D illustrators, so, you know. Okay.
The dice. But I do.
So let's get out the D48s.
I do. So let's.
Okay. Okay, this is where I should switch it to a D48 table.
So let's roll those D48.
All right, D48 table.
And reanimated and.
Oh, blood fuck. Okay. Controls, effects. Okay, so this... Okay, this has the drop shadow. This does not have the drop shadow. So everything from here to here needs a drop shadow.
Why don't we get extra wacky with it? Because Famine in Fargo adds 20 more origins, and then Legion of Gold, another 8, as well as a system for randomly determining which...
I need an exciting transition for that. I need a stupid transition is what I need.
As well as 8, as well as a system for randomly determining which... As well as a system...
Okay, I guess I'll go... See, I try not to do pushes for everything. But pushes work so well for what I'm doing.
As well as a system for random...
Alright. Yeah, I haven't... yeah, I need to look more into twerps. Yeah. Okay. See, you got it exactly. I looked at all the other tabletop gaming channels, and I was like, okay, well, I don't want to be that. So I made, like, you go back to my first review. You go back to my review of Chaotic. I have graphics up on screen. I do walkthroughs. I explain the rules. Like, I go through, like, a lot of specific effort in what I'm doing to not be like the other guys. Unfortunately, the fact is that those other channels have 10 times as many views and as I do. I would say and subscribers, but actually relative to a lot of the other channels I see, I have kind of like low views relative to subscriber count. Yeah, like people say that a lot, and sometimes like I try to be positive about it, but like sometimes it's just like people are like, "Wow, your channel's great. I don't see why. I don't think you should really get more attention." I'm like, "Yeah, I agree." Took me fucking 9 years to get a. It took me 9 years to get 400 followers on Twitter, and now Twitter is gone. Like, I do not know why I'm like so incredibly like unsuccessful at things I do. It's a skill, but like one that I can't use. You know, I'm not quite Forget-Me-Not. Maybe that's why I like Forget-Me-Not so much. He is one of my favorite X-Men. Yes, thank you. I very much appreciate it when people share my content, because like I'm just fucking so tired.
Which does fail to take into consideration the fact that you could also just
roll a D48 because the big publishers don't really
giving you interesting things to do with but I do, so let's roll dice. But
maybe I should make this a push too. A push down. So it's like,
but I do, so let's roll.
Actually, let's cut that shorter.
But I do, so let's roll those D48s and reanimated and exploding.
All right. Where do I go from here? Where do we go from here? I could explain it, or I could tell you, you know, just wait till February when you can go on Kickstarter and back my book, Goblin Guide to Advanced Dice Rolling. Anyway, so D48, D12, D4. There's a couple different ways to interpret this. Basically, kind of. So basically, add a, no, that doesn't work. D4 times 10 plus D8, that does not work. That does not give you a, fuck, I forgot the term for it. It doesn't give you a uniform distribution. So basically this is D12, D4. There's two ways to do this. I like, what I like doing is D12 plus D4 minus 1 times 12. So 12 and a 3, 3 minus 1, 2. So 24 plus 12 is 36. Basically, that's how you can multiply any two dice in a way that will give you a uniform distribution. And I rolled 3s on both of these, but the same thing, so 3 minus 1 is 2 times 12, 24, 25, 26, 27. And then, 27, exploding. I mean, I did teach math for a short time. So, yeah, you know, I did kind of write the book on dice mechanics. I'm writing a book on dice mechanics. So yeah, D48. Where did I don't remember if I figured this out on my own or if I learned it from the game Violence. But the game Violence, like, speaking of terrible tabletop game reviewers, Fun fact: if you watch and read enough tabletop game reviews, especially about like noteworthy games, you will find out that you will realize a lot of people don't like read the book. So I have seen multiple people talking about the game Violence and mentioning how part of the genius of Violence, the genius satirical value in the game Violence, is that it's unplayable. Because they made this horrible, like, game, this horrible game where you're, criminals going around murdering people, but then he made it unplayable so that you can't actually do the horrible things. No, it's not unplayable. It's not even, like, difficult to play in any fucking way. One thing that people point out, I've seen, like, multiple people talk about how it's so clever that they tell you to do things like roll a d60 or a d16, and you can't do that because those don't exist. And it's like, A, they do exist. B, you can roll those with regular dice. C, the book tells you how to do it. That's the really funny thing, is that I've seen people be like, oh, it's so clever that they made the game unplayable by requiring you to roll a d16. The book tells you how to roll a d16. It explains, like, the thing, but, like, if you didn't actually read the book, if you just, like, thumbed through it and then said, oh, and then, like, constructed some imaginary, idea of what a satirical role-playing game would be, then you can just say, oh, it's clever, it's hilarious how it's unplayable. Like, no, it is completely playable. Making an unplayable game is very easy. I can make an unplayable game. I wouldn't. But I could. Making a game that does a terrible thing well, that is what is hard. That is what makes Violence such a good game, is the fact that it has the rules. Here's what makes Violence such a good game. The rules for torture work. It's a game like, where the idea is that if you actually played Violence, that you are supposed to have a fully functioning system, that you, like, the uncomfortableness of what you're doing is supposed to, like, be sitting within you, not within the rules. Yeah, like, I'm actually, like, here's the thing. I would love to run a game of Violence. I don't, like, finding a group of players that could play Violence is an insane idea.
Animated and exploding.
Because, like, most of the players I know, I feel like would have trouble engaging with the game's meta. Like, being an absolute, like, horrible person who just, like, tortures and murders people. I feel like they would have problems with that. And if you got players that don't have any issue with that, do you want to be playing with someone who's, like, genuinely enjoying what is intended to be a satirical experience about violence in role-playing games?
But I do, so let's roll some D48s and Reanimated and Exploding. And as a Reanimated, we are Dark type.
Okay, yeah, I want to do this.
Gain the Undead Recuperation ability, which grants... And as a
Yeah, finding the right group to play Violence has to be a group of people who want to engage with the uncomfortableness of the experience of, like, a narrative asking you to make questionable decisions. Like, that's the thing. Where, like, you know, fucking Grand Theft Auto, you know, it gives you a decision, A or B, and you just push a button. You don't say, oh, I'm going to electrocute this guy's testicles. The game provides it to you as an option.
And as a reanimated, we are Dark type, gain the Undead Recuperation.
See, Wraith the I'm not familiar with that one. I'm trying to think which World of Darkness I know.
But I do, so let's roll those D48s and reanimated and exploding.
Okay, that's good enough. I don't need to do another take. Well, I mean, I don't need to use the other take. I did another take.
And exploding. And as a reanimated, exploding. And as a reanimated.
Do I need that up anymore? I feel like I don't need that up anymore. Like, did that one get the least views and the least votes? I know I put up a view. I know I put up a. At one point, I put up a poll asking my viewers, like, which World of Darkness game should I cover, and they were like Hunter won by a huge margin. Because I think the only ones I haven't covered at this point are Wraith the Oblivion, Demon the Fallen, and Mummy the Cursed. World of Darkness, not Chronicles of Darkness. I haven't covered any of the Chronicles. The idea was that I was going to cover all of the World of Darknesses and then go into Chronicles of Darkness. I'm not sure now. I'm not sure if I even want to, like, waste my time covering Chronicles of Darkness, aside from Promethean the Created. Hello, welcome to the stream. You are on the Twitch side of the stream. Twitch is on the right, YouTube's on the left. That's how it goes. I have to keep you two separated. I don't want Twitch chat, being a bad influence on YouTube chat. Twitch chat gets weird sometimes. It's okay, Twitch chat's my favorite. I mean, maybe YouTube chat would, I'm just kidding. I love all my chats equally. I spend more time with Twitch chat because I don't go on YouTube streaming when I'm playing Dead by Daylight or Street Fighter 6. Yeah, it's like, look, the more time and effort I put into my videos, the more I have to, like, be selective about what, also, like, other things in my time, other demands of my time. I have to be more selective about what games I cover, and my thing is, like, is anyone really fucking looking for a video on Hunter the Vigil? Yes, Vigil. Is anyone looking for a video on Hunter the Vigil? Oh, fuck. Hunter the Vigil might actually be the only Chronicle of Darkness game other than Promethean the Created that I actually want to cover, because they made slashers like a part of the mythology. So I might want to cover it because of that. Oh no, I stream on fucking Twitch all the damn time. But, like, usually not editing. Usually I'm like, I'm tired and sad. I'm going to play Dead by Daylight for a few hours. And then I make jokes. Make a lot of jokes while I'm playing. Or I play Street Fighter 6 and join Shadowloo. I kind of accidentally joined Shadowloo in that game. Yeah, like, I will say, Changeling the Lost is the only Chronicles of Darkness game that I get specific requests to cover. Actually, so here's the funny thing. If you did want to mingle with Twitch, you are not allowed to. Twitch does not allow it. Like, I mentioned, I specifically mentioned it earlier, but like, the simulcasting rules on Twitch very specifically say that I can't use a combined chat window. But yeah, counting work is fun. All them numbers. Yeah, like, well, here's the thing. That specific rule sucks. Apparently, okay, so first, originally, if you were an affiliate, you could not multicast your streams. That wasn't allowed. Then you could, but you were not allowed to actually have another chat on screen at all. Now you're allowed to have the, like, I'm allowed to have the YouTube chat on screen, as long as I also have the Twitch chat on stream. But I am not allowed to, like, just have YouTube chat on screen. And, like, I do not know fucking why, but it is specifically, like, they specifically say you cannot use a combining chat program. Which is stupid. Because, like, why not? That is... 'Cause, like, basically Twitch's thing is they want to be your primary streaming platform, and, like, you know, fine for them. And, like YouTube understands. Here's the thing. YouTube doesn't put any restrictions on you the other way. YouTube has no simulcasting, it's in their rules, is that every aspect of the experience has to be like Twitch has to have access to all of the experience. You can't do anything exclusively for YouTube. Although YouTube, I'm just saying, if you're a member of my channel, you do get exclusive. Oh wait, as I'll say, you do get exclusive channel member emotes on YouTube. But you know what? You get follower emotes on Twitch. Like, if you're following me on twitch.tv, you get emotes. You get emotes that you can use in chat. You don't even have to be a subscriber to access, like, a handful of my emotes. I don't remember which ones they are. But there's a handful of emotes that, like, you just get for free for being a follower. I accidentally opened the emote window and now it won't close. That's annoying. Why won't you go away, emote window? Why can't I get rid of this fucking... There we go. Finally got rid of the fucking window. Okay. That was annoying. That was annoying and I didn't care for it. It was a negative experience. Yeah, well, basically, here's the thing. I think the big thing, what it comes down to, is YouTube actually knows that they are secondary. I think that, YouTube knows as a streaming, like, I think they know. I think YouTube is aware of that, like, you know, when streamers get to, like, affiliate status and it used to say you cannot simulcast to YouTube, that people just fucking stopped simulcasting to YouTube. That when the Twitch affiliates had to have a varying, like, there, I don't remember what the exact dates were, but like exclusivity on VODs, that YouTube would get the VODs later. I think YouTube understands that as a streaming platform, they are very secondary. Excuse me, I have to fucking mute someone who is spamming me goddamn Instagram messages. All right. Yes, that is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre photo sound. Okay, oh fuck, I actually had a text message I need to respond to. Okay. Yeah, it's a very aggressive sound. I keep wanting to change it. I was gonna change it to the Dead by Daylight generator complete sound, and I had trouble finding that one, and then I just never got around to fixing it. All right. Now that I'm done having crises, okay, I can actually tell you. The species of my avatar is Space Lady. And we are editing the Gamma World 7th edition video. If you go on, like, actually, yeah, it's the same as the character on my stream starting soon screen, and if you look at like a lot of my work, you see a lot of inconsistent, brightly anatomied, brightly colored characters with like there are several like consistent elements, like the big Klaxi Cuspo style mouth is one of them, usually inconsistent numbers of eyes, pointy ears, a lot of pentagram jewelry. This one specifically, though, is notable because of that this is the big notable attribute of this particular character. I guess 3 eyes is probably notable, but also the photorealistic crab claws, and my tendency to be a sword and gun tuber. That's right, I'm a sword and gun tuber. But you see, this is like, you know, for having funsies. This is for serious. I'm for seriousing right now. I am seriousing right now. That's why I'm at the computer. Well, you see here. Okay, I can't believe I get to fucking say this again. You see, the secret with the sword and gun technique is you don't have to shoot the gun. Because you have the gun, you're pointing the gun at someone, and they're like, oh fuck, a gun. And they're keeping their eyes trained on the gun, because they don't want you to shoot them with the gun. So they're not looking at the sword in your other hand. Sword and gun style is actually, the secret to sword and gun style is that the gun is mostly a distraction. Yep, sword and gun tubing. That's what it's called. I am the internet's premier sword and gun tuber. I mean, like, I have the sword and gun still in my idle positions. I don't use. I will tell you a secret about my sword and gun tubing ways. There's an issue with the fact that the sword requires the window to be really, really tall. So you may see that the top of the sword is being cut off right now. Because you have to get like extremely tall. Yeah, I do a lot of crazy stuff with my avatar. Let me just turn on every single thing I have. So that's me turning on every single thing I have for this character. I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. Excellent. You have officially won at sneaking. You get +5 to your sneak. Well, I'm like, see, I am the sword and gun tuber for now, like until it catches on. You know, once it catches on, I will be one of only. I won't even be the most popular sword and gun tuber. Like when I was the first person to make a tabletop role playing game where you play as a stack of things in a trench coat, and I like put it out as a joke, and I sold a few copies. I mean, I've sold like 100 something copies. And then like a bunch of other people just took the idea and, you know, ran like $20,000 Kickstarter campaigns to do like similar games. And now nobody recognizes that I am the person who did it first. I'm not saying that like they stole my idea. But one person, one of the people who made another one of the games, I mentioned, I was like, oh, I mentioned the video, and like, I think I mentioned it in the video, and I was like, oh, and of course, you know, I think that's a cool idea as the person who, you know, designed, 3 Raccoons in a Trench Coat, and they commented like, oh, I didn't know you were the guy who did that. I'm like, yeah, I am. I did do 3 Raccoons in a Trench Coat. I mean, I will get some recognition for that. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about a thing. There's a thing. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about it. And since I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about it, I am not going to.
And exploding. And as a reanimated, we are dark.
Okay, so I want this to like... Yeah, let's get rid of this. Okay, well, you know, don't get distracted by my wit and insight and get into a traffic accident. But if you do, I'm not liable. Just throwing that out there. The fuck? What? That is Dr. Pepper and vodka. You know what? Maybe it's just because I'm not a big drinker. I'm just
Our dark type gain the undead.
that does not sound like fresh to me. That does not sound wiggity.
And as a reanimated, we are dark. And as a reanimated, we are.
Hmm.
And as a reanimated, we are.
How much of this do I want to show? Reanimated. Okay. I mean, you can make your leave, take your leave, rake your leave. Yeah, I'm sticking with rake. Rake your leaves. Ah, see, here's where you're making you're making a mistake. Like, having the desire to feel alive. See, that's what you need to contend against, is the desire to feel alive. That's where they get you. By making you desire to feel alive, and then you'll chase that feeling. Ah! Blood fuck. Sorry, my keyboard is held together with hair ties and binder clips. So sometimes it starts to fail, and because of the hair ties or rubber bands, you know, it snaps like failure. Like, there we go. Yes, yeah, you give me the right question, and I will give you an absolutely horribly depressing answer. Like, the secret is to no longer desire to feel alive. Okay, so I don't need that information. I think this is all I need. Oh, no, I do mention that. I think I mentioned that. Feel like I feel like I went through this several times, and oh. Ah, that is unfortunate. The skirt is powerful. It goes twirly when you spin. Spinny spin. The power of spinning. Okay. Especially the long ones. See, that's like the thing. People love to make a big deal about the knee length skirt, not your fucking ankle length skirts. Those things spin so fucking much. Especially like a heavy material. You got a nice. See, it's like, I appreciate the reminders to save, but also the fact that fucking chat has to remind me to save my work is a little. It's a little bit of a every time it happens. If you spin while tipsy, you might spin too much. You might turn back. You might spin so fast that the world turns back time, and Lois Lane doesn't die in whatever it was that happened in Superman, whatever, where that happened, because that's how things work. Yeah, that's a reference everyone's gonna fucking get.
And as a reanimated, we are Dark.
Spin, spin, spin. All right. But yes, like I forgot, I totally out of if you go to my Fur Affinity, because we were talking about the my Space Lady avatar, there's a whole gallery of them there. Like you can see them on my like Newgrounds and like Twitter and stuff. It's just Fur Affinity is the only website that actually gives me like folders in which I can organize my art when I'm posting it. Excellent. 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 Someone got the Superman reference. Now to take all of the world's nuclear weapons and throw them into the sun.
And as a reanimated, we are Dark type. And as a reanimated, we are...
How do I want to do this? Da, da. I love how, like, I joke about this, but, like, in the modern art world of, like, internet place for, like, posting art, Fur Affinity is probably the best art hosting website right now, which is really fucking weird because they haven't updated in, you know, the last 15 years. And it's just like every other website that hosts art just shooting themselves in the foot over and over again until Fur Affinity is number one. Oh god, the fucking throwing S. Like here was the thing. Here was the thing about online art hosting websites. I can name 3 that give you like a good amount of like folders to organize your stuff. And those are I think ArtStation does. I don't use ArtStation. But fucking DeviantArt and Fur Affinity. And then DeviantArt just fucking shot themselves in the dick so hard by going all in on generative AI. Like, they alienated their core audience so goddamn hard. It is amazing. It is amazing, like, how much they did not fucking care. How much they were just willing to absolutely throw away their entire core audience. Their entire fucking core audience. Because I don't, like, I've known a few people who have stuck around on DeviantArt because they're like, oh, I have thousands of followers on DeviantArt, I have to use it. And even those people are being like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I am done with this place. Because apparently not only is it DeviantArt operating their own generative AI image generator system, and, you know, promoting all of the AI generated content and bragging about how much money people are making selling AI generated content, apparently the fucking community is just full of AI artists bullying real artists now. Well, that makes sense. Sometimes, wearing the right thing can make you feel good, especially if it, hits you in a certain way. You know, which let's just say might be affirming and spinny. Problem is they're a little cold sometimes, which is why I said, the fucking floor, like ankle. I'm just saying, like ankle length skirts very underrated. Like they keep you warm. They're like, especially like a heavy fabric. They're warm. They're like good spinny, like really nice weight on them. Okay. What? I don't know what you're talking about. My Little Pony being feminine. Perhaps you've heard of bronies? Nothing feminine about My Little Pony. I like, here's my thing on the cloppers. I I feel I don't like Pegasus. Here's my take on Pegasister, is that like it feels like they had, like, they went out of their way. They really went out of their way to be like, oh, we have to have a feminine version of Brony. And like, here's a crazy idea. Maybe Brony can be a gender neutral term. Like, maybe that's allowed. Yeah, well, like I said, my take on cloppers is this. As I mentioned earlier, I am not sex positive. I am pro horny. And as long as you are not engaging in an adult way with non-adult content and non-adult fans, then I encourage whatever. Like, that's the big fucking thing, is you do get the people who are like going and making like sexual comments on fucking non-adult fan art, and those people are the ones that fuck it up for everyone else. Like, literally everyone else. The adult fans, the non-adult fans, like everyone.
And as a reanimated, we are Dark type, gain the Undead Recuperation ability, which grants immunity to disease and lets us regain hit points.
Yeah, I knew I fucked that up.
As well as letting us regain hit points equal to our level at the start of each turn, in which we have at least 1 hit point. As well as the slow penalty, as well.
Yeah, I've got a Gen 1 My Little Pony sitting on I've got a Gen 1 My Little Pony sitting on a speaker between a skull wearing Mickey Mouse ears and a cheap plastic banana trophy that says Top Banana. There's some weird fucking shit over there. Also right next to an Ursula pop vinyl. I own 2 pop vinyls. One is the zombie from Plants vs. Zombies. The other is Ursula. They were both gifts from different people. One from someone who knew I loved zombies, and 2 from someone who knows I love Ursula, because Ursula's the best.
As well as the slow.
Let's listen to me having an exacerbated scream. That is me messing up a line like 5 times in a row.
As well as the slow penalty, which reduces our speed by 1, and we gain the nasty bite at will attack power, as well as some other things that I will discuss when they come up. Then, as an exploding, we...
Well, that's okay. You can be pro horny with not wanting what horny entails. There is, that is allowed. People can be, pro... Ow. pro-conceptual horny? I don't know the word I'm looking for. I'm trying to like think of like words, but I'm not. Like, you can be pro-horny ace, and you can also be like pro-horny not actual sex. Like you can be very sex positive asexual. That's allowed. I don't know why people are like, that's not allowed. Like, yeah, it's fucking allowed. It's actually my one complaint about that guy, Chuck Tingle, is that he has written some asexual tinglers, but they're all like, oh, not pounded because I'm asexual. And it's like, you know, talk to some asexual people, like learn about their like experience with their own sexuality, and then, you know, like you can write a story that is an erotic tale involving an asexual character. Like, you can do that. Like, a friend of mine who is ace, like, mentioned offhandedly the idea that someone had suggested to her writing erotica, you know, as a way to like make money as an author. And I'm like, I think you should do it, because like, personally, yeah, I would love to fucking read erotica written from an asexual perspective. Like, discussing that, like, you know, the thing I just said, that you can be asexual and horny. That's like allowed. You can do that. Like, I think, like, here's the, if there is a complaint to have about Chuck Tingle, it's this. He is, you know, a cis bisexual man, and a lot of his positions come from there. So, like, the way he writes trans characters is not bad. It's just a little. It can be a little. It can be a little, like, very overly insistent on certain things. Like not calling a woman's dick her dick. Like, he can be a little overly insistent on that. See, I have written smut stories in an attempt to make money, and I've made, like, yeah, a little bit, not much. And like, people are like, oh, write erotica, you make money. It's like, not really. Write erotica if you want to. That's why I said, I told my friend, I was like, if you want to write it, if like you actually want to explore like expressing yourself sexually that way, then it is a thing people might be interested in reading. Like, because I would be, but like doing it with the idea that you make money off it is kind of, especially with fucking Gen AI now, is a thing that you can't count on.
Then, as an exploding, we do not get the benefit of the Origins psi type.
Oh, really? So, like, I don't tentacles are one thing. Like, I can see tentacles. I feel like I have an ability. I have an ability to understand a lot of other things. Like, I can look at ovipositors, like oviposition, and I can be like, yeah, I understand why people are into that. I understand like what the kink is with that. Another big one is like fucking tidy whities. Like, just fucking, like, you know, regular, like, brief underwear. Like, just A, as someone who's not attracted to men, but B, like, finds them to be one of the most hideous garments ever constructed. One of the most unattractive things a human being can wear. But, like, I have drawn art, like, with, you know, like, standard, like, briefs, and I understand what the appeal is to, specifically to gay men, because that's the only people who've hired me and been like, yeah, can you draw, like, my character sitting on this other guy's face wearing a pair of, like, red briefs? Like, I totally fucking understand where that's coming from. Like, the attraction from that perspective. Yeah, like here's the thing I will say. I will say this as someone who is involved with both adult art and writing. Any like adult content creators, like I've been throughout my life, I've been involved with a lot of communities of creative individuals. Adult content creators are by a significant margin the most welcoming and like helpful like group of creators I've ever encountered. Like if you deal with like, you know, I said creator communities, like fucking writers, if you know a writer, like you probably know that like most writers, you cannot have a normal conversation with them. You cannot have a conversation that is not about their book. It's not allowed. It's not allowed to have a conversation with them that is not centered around them and their book or comic or whatever bullshit it is they're writing. Erotica writers are fine with it. Erotica writers will absolutely promote other people's books. They'll be like, oh my god, this is a silly book. Like it's weird that the only actual supportive creative communities I have encountered are all just adult content creators.
Then, as an exploding,
Hey!
do not get the benefit of
My phone goes.
exploding, we do not.
I don't talk about the reanimate again, do I?
You only gain the fireworks ability. Do gain the
I don't know. For some reason, I was.
to us while bloodied, and the controlled demolition, and then of course also other stuff.
Yeah. So for some reason, I can't.
Each origin.
I can't explain why. I cannot fucking explain why. But sometimes, just like one line or like one paragraph will just be the fucking hardest thing to say ever in the script. And then, as you've seen, other times I will like read an entire page of script with no problem. Well, yeah, like atypical bodies are very interesting to write. Like for example, xenomorph. I mean, I wouldn't know anything about like a Bigfoot or centaur. What? No, I don't. Who would write that kind of thing? Yeah, I've read some like egg-laying nova position stuff. Like because it was like, oh, I wonder what Mothman erotica is like. You know, I see a Mothman erotica and I'm like, okay, I might as well read this Mothman erotica to see what the people who want to fuck Mothman are thinking of. And that's what they're thinking of. They're thinking they want Mothmans to oviposit inside them. Let me ask a story. 100,000 words? That's a lot. That's a lot of words. It's like 2 novels. I mean, technically, it's like 2 average novels. You know, I'd never thought of like pairing Ripley with a xenomorph. That's like, ooh, oh god, fuck, oh, wait, hold on, hear me out on this, Ripley in the construction, like, you know, exoskeleton, doming the alien queen. I think that's where it's at. Power loader, there we go. I mean, no, she just like fights her. I mean, like, you know, like breaking the alien queen, making the alien queen into like an obedient little kitten, you know? I mean, what? I don't... What? I never heard... These aren't things that I'm aware of.
We are dark type, gain the undead.
I want Ripley to collar the queen. That's what I want. I want Ripley to collar the queen.
As a reanimated, we are dark type, gain the undead recuperation ability.
Well, you know, actually, no, I don't. I was about to say, for more on eroticization of xenomorphs, follow me on Blue Sky. That's mainly on my AD that I talk about fucking xenomorphs. They are incredibly sexy, you see, as the xenomorphs. And for some fucking reason, in Dead by Daylight, the xenomorph is also very thick. Like, they gave the xenomorph a very thick ass and thighs, and it's a little distracting.
Recuperation ability, which grants immunity to disease and lets us regain hit points. As well as letting us regain hit points equal to our level at the start of each turn in which we have at least 1 hit point. As well as the slow penalty, as well as the slow...
Okay.
As well as letting us
The Dead by Daylight, I mean, the Dead by Daylight devs, okay. See, I want to say the Dead by Daylight devs know what's up, that, like, they are aware, like, because, like, yeah, all the female killers are, like, really sexy, but I'm questioning if that is a thing with the game, or if that's, like, a thing with me. So I feel like a normal person doesn't look at Huntress and go, ooh, look at that large muscular woman covered in dirt and blood brandishing a large axe. I feel like that's a me thing, not an intention thing.
Gain the undead recuperation ability, which grants immunity to disease and lets us regain hit points. As well.
Wow, I really sucked at this. Yeah, I get concerned that, like, I get concerned that my erotic writings will, like, get traced back to me, but then I realize, like, there are so many people who do, like, the weird shit I write, and I just go, like, yeah, whatever, yeah, I've written Bigfoot erotica, who hasn't? Technically, with the adult art, I don't, that's a one-way secret. My adult art is a one-way secret. I only don't talk about it on my main accounts. On the alt accounts, I don't pretend that I'm not who I am. Because once you're there, the only reason I keep those separate is because if someone wanted to, like, hire me to do work, they would not do that if they knew that I was a, you know, adult artist. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, I feel like there are unsexy women in video games. It's like, I'm just like, I feel like maybe Nurse is not supposed to be sexy. Maybe Huntress is not intended to be sexy. Like, the Spirit is, yes, the Spirit is in fact very, like, sexy and scantily clad and, like, ooh, I'm very sexy. But, like, Huntress is very large and muscular, and, as I said, very filthy. And just kind of grunts and shouts and throws axes at you. I don't know. I suck at Nurse. I don't like Nurse because I've like never used Blink effectively ever. Yeah, a very important defined genre.
Well as letting us regain hit points equal
Okay.
grants immunity to disease and lets us regain hit points, as well as letting us regain
Maybe I can. Maybe I can swap right here.
disease and lets us regain hit points equal.
Yeah, but that's like, well, that's the mainstream thing. Is it's like, oh, I'm not into anything weird. No, of course not. Who would be into something weird? What kind of unsavory person would argue that Maleficent is more fuckable in her dragon form? Which I will defend that one. See, here's my thing, is that Maleficent in her human form, yes, she is incredibly sexy, but also she's very unapproachable. Like, so, but when she's a dragon, I feel she's much more approachable. Yeah. Yeah, the dragon's more approachable. Like, can you let me view, like, look at Maleficent. Are you telling me that you could like walk up to Maleficent and be like, "Hey there, how's it going?" Nah, she's fucking Maleficent. She is a noble woman who's fucking green. But when she's a dragon, she's like, "Rawr, I'm just a dragon," and it's like, yeah, like it's less intimidating. Maleficent is less intimidating. Maleficent is less intimidating as a dragon. It's just how it works. Like,
regain hit points equal to
sometimes.
our level at the start of each disease and lets us regain hit points equal to our level at the start of each turn in which we have at least one hit point, as well as the slow penalty, as well as the slow hit point, as well as the slow penalty, as well as the slow penalty, which
Yeah, Donkey can fuck the dragon.
reduces our speed by 1, and the
One time for, I think it was for like some copy for Dinosaur Erotica, the role-playing game, I was looking for a synonym for seduce, and I typed into Google, synonyms for seduce. And one of them was Riz Up, and I just can't fucking get over the fact that Google, when asked for a synonym for seduce, included Riz Up. Sorry. Yes, that's my Pokemon call. You see, the funny thing about that is that recently I've been playing a lot of Dead by Daylight, and I've been doing something I call Pokemon strats, which is where I hide in the tall grass. And whenever I'm doing it, I'm like, all right, Pokemon strats. It's got like a 3% success rate.
As well as the slow penalty, which reduces our speed by 1, and we gain the nasty bite.
Yeah, I don't know what the only thing I know that the young hip people say is skibbity toilet.
At least one hit point, as well as at least one hit point, as well as the slow penalty, which reduces our
I mean, it's a dictionary term now.
At least one hit point, as well as the slow penalty. At least one hit point, as well as the slow penalty.
Donkey did Riz Up the dragon, no cap. Like, here's a weird fucking thing. What I was saying, like, in terms of like what is appropriate, we can't say that character's fucked. In Shrek, they can't even imply that Donkey fucked the dragon. Except that they can have kids. Reproduction is the only way that outside of things like fucking PG-13 that we are allowed to acknowledge sex as a thing that exists. What is Shrek rated? Internet, what is Shrek rated? PG. Parental guidance for Michael Myers.
One hit point, as well as the slow penalty, which reduces our speed by 1, and we gain the nasty bite at will attack power, as well as some other things that I will discuss when they come up.
See, I have the advantage that I'm actually dating a Zoomer. Like I'm actually a millennial and I'm dating a Zoomer, so I know like the intergenerational language. I learned it all from her. Actually, I don't. She fucking sucks at pop culture.
When they come up.
But I did learn that apparently it is a thing with Zoomers that like half of their brain, like I don't want to say half, let's say like a quarter of their brain is full of Shrek, and then another quarter is full of SpongeBob. And then they've got like half the brain for like other stuff, but a quarter of it is SpongeBob and a quarter of it is Shrek.
Things that I will discuss when they come up. Then as an exploding, we do not get the benefit of the Origins Psi type. You only gain the type benefit from your
So I'm going to say it again because this is a fun thing for me to say. If you never know like an art person and they are like ever discussing postmodernism and you want to sound smart, just mention the fact that like, have you considered that YouTube poops are just like the ultimate in postmodern art form? And they will just be like, wait, because they will, at first they will think, that's stupid. YouTube poop can't be postmodernism. Postmodernism is like a legitimate art form. It's a legitimate artistic movement. And then they think about it. And then they go, wait, no. YouTube poops are just taking micro-narratives and subverting them and repackaging them and chopping them up. Oh, fuck, they are! Only 26. You are possibly a very... I don't know what... See, here's the problem with Generations, is that Generations are bullshit. Like as a concept, they're bullshit. They don't mean anything. Like at one point you have like a thing. At one point you have a thing where it's just like there's 1 year difference between a Zoomer. I mean, 1 year between a millennial and a Zoomer. At one point, I think that difference is the 2000s. I think officially to be a Zoomer, you have to be born in the year 2000 or later. See, I don't have the luxury of ever not keeping in mind what generation I am, because I was constantly told how we were ruining everything. The millennials, we ruined everything. We ruined diamonds, and we're killing the housing industry by not being able to afford houses, and we're killing the travel industry by not being able to afford going on vacations, and we're killing the diamond industry by not being able to afford to buy diamonds, and we're killing casual dining restaurant industry by not being able to afford to go out to fucking casual dining restaurants. Apparently us millennials, we are ruining everything by not being able to afford luxury goods and services. It's really weird, and no one knows why we can't afford luxury goods and services. It's a mystery. It's so weird. No one understands why. It's completely mystery. No. There's more than just those who are hip and cool and those who were hip and cool. There's also Gen X who were never cool. The first generation to have corporations sell them their own culture. Like, I think it's really funny that like we spend so much time talking about boomers, and like, mind you, people I know who are Gen X are fine, but a lot of people who are fucking Gen X are the problem right now. Like, all the young conservatives, and by young I mean like in their fucking 50s, like, are all Gen X. Oh, you can't blame Reagan. He's the American Messiah. Didn't you know that? All right. Well, I'm going to. Yeah, they invented the Satanic Panic, and then I made a sassy role playing game about it. And then it turns out someone else had done a Kickstarter campaign for a role playing game called Satanic Panic, and then like never delivered it. So I got a lot of people asking me if I was involved with that, and I was like, no. This one is actually going to be completed. That one was actually it was an interesting. The person who didn't complete the Satanic Panic game was the one that was making a game where you fight against evil Satanists, and the person who did actually complete the Satanic Panic game is the one who made the game where you are Satanists. Yeah, it's fucking like I said, generations are fucking bullshit because they don't mean anything. It's actually an issue fucking. See, I need to stop being so smart. I need to stop being so smart and knowing so many things. Because I was about to say, it's actually a problem with biblical scholarship is the fact that time frames are given in generations, and that's a very useless measurement of time. It's okay to have tiki torches. It's okay to have tiki torches. The Tiki Corporation actually came out and made a statement and was like, "We do not support white supremacists." A thing that I would like to remind everyone: former and future U.S. President Donald Trump would not do that. Would not take the bold statement that white supremacists are bad. But the Tiki Company that makes the Tiki torches, like, immediately put out a statement being like, we do not support these actions. The Tiki torches would only use that one time, and then the Tiki Corporation went woke. They went woke. Just like Warhammer. Well, I mean, let's hope they don't have to, you know. As long as there's not another march using fucking tiki torches. I think everyone's fearing a lot of things right now, and quite rightfully. And I just want to tell everyone that it's okay. It's okay to be scared right now. It's okay to be anxious. It's okay to be depressed. If you feel like you're not holding up, maybe it's okay. Maybe you're allowed to be distressed right now. And it's also okay for me to go eat some fried calamari right now. Oh no, I put them in the wrong order. I'm very unprofessional. Everyone's gonna think I'm a very unprofessional streamer now. All right, I am back just in time to say, not with that attitude, you can't. Oh. Also, hi, everyone who may or may not come in while I was eating not very good fried calamari. It wasn't very good. Someone brought it back, and they were like, hey, I ordered this at a restaurant, and it wasn't very good. Do you want it? And I was like, sure. Well, you know, if you want to roll 59 dice, have I got a game for you? It's called Shadowrun. And the average check requires you to roll at least 59 dice. And there's an amazing short film they did about it. There was a promotional film advertising Shadowrun, which is amazing. It's called A Night's Work, and it's, as far as I know, the only live-action promo film shot for a tabletop role-playing game, and makes me wish there were more. Okay. Okay, so I want this down here.
They reanimated. We are
I think I'm gonna go with the old standby of my magenta highlight. Magenta highlight. Oh, come on, don't lie. There's no such thing as an average Shadowrun enjoyer. No. The only thing you need to look into is Street Fighter, the storytelling game. It's the only game anyone needs to look into. All other role-playing games are broke. Only Street Fighter storytelling game is woke. Okay, we are dark type. Like a Pokemon.
we are dark type.
I'm so old that when I played Pokemons, there wasn't a dark type. I need to decide what to do about Shadowrun. Like, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Why I'm trying to like figure out other ways I can make content, other things I can cover. Why I am going to be making. I'm gonna start branching out into video games. Mainly because I want to cover the fucking Dungeons and Dragons fighting game. But like, here's the thing. Like that I am aware of, that like I am dreading. Here's my problem as like the kind of content that I make. I know there's an end to my content. The content I am currently making, I am aware there's a fucking end of it. Because I cover all the D&Ds. I cover Gamma World. I cover all the World of Darkness games. I cover all the editions of Shadowrun. Then what? I already did Cyberpunk. Basically, the actual field of role-playing games that people have actually heard of is incredibly small, and that's a problem that I'm, like, weirdly aware of. I'm, like, constantly aware of the fact that like, I don't have to run out of ideas. Like, I will literally run out of games people are aware of for me to make videos on. Because when I, make a video on a game that people aren't familiar with, they're just like, we're not going to watch this. What is the last, I have a feeling I might know what the last, game I covered. Oh, actually, oh damn, I got 5,000 views on my review of Slugfest. Damn. And yeah, and 2 Change, like 2 Change and Slugfest got like 5,000 views, so that's pretty good, I guess. Like someone, like a lot of my content, like you would think, oh yeah, Walking Dead Universe 5,000. Like these are videos that I have been out for almost a year and like just absolutely plateau. Man, I wish I could make fucking meme videos again. I can't make meme videos anymore because Reddit just like fucked over its own customers so hard that I like the subreddits from which you get the memes to make the meme videos are just fucking gone. Listen, I made the last video I did was on a version of Gamma World that was on D20 Modern. If something, if there is anything that meets the definition of systems I don't care for, it is fucking D20 Modern. See what I just like keep fucking hoping that like at some point I will pass that like that point, because there is a point as a content creator, like as a reviewer type content creator, like because that's what I am. I'm a reviewer type content creator. Even though I'm not doing a review, like I'm talking about other media. At some point, if you actually get popular, if you get popular before you give up, there's a point that you pass where people are watching your content for you, and then you can make videos on whatever you want, and people will watch them and be like, oh, that's interesting. The problem is, to get to that point, you need to make content on, things that people are looking for.
Reanimated, we are Dark type. Gain the undead. Gain the.
No. I'm trying to think like something that like definitely doesn't have very views. Because I was gonna say let these mermaids touch your dick maybe, but then I remembered that my review of Let These Mermaids Touch Your Dick maybe has a lot of views. Because occasionally someone will mention it, and then people look it up, and I'm the only person who's done a video on it.
Gain the undead recuperation ability. The undead recuperation ability, which grants recuperation ability, which gain the undead recuperation ability, which grants immunity to disease. Which grants immunity to disease and lets us regain hip disease and lets us
I really need to. I've got like, yeah. Once I'm done with this, I need to go back and start reviewing like all the random games that I've like backed during the last 3 zine quests, especially Biotropication. Really need to. I'm probably gonna do Bio. That's probably gonna be my next review. It's gonna be Biotropication. I need to review more games from the weird, horny game designers that I follow.
And lets us
I really want to review the game FAP, which is a heavily erotic, fetish furry, like heavy fetish furry role playing game. But like fucking, it's very, very. It's a thing where it's like, I know if I review that game, it's a fucking age-restricted video. So it's like a big risk. Because if I get like 100,000 views on it, and it's age-restricted, I don't make any money, but that is like a lot of exposure. But if I make it and only get like, 400 views, then it's just a fucking waste of time. Well, let me tell you though, like, if you want, say, like, Darkstalkers, the storytelling game, you can easily get that, because fucking, any popular fighting game franchise has had a fan conversion made for Street Fighter, the storytelling game, in Brazil. Oh, no. See, here's the thing. I got away with censoring the images in like the Penis 2.0.77 video because I was just talking. I was like, first of all, that was an edge case because I was fucking talking about genitals. The problem with like FAP is I would literally be talking about sex a lot in that game because it is a game where one of the classes you can play as is a cum slinger. Like that is a thing. Basically, as we were talking about with our stupid Puritan fucking society, the official like rules on like adult content on YouTube officially the official, like, the rule is as soon as something is made with the intention of being titillating, technically it's not even allowed.
which we have at least 1 hit point, as well as the
So, like, if I was discussing, like, if you're discussing anatomy, you can talk about genitals all day long. If you're talking about a comical, role-playing game, where that's a genital customization system that pokes fun at the fact that Cyberpunk 2077 made a big deal about customizable genitals, and I stick by my stating that Laura should have gone with the name Cyberjunk 2077, but she went with Penis 2.0.77. That's like kind of okay. But if I was talking about a like literal fucking game, that's the thing about FAP. Is literally a game where you fight by having sex. I mean, like, sex as understood via a furry role-playing game in which one of the abilities you can have is being made of food, and then characters actually heal when they vor you.
slow penalty, which reduces our speed hit point, as well as these.
Wait. So I wanted to...
Does regain hit points equal to our.
Oh, okay.
and lets us regain hit points equal to our level at the start of each turn.
Okay, let's see how that looks.
We are Dark type, gain the Undead Recuperation ability, which grants immunity to disease and lets us regain hit points equal to our level.
Maybe I should turn... Yeah, that's like... Yeah, I'm going to take that part out.
And lets us regain hit points equal to our level at the start of each turn in which we have at least 1 hit point, as well as these... as well as the slow penalty, which reduces our speed by 1, and we gain the Nasty Bite at will attack.
All right. Maybe I should release make the FAP video and then release it as an exclusive members only video. I need to look into it, but like YouTube is offering apparently like a $200 bonus for making for posting member exclusive content, and I'm not sure why. It's kind of weird. I think they're trying to promote their channel memberships. Because that's a thing they do.
One, and we gain the nap.
Oh, but everyone loves paywalls. Paywalls are my favorite. No, wait. No, they're not. I mean, I have content behind a paywall. I have a Patreon. Got a Patreon. The word pay is right in there.
And we gain the nap. One, and we gain the Nasty Bite at will attack power.
All right. Yes, they do. They do get a percentage. I don't know how much. I have like a handful of channel members, so I don't know what it is. Don't remember what it is. It's honestly a thing I set up because they just kept telling me to do it. I'm like, fine. Yeah. People like... See, like, I can't complain because I have some doomery qualities myself. Man, wish we had public access TV. We don't have public access TV in California anymore. I know what you're thinking. Wait a minute. Doesn't the FCC require you to have public access television? And yeah, funny story. They kind of do.
And we gain the Nasty Bite at will attack power.
There are some local stations, like I know Long Beach has one, but it's like privately funded. I think it's like self-funded. Basically, the FCC requirement was this. Like there's an FCC requirement that, you know, people have to be provided this, you know, local like public access thing, and that needs to be handled by the local cable distributor, because the way that it used to be set up was that a cable company needed to have a local office where they were serving. And funny thing we did here in California is we passed a law that said, though that said, like, a law intended to help promote competition in cable television, which basically said they don't need to maintain those local offices anymore. Like, I used to be within walking distance of like my cable provider's like local office, and I actually took their classes and helped with production on some public access shows. But now that office is just fucking dead. Like, the actual office, the actual building is still there, and they still have like things running out of there, but like you can't go in there and talk to a person because it just isn't an office anymore. It's just like a hub. So here's the thing. The level of cable delivery, which was legally required to have the public access, was that level. That was eliminated by this law. So now Spectrum only needs to maintain like one office in all of California to operate here. Which is shit. As an aspiring horror host, that's kind of like a fucking thing for me. So that's why I've been looking. I know a lot about this because I'm preparing a horror hosting like show, and I'm just like, oh, there's one in LA, but like the LA one specifically states that you have to be an LA resident. I said there's the Long Beach one. I might be able to be shown on the Long Beach one.
The nasty bite, at will attack power, as well as some other things that I.
But like my local one is just fucking gone. Because the only reason they did it is they were legally required to by the FCC.
We'll discuss when they come up. Then, as an
Did I have these slide in? I feel like I had these slide in. I did.
As a reanimated, we are.
Yeah, it's the whole state that doesn't require the public access anymore. Like the laws, if there is a local like cable access office in your area, they are legally required to do it, but they are no longer legally required to maintain those offices. So that's the weird thing about it. No. Nothing. Listen, California will never stop setting itself on fire. We love setting ourselves on fire. It's what we're best at. California, constantly shaking and on fire. It's funny because it's sad.
Up. Then, as an
I put.
Then, as an
What's the name of the song? Explosivo. Yeah, like Yeah, it's very yes and no. There are certain industries around here that have a lot of fucking power. They are the entertainment industry. And then also people like cable providers because they work with that. Like it's better in a lot of ways than other places. Like I'm poor and I have insurance because I live in California. I can pretty much guarantee that if I lived in the South, I would have probably lost my Obamacare insurance by now. We do have constant wildfires and mudslides because you see the wildfires kill all the trees and then all the trees are dead. And then there's no live roots that hold the dirt in place. And then it rains, and there's no, trees also to absorb the water from the rain, so it oversaturates the ground, and then we have mudslides. It's not like, it's not like, it's not like, oh, we have wildfires and mudslides. The wildfires cause the mudslides.
Then, as an exploding, we
All right. No, we don't have tornado. Like that's the one fucking thing we don't have is tornadoes. So it's very unfortunate. Like we're really close to having a natural disaster bingo over here, but we don't get tornadoes. Okay. Mhm. Sounds cool and terrifying.
then, as an exploding, we do
Just like all of our terrible fires here. Ooh, Appalachia. That's where you have all that hillbilly folk magic. Why do I know about Appalachian folk magic? I just realized, like, on my microphone stand, I literally have a copy of a poppet that I made based on a design that I saw in an article on Appalachian folk magic. I just, like, looked over my microphone stand, I'm like, oh yeah! The little, if you see one of my videos or streams where I have my microphone stand, there's a little, like, guy made a string that's based on a poppet that I saw in, as an article on Appalachian folk magic. Because it's interesting! Like, I don't know, maybe it's because I like D&D, etc. I think it's really interesting that, like, we have, like, native... Actually, no, that's another thing. If we talk about America, any type of mysticism involving America, it's always fucking Native Americans. Not, what about the... Oh, it's either Native American or voodoo. We never, like, talk about fucking European immigrants that moved to places in the South and then brought with them obscure cultural traditions that evolved over generations into a distinct, unique form of Appalachian folk magic. For some reason, we don't want to enjoy something interesting like that.
We do not get the benefit of the Origins Psi type. Origins.
Okay, so I'm saying we do not get the benefit, so I don't want to highlight it. So I'm going to use an arrow.
Of the Origins Psi type.
Hello, Uwu, chat. I do like spooky stuff. I need to read that fucking book. I just remembered that I was at Goodwill and I found a book that was a collection of 50 short stories, one from each, yeah, I can just spin the arrow in the video editing software. Collection of, like, short haunting stories, one from each state in the country. And it's been sitting on my shelf and I've never fucking read it. All right. It is nicer than Vegas. I haven't used Vegas in so long. I used Vegas a long time ago. Honestly, it's one of those things. I used Vegas because I used Acid. I was using Sony Acid, and then I was like, oh, I'm doing video editing. Oh, look, there is a video editing software that is basically the same interface as the music, like the audio editing software that I'm using. I will just fucking use that same software. And then I eventually was like, oh, or maybe I should just find something that's good. And yes, I am dual streaming. There's two chats. They're dueling, like dueling banjos. YouTube chat isn't set up as nicely as Twitch chat because
the Origins Psi type, you only gain the type.
Like, for some reason, Streamlabs will combine your two chats together, but it won't like let you display them individually. Yeah, it's time to duel. Heart of the cards. Like you have to bring your own swords. That's part of the rules. Heart of the cards.
Only gain the type benefit from your primary origin. You only gain the psi type.
Like, well, see, if the chats are fighting, I feel like they should use real swords. I mean, I think there's more people in Twitch chat, in YouTube chat, so maybe I should like, okay, maybe like everyone in Twitch chat gets 2 swords, and everyone in YouTube chat gets like 1 sword. Sorry, you just gave me those horrible idea ever. So Yu-Gi-Oh in Big Eyes Small Mouth is just like a regular Big Eyes Small Mouth game until some point when like the match comes out, and then you literally just pull out a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh deck and you have to actually play Yu-Gi-Oh. See, I've got, in terms of swords, I've got a couple, like, cheap mall swords and a couple of boffer swords. Oh, sweetie, it's fun long after someone gets a concussion. Yeah. See, well, actually, here's the thing. The problem with a Pokemon role-playing game, and why no one has ever made, like, a good one, is it was like I was saying about superhero role-playing games. Anyone who wants a Pokemon role-playing game is going to want a very mechanically driven one, because that is what fucking Pokemon fans are into. Whereas if you really wanted to make a good Pokemon game, you would make it way looser so that you could have hundreds of Pokemons.
You only gain the type benefit of your first origin, but do gain the firework. But do gain psi type. You only gain the type benefit of your first origin, but do gain the fireworks ability, which deals 3 fire and but do gain the fireworks ability, which deals.
But people don't want to be a Pokemon, they want to own the Pokemons. They want to battle the Pokemons. They want to fuck the Pokemons. Okay, maybe they don't all want to do that last one.
Of your first origin, but do gain the fireworks ability, which.
Now, question. Does Bulbapedia tell you which Pokemons can and cannot consent? I mean, definitely Meowth. 100% we know that Meowth has human-level intelligence and the capacity to process language.
origin, but do gain the fireworks ability, which deals.
Here's a funny thing, like, I don't know, like, I have to say this. I am very familiar with Renamon. I have never actually seen Renamon in any Digimon-related media. Digimon, like, Renamon is a character that I have only seen in fan art and, custom plushes and fursuits and VR chat avatars. I have never actually seen Renamon in any actual Digimon content. Renamon's the most compatible with humans. Hey guys, did you know? I think I only know the Vaporeon copy pasta up through they're a member of the Field Egg group, which mostly contains mammals. But I should learn the entire thing so I can just, like, at the drop of a hat, just do the entire fucking thing. See, here's the thing. Like, I'm a strong. I feel like a lot of people misinterpret ability to comprehend language and consent as ability to speak when it comes to the Harkness test. And I don't like there's people who can't speak and they can consent. That's a thing. And that's where Pokemon become interesting, because if you watch the anime, people talk to a Pokemon like in complete sentences. They're like, "Hey there, Magnemite, would you mind going down to the store and picking me up a pack of smokes?" And then the Pokemon will go down to the store, pick up a pack of smokes, come back with correct change. Like, they have human level intelligence. That's the thing. A lot of them have human level intelligence despite being animalistic, and it's very fucking weird. So yes, Mr. Mime is Ash's stepdad. I can't. So, you know that thing that floats around that says Mr. Mime will fuck your mom? That it's supposed to be like some official piece of lore. I think that's fake because I've like searched around and not been able to find an actual source for it. Oh, take that, Ash.
But do gain the fireworks ability.
That was.
But do.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good example. In the anime, Pikachu, though, specifically, is repeatedly shown to have fucking human level intelligence, and had a full awareness of, like, the concept that evolving would change his fundamental, like, identity. That fucking brings up a lot of weird questions about
First origin, but do gain the fire.
And then there's also the issue that, like, in the lore, the official lore of Pokemon does state that humans and Pokemon used to, fuck. Like, that's official lore of the Pokemon games. I think technically, if you follow the lore of all the games, humans are actually just like a really advanced Pokemon. Yes, yes. The official the leaked cache of Pokemon documentation that's very, very much like in favor of that idea. And humans would give birth to Pokemans. And then humans would murder Pokemans and skin them alive. And like that the fucking slacking story is like, Jesus fucking Christ, no wonder this got cut from the game. What the hell's have a little bit of chill, Game Freak.
First Origin, but do gain the Fireworks ability, which deals 3 fire and sonic damage to any creature that ends its turn adjacent to us while bloodied, which is half or fewer hit points. And the controlled demolition at will attack power, fewer hit points. And the
Like, Game Freak needs to have some chill. I guess so, because, like, I mean, like, I'm not going to get into it because I don't remember it, like, word for word, but, like, you know, look up Pokemon Leak Slacking. Or was it Slacking? Is Slacking the, like, main one? I forget what it is. Point is, it's a very, very fucking dark story that was apparently considered for inclusion in official Pokemon lore. Gotta catch 'em if you want. But if you don't, that's okay too.
half or fewer hit points. And the controlled demolition at
Yeah, I only actually heard the Slacking one, but I know that there were other stories. The people were talking about, you know, how other Pokemon fans were going to understand the pain of Vaporeon fans. Which I kind of understand because I like Vaporeon, but also, like, here's the thing. I can like Vaporeon and also go, lol, haha, there's a funny copy pasta about it.
will attack power. And then
Did you finish your homework?
to any creature that ends its turn adjacent to us while bloodied, which is half or fewer hit points. And the
Then no. Then yes, you have to finish. Then yes, you have to work on homework.
or fewer hit points. And the
See, it was a bit because I often because whenever you're like, you ask if you can do something, I ask if you finished your homework. And you're like, do I have to do my homework? And I'm like, did you finish your homework? It was a funny bit. Like, it's not like the funniest bit I've ever done, but you know. Well, good. If you finish your homework, then you can have a treat. Hey, someone's using my the fucking emotes. People don't use my fucking emotes. I should use my emotes. Now I can't find my own emotes. Where are my emotes? There's my emotes. the fuck is going on here? Okay, I was trying to use my fucking emote. It wasn't working. I don't know. Yeah, I think the Flump one I do have on. I think the Flump and the Tombstone are both also for YouTube if you have a membership of channel. I think there's also a Beholder and a D20. I don't remember what they are. I should remember what they are because I can use them. Like I get to use them too, and I keep forgetting. Gotta catch 'em all, Pokermans. Gotta catch the Pokemon. Oh, but then what do you do when you catch them? Wink, wink.
And the controlled demolition at will attack power. And then, of course, also other stuff that I will get to when it's relevant. Also, each origin provides some appearance.
Oh god fucking damn it. Yeah, I should probably talk about the appearance notes. Cute stuff, horror movies, lesbians, dolls, Transformers. Okay, so like, I think the game you're looking for is actually called Sapphic World. And I believe Darling Demon Eclipse would 100% agree with my assertion that Sapphic World is horror movies, lesbians, dolls, Transformers. I know. There can be two weird games. Also, Sapphic World, I think, focuses like a lot on like transformation and hypnosis. I don't know. I haven't been following Sapphic World. Yes, the lesbians must be noted. They must be observed. Okay, what is going on with my emotes? Every time I click on an emote, it's yeah, it's not letting me use the emotes for some reason. It's only like turning them off and on. Fucking Twitch never ceases to amaze me. Listen, just because you're some weird hypnosis fetishist doesn't mean that, the rest of us, don't have perfectly normal sexual interests like fucking xenomorphs.
Then, of course, also other stuff that I will get to when it's relevant. Also, each origin provides some appearance notes.
Oh, yeah, things get gone. It took me a long ass time to actually track down the Hell Comes to Frogtown role-playing game someone made. I haven't made a video on it yet. but I want to, and I finally tracked it down because Hell Comes to Frogtown is the best Rowdy Roddy Piper film. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, are you saying that Hell Comes to Frogtown is better than They Live? And yes, I am saying that Hell Comes to Frogtown is better than They Live.
Witness relevant. Also, each origin provides witness relevant. Also, each origin to witness relevant. Also, each origin provides some
I'm glad chat appreciates Hell Comes to Frogtown. Just to reiterate, Rowdy Roddy Piper's best film. Better than They Live, better than Pro Wrestlers vs. Zombies. Better than anything else he's done. I don't know what else he's done. I only know those 3 Rowdy Roddy Piper films. Are you still on fucking campus? Okay, well, yeah, get something from the campus to wake yourself up if you're still on campus. Because if you're on campus, then yeah, do your fucking homework. I have not done the Deadland series. I should. It's a series that is interesting to me, from both a mainly from an aesthetic and conceptual idea. And now, if she doesn't do her homework, she gets put on academic probation, which is bad. I'm very glad that I've cultivated an audience that appreciates Hell Comes to Frogtown. Who already knows Hell Comes to Frogtown. Because, I've told people about things and they've looked them up, I don't remember, and they've been like, oh, that was cool. But the fact that the people already know Hell Comes to Frogtown. One of the stupidest movies ever made, and it's amazing.
each origin provides some appearance.
Okay, Reanimated and Explosivo. Copy and paste, and let's not put on masks. Whoa. Ba ba da ba da ba ba rum bum 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 flash. Whoa. Save every one of us. Okay. Ah, shit, that's not the way I wanted it to go. I honestly don't even remember where I fucking saw it for the first time. That's weird. Yeah, Lex is one of the best science fiction television series ever released. It's like the best 90s, like 90s weird kind of sexy 90s sci-fi is a very specific genre, of which Lex is the top of the pile. Yo era, yo era, yo era hombare, yo era Jaron Bronanji, yo era hombare, yo era Jaron Bronanji, yo era Jaron Bronanji. That's right, I'm just gonna fucking sing the Bronanji fight song.
Also, each origin provides some
Yeah, Lex is amazing.
Each origin provides some appearance notes, but a lot of
Now, another great artifact from the 90s, 2000s science fiction boom that includes very like unnecessary things like Farscape and Babylon 5. Those don't matter. Cleopatra 2525. Anyways, the answer to the question is yeah. Dig deep into analyzing your interest and ask yourself, why do I like this? And then you'll be able to be like, oh, I like this because of this, and I can incorporate that into my own ideas. Yeah, Aeon Flux is also amazing, because they weren't afraid. Like, there was this point in the 90s and 2000s where people like weren't afraid to be sexy or sexual, and then like I guess George W. Bush took over, and suddenly we went back to the 1950s. And then what's her name? Cardi B showed up and was like, "Yo, yo, macaroni in the pot," and like for a week it was okay to say pussy, but now it's not anymore. Fucking culture. Yes, it was very French.
some appearance notes, but a lot of those do kind of assume that your other origin is going to give you more to go on, so aren't that helpful. But now on to step 2, but now that helpful.
Damn it, now it's stuck in my head. It's amazing though. Anyway, also though, the reason that Lex is so good is Lex was a Canadian-German co-production. So, it was made in two countries where I believe, I'm not sure about Canada, but I know in Germany, definitely, you can show nudity on TV. So, like, Lex, if you're watching Lex, you gotta make sure you're getting the original, like, uncut versions, because fucking Lex has nudity in it. Lex is a weird, sexy sci-fi show that actually has nudity. And I like nudity. Like here's my like, as someone who watches a lot of horror movies, like when I see some FPNs, some female presenting nipples in Lex or in Slumber Party Massacre or in something, like it's not exactly titillating to me as much as it is I'm just like, hey, titties, I love those. They're great. 10 out of 10. I think that's why I have this weird thing that, like, I don't really like sex scenes in movies. I like nude scenes. I like scenes where, like, a lady's, like, in the shower or a steam room or in a steam room and then being ambushed by a killer while in the steam room and then running around the entire athletics training facility completely naked being chased by the killer. I mean, I know she was in a Spider-Man parody and a bunch of others. For some reason, I remember the Spider-Man parody. Yeah, I've never really gotten, like, any of the Misty Monday stuff. They put her, like, in too many things that were, like, just there to be boobs. Like, I'm not gonna watch a whole movie just because it has boobs, except for that one. Does anyone happen to remember the name of a movie that's just, like, Scream Queens, like, nude dancing in front of monsters? And there's, like, a security guard at a horror convention, like, falls asleep and he dreams of the actresses, like, stripping for him, but then he turns into different monsters while it's happening. I forgot the name of the movie and I was going to do a thing about it.
That helpful. But now on to step 2. But now on to step 2. But on to step 2. Assign ability.
Ah, God, I wish. It's like, it genuinely bothers me that I can't remember what the fuck it's called. Because I know where I can find it. I know, like, where I found the video online. But I can't remember what it's called, so I can't just go to the website and find it. I'm not going to say what it is, because it's a Russian streaming site that is kind of very, very dubious when it comes to copyrights.
Step 2. Assign 2. But on to.
All right.
That helpful. But on to. Helpful. But on to step 2.
I don't know, like, if it doesn't show up on the screen, it's not showing up. Like, I'm not seeing the things. I'm not seeing any of the things. It doesn't, actually, fuck, it's not even showing me. That's annoying. I don't see a thing. I see nothing. I see nothing. I love using British cigarette as a euphemism. Well, if campus is chilly, maybe you should have worn a coat. Or, you know, weighed more than 30 pounds. Maybe you should have not been a skeleton in a light jacket.
That helpful. But on to
yeah, kind of sans Undertale. Sweetie, are you sans Undertale? I feel like the answer is yes. See, I feel like you're thinking of people who like are possibly worth talking to, because there's also people who make Fortnite their entire personality and Call of Duty. Oh, and Overwatch. I forgot that Overwatch and Fortnite are actually different things because I always just call Overwatch Fortnite. For lols.
step.
See that, like, here's the thing, saying that Fortnite doesn't count as a personality is like saying Dungeons and Dragons doesn't count as a personality. I need to put on some better shoes. Crocs are not very warm when it gets chilly.
But on to step 2. Assign ability scores.
I have not, and I have never and never will play Fork Knife. I do like to, I like to remind, I remember that, like, I'm old, like, I remember when Fortnite came out, so I remember fucking survival mode in Fortnite. I remember the original ads for Fortnite when, like, survival mode was the thing, when that was the big thing that Fortnite was about. Because, like, I remember Fortnite coming out. I remember when Fortnite came out and, you know, it was like the stupid zombie survival mode. And then years later, the Battle Royale mode exploded. And I was like, Fortnite, isn't that zombie game? And apparently it was. It was that zombie game. And now fucking, like, young people I'll talk to, and I'll be like, and like, I'll be like, hey, did you know that Fortnite was originally a zombie game? And they're like, what? What do you mean Fortnite was a zombie game? What do you mean Fortnite is a zombie survival game?
Assign ability scores. As this is essentially Dungeons and Dragons,
Did I have these drop off?
character's origin. If you've
Nah, okay, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Oh, fuck. Do the thing, do the thing, do the thing I forgot that I can do. Okay. I keep forgetting that I can change the color of these. So if I'm like, okay, if I want to change all of these later... Go to channel to measure door, put users in timeout, hide users from the channel. Really? That's annoying. So, stream health, shopping, viewer activity? No, analytics, stream setting. Okay, I don't know what the fuck to do. See, if this was like comments, if like video comments were getting pulled, I actually would have the option to mark someone as an approved commenter. Apparently, that is not an option I have for chat.
And we rolled 2.
Honestly, I haven't... Yeah, see, you would be. So like this is the PNG tuber that I use on Twitch all the time, because here's the thing, people will randomly check out your channel on Twitch. Twitch has discoverability. So like when people are like looking through, you know, a Dead by Daylight channels or something, they see like, oh, here's someone with a pink three-eyed avatar with lobster claws and 3 eyes, gets their attention. Yeah, it's annoying. I can't actually find, I was looking for the features. I can't find the fucking chat moderation features. Ugh, if I stream more on Twitchy Witchy YouTube, I should. Wow. I'm probably going to be calling the stream soon because I'm just fucking saying things that aren't words. But it's only 10 o'clock. Oh. Sorry. You hit 100% my summary of this game at the end of the video. Is that this game is very playable now. You can just download it and play it. You don't have to worry about what the fucking future of it is going to be. You don't have to worry about the future boosters, the power creep. You don't have to concern yourself with that anymore. As a capsule, as a thing that is no longer going to get beyond its current stage, Gamma World 7th Edition is actually, you know, usable. Oh shit, if I'm fucking streaming for 8 hours, that's 2 hours longer than I usually stream for. Dang. 8 hours 18 minutes. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, let me tell you, if you do not do video editing, let me tell you about video editing. That's fucking normal when you're doing video editing. To just be like, I'm going to do some video editing. Blink, 6 hours later. Video editing doesn't seem like it takes that long. It doesn't seem like it should take that long. It's weird. But yeah. Now they can't, like, literally, Gamma World 7th Edition can't hurt you anymore.
fewer hit
It's
points,
dead.
and the controlled demo.
It's like going to the museum to look at a dinosaur. You know, the dinosaurs at the museum definitely can't eat you, so you don't have to worry about them.
Assign ability scores. As this is essentially Dungeons and Dragons, we have, you guessed it, strength, you guessed
I really wish I had thought of that analogy before I recorded the video. That it's like that's like going and seeing dinosaurs in the museum because they can't eat you now. So yeah, it is exactly like that. Except then I assume you will be familiar with the exact feeling of, why am I so hungry? I just ate. Look at time. 14 hours ago. I mean, maybe like soft vor. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing about skeleton vor. Skeletons don't have stomachs. Excuse you. You don't need to. I'm not the one who needs to be grilled about eating. That's you. Did you eat? Did you go to the cafe and get yourself a little snacky? Because I'll have you know, I just ate 2 pieces of bread and some not very good fried calamari. Birds are dinosaurs. Like, the thing is, there are social focused role playing games that people like. I mean, my last role playing game was social based. It was about erotica-ing dinosaurs. It was about 2 things. 1, erotica-ing dinosaurs, and 2, using erotica as a verb.
strength, constitution, dexterity.
Hmm. How do I want to handle this? Yeah, like this.
Constitution, dexterity, and intelligence, wisdom,
And charisma.
things are done.
And charisma. I don't know, someone, like... Yeah, and whatever the... Yeah, I mean, Claudine and... See, oh yeah, now we've got someone else who wants to talk about Monster High. Monster, Monster High, Monster High, Monster, Monster High. Go. Come on, be weird about Monster High. Come on. Poke, poke. I know you love Monster High. That's why I said, come on, be weird about Monster High. 'Cause, like, we have another Monster High enthusiast in the chat, in YouTube chat. Yeah. What the fuck was I doing? Okay, you with your fucking Spectra Vontergeist. Okay. Strength. Strength and Constitution. Strength, Constitution, and Dexterity. Is this the best way to do this? Probably not. Is it the way I'm doing it? Probably. So what you're saying is you want to be Kawaii Sylvania.
Dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
Okay, fuck it. At this point. These parts are always hard to do. Oh, I could have done this a smarter way.
Intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Wisdom.
How the hell am I working this? Dexterity, intelligence. Nope. There you go. Strength and Constitution. And wisdom.
And charisma.
Dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. I did this in like a very bad way, but like I'd already started doing it that way, so I was committed. Hawaii Trodvania. Okay.
Constitution, dexterity, intelligence. Guessed it. Strength, constitution, dexterity,
Intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
But things are done slightly differently. Each origin has a primary But things are done each origin has a primary ability. In our case, and we get 8
Oh, I thought I said the word however instead of but. Oh well.
and charisma. But things are done slightly differently. Each origin has a primary But things are done a little differently. Each origin has a primary ability. In our case, strength for reanimated and constitution for exploding. And we get 18 in the primary ability of our first origin and 16 in the second. And then just roll 3d6 for the rest. Okay, that is weirdly appropriate.
Really? I didn't do a second take
Then
on this?
we then apply...
I did not do a second take on this. That was a weird, fucking thing that I did. I also forgot to make a graphic for applying the modifiers. But I can fix that. That's easy.
has a primary but things are done and charisma, but things are done a little differently. Each origin has a primary ability.
Where's my reanimated? Reanimated.
Primary ability. In our case, strength.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking copy and paste that.
In our case,
I mean, it's always 1:15 a.m. somewhere. Specifically on the East Coast, though, right now. That is the wrong origin.
strength for reanimated. In our case, strength for reanimated and constitution for exploding. And we get 8 exploding.
Doop. Doot. Do 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 doot doot
do 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 a do 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 do. I don't think that's right. Wait, is that right? That is yeah, that's right. Okay. Stupid dice. Don't they know they're supposed to roll 3.5?
In our case, strength for reanimated and constitution for exploding.
Constitution exploding. Or exploding. If you want to, sound like Ricky Ricardo when you say it. The fuck am I doing?
In our case, strength for reanimated and constitution for exploding. In our case, strength for reanimated and constitution for exploding. And we get 18. We get in the primary ability of our first origin, and 16 in the second, and then just roll 3d6 for the rest.
Just say Knowles. Hmm. Ugh.
And then just roll 3d6 for the rest. Okay, that is weirdly appropriate. Then apply the ability modifiers as is tradition, and notably our first, and then apply the ability modifiers as normal, and notably
Well, I mean, at least you're known for something. So you don't think of it like you're Golem or Smeagol. Maybe you're, maybe you're Norman Bates and Mother. That's worse, I think, now that I think about it. Who's cool? I think. Oh no, Jason was also his mother. Now that I think about it, Smeargle and Golem's fine. I don't know why I'm so. I do know why I'm so tired. I do know why I'm so tired because I've been stepping down my coffee, like, because I use a French press, so I can just like use less coffee in the coffee. So I'm drinking like 2 liters of coffee a day, but it's much weaker coffee.
The rest, and then apply the ability modifiers as normal. And notably,
I don't have the ability modifiers written down anywhere. Fuck. FAK fuck. Can I do something with that? Okay, this might work. Okay, what if I just do this? What if I go hmm? Hmm. Wow, that's way bigger than I want it to be. That's what she said. Yes, I realize. Why is there gray in the background? There shouldn't be gray in the. That's why there's gray in the background. Okay. Really? Still? Yep. Restriction. No, freedom is the enemy of creativity. Tell someone they can do whatever they want, and they're like, okay, but what do I do? Yawn. Yawn, what? Oh, did something happen? Oh. I didn't even notice.
As normal. And then apply the 3d6 for the rest. And then apply the ability modifiers as normal. And then just roll 3d6 for the rest. And then apply the ability modifiers as normal. And notably, if our first and second origins had the same primary ability, we would instead get a 20 in that ability score. But now on to
Okay, this is when I'm going to transition to the next page. And the next page, I don't know how I'm gonna fucking do that yet, 'cause I haven't figured out the next page yet. Alright. So, I've been streaming for 8 hours. I'm thinking I'm tired. And I'm going to not be streaming anymore, is what I'm going to do. So, boop. Boop. I'm still working. Why am I still working? There we go. There we go. Now I'm not working. What's up, chat? I'm not working. Yeah, I like how when I don't look at the chat for a little while, and then I come back and I see, what's the theme here? Underwater. Like, fucking, I don't know, what's going on? What are we talking about underwater? Okay, yeah. That's why I gave everyone a... That's why I gave everyone a, yes, Ocean Friend. Oh yeah, I don't have, hold on here. Universal overlay. Goink. Just chatting. Goink. Alright, there we go. You know what? There you go. YouTube and Twitch chat are now right next to each other. Now you're friends. I forgot this doesn't use my universal overlay. See, I have a single overlay that I use with all my things like the chat and my avatar, which I can then put on every other scene that I put together to save time and effort. Thank you. Yes. It's it's a shirt that says things I believe in. It's important to be a degenerate. You can't we're never going to convince mainstream society that we're not degenerates. So all we have to do is be proud of being degenerates. They're not touching. There's a respectable distance between Twitch and YouTube chat. They were stream mates. I don't know if it's a violation of I don't know if it's a violation of YouTube Twitch TOS to actually have the stream. Oh yeah, I can't have the streams cross. I can't if the streams cross, then you know, the things that happen in Ghostbusters, where they're like do 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 do. We're Ghostbusters, busting all the ghosts. We're Ghostbusters, busting all the ghosts. Oh wait, that song actually has lyrics. It's not like when I'm being silly and singing lyrics for songs that don't have any. First of all, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, especially YouTube chat, because Twitch chat's the one who's used to this kind of thing. I apologize in advance. 2 chats, 1 stream. Yeah, I need to, like, if I do, see, the two things I need to do. One, I need to figure out how to get, like, a good, on-screen YouTube chat. Because my on-screen YouTube chat was kind of last minute. B, then I need to, like, figure out who are YouTube chat. So, because Twitch chat are my ocean friends. Can I get some ocean friends in the chat? Come on, ocean friends in the chat. Always wet, no survivors. There we go. AWNS. That's Twitch thing, you know. Always wet, no survivors. That's Twitch chat. So I need more. See here's the thing about that being appropriate. I am known to certain people as the giant rat that makes all the rules. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I was just saying, like, you know, if Twitch chat are the ocean friends, then what is YouTube chat? Like, do I make them the rats? They're the rats, or do I make YouTube chat like the I don't know. Do I do I stick YouTube chat on the 55 gallon drum of lube in the background? Is that what YouTube chat does? Is YouTube chat on, like, YouTube chat is the 55 I think does it say Lube Life? I think the brand name of the 55 gallon drum of lube in the background is Lube Life. Lube Lifers. Which ocean friends and Lube Lifers. That's what YouTube chat will be. Oh, I don't know if YouTube chat's allowed with that. Lube gang. The lube rats. I mean, it works. See, it works. I'll just reorder. Oh, next time I do a fucking Twitch / YouTube stream, I'll end up having like a chat thing with lube. Lube will be like sitting on a stool next to the ocean friend. Yeah, I mean, I guess lube rats would also be always wet. I don't know about the number of survivors though. I mean, like you could put Ocean Friend in your Moonlight on Roseville Beach game. I could talk to Richard, like, I'm kind of, I'm kind of friends with the creator of Moonline Road. Not like Twitter friends. I could talk to him about putting Ocean Friends in there. The real question is, if I put YouTube chat on the 55-gallon drum of lube, do I keep the human head lamp on top of it? Yeah, I have lots of connections with indie role-playing game designers who have no industry connections. I don't have any connections that are useful. So that's a thing that I have to do later, because what was I saying? Oh, that's the thing I have to do later, because what the fuck was I saying? Why am I so bad at remembering what I was saying? Oh, because the actual background is a single image. I have to adjust. If I make any changes I make to this, I can't like make silly changes to the background on the fly, because I made them all in Photoshop. So I actually have to, there's actually an amount of work that goes into doing that. Motherfucker. Alright. Okay, so how do I want to handle this? What the fuck am I doing? Okay. I'm looking at who's streaming right now, and like Midnight Sumo is streaming. Raid into Midnight Sumo again? Chat, you want to raid into Midnight Sumo again? This is day 7 of the November Grand Sumo tournament. Okay, so there's lore. There's lore. There is lore for the stream. The stream has lore. Okay, so according to the lore of the stream, this is upstairs. And this is downstairs. And I put the clown up for Halloween. I was going to do a bit. I was going to do a bit in which I was going to actually make this into a spirit Halloween. I was going to get a bunch of the animatronics and like a banner that said Spirit Halloween, and I was going to do a bit. I was going to do a bit where I was like, "Oh, yeah, they opened a Spirit Halloween upstairs," because like the lore of the stream is that I'm just kind of like squatting here. That I'm just living in this abandoned deli, like mall with a deli to go, and then you know, the basement is down here, and this is where I this is where I do my entertaining, where I've got my inflatable couch and my hot pink stripper pole and my spool table. That's the lore. That's the lore we have going on here. So the clown is here because, as I said, there was going to be a bit about them opening a Spirit Halloween upstairs. So I need to work on the bits more, especially like getting it set up so that I can do like a transition from down here to up there easily. Actually, how well can you see it if I go back up to the deli? Okay, where is Ocean Friend? Oh, I forgot. Hey, everybody. Also, check out my emotes. There's lots of emotes. Okay, that answers my question. If you're just following me on Twitch, you can use the Always Wet No Survivors Ocean Friend, and you can use the Jack-o'-lantern emoji in my chat for free. And then the other ones are for subs. I always take care of my subs and give them lots of treats, like emotes. That doesn't help me with the thing I was looking for. Nope, that's not what I was looking for. There we go. So you can see the counter back there. I keep meaning to actually set this up, like a version of this where I'm behind the counter. That is a thing that I'm going to be doing eventually. Especially if I get the stream avatars ever going. I want to, like, that'd be a really good place to have the stream avatars walking around on the counter. And then I could also, like, set up, like emotes on the shelf underneath, and it would look really nice. It'd be like, ooh, what a nice display. Yeah, I guess everyone's sleepy. It's sleepy time. Sleepy time. Sleepy time in America. In America, where we sleep all day and night. That's the sleepy song. I just made it up right now. See, the problem is there's no 55-gallon drum of lube up here to put YouTube chat on. Oh, yeah, no. Actually, I'm like, would I move my avatar over to make room for YouTube chat, or should I put YouTube chat on the other side? If you got, I should put YouTube chat next to Twitch chat, so that you all can get along. But yeah, if you are in YouTube chat and you enjoy watching me stream, you can follow me on Twitch, where I do more live streams. Usually playing just Dead by Daylight or Street Fighter 6, but also doing like art and graphics and editing for videos. I don't do them on YouTube because I don't want to fill up people's notifications and shit on YouTube. So like I do this more often on Twitch. And you can learn about about Pokemon strats and which killers in Dead by Daylight are mommies. I mean, just a quick rundown. Huntress, yes. Nurse, also yes. Xenomorph, like kind of up in the air about whether or not the Xenomorph is a mommy. But like Amanda Young, definitely no. Pig is definitely not a mommy. Let's see who else. Like Spirit, also like not really a mommy. Spirit's more like, I don't know, maybe like an Onason kind of, you're like, oh, Spirit Onason, don't hit me with your big sword thingy. Yeah. Xenomorphs can do that. I mean, kind of. Xenomorph reproduction is kind of weird and doesn't make sense. That's the fucking thing about that's the funny thing about Xenomorphs. They make no fucking sense. Because like from a biological perspective, what the fuck is a Xenomorph for? I understand they're like basing it on like a bee anatomy, but like they don't have like a hive. Like they don't, they're like, the queen isn't being served by the drones. The drones are just like going off and fucking shit up on their own. And then like, actually no, I'm not sorry, drones, workers. Your standard alien's a worker, not a drone. Drones would be males. Drones would be fertile males. And I don't understand. That's the missing step. That is the missing step in alien reproduction, is where who fertilizes the queen? Because I think the answer is no one. I think the idea is that aliens are parthenogenetic, so the queen just lays the eggs hang out, and then the face hugger pops out, hits someone in the face, hugs their face, penetrates them, impregnates them. Then during the gestation period, there is a DNA transfer from host to a xenomorph. That is how the xenomorph adapts to a new environment. The reason that it can breathe the oxygen and everything is because it was hatched in a human. If the xenomorph was incubated in someone that breathed nitrogen, it wouldn't be able to survive on the ship. But then, that's the thing, is the host. The host of the alien serves the purpose of the male in regular, breeding in, colony insects. But the thing, because, queens do come, you do get new queens. You do get new queens, from some of the eggs, but, the specifics of that are weird. There's... Because I know for a fact, because you see Vampirella in one comic, she got infected by a face hugger that impregnated her with an alien queen embryo. And then the, queen chest bursted out of her, but because Vampirella was a vampire, she was able to survive the chest bursting experience that, killed everyone else. But then the queen, because it had absorbed her DNA, was a vampire. And comics are stupid. That's why they're great. Comics are stupid, as I just explained. There's a fucking Vampirella versus Aliens comic in which Vampirella births a vampire xenomorph hybrid. That's there might be an Archie crossover with aliens. Let's be honest, the only Archie crossover that matters is Archie meets the Punisher. Because why? Why not? That's the answer. Well, I mean, that would be... I mean, okay, I'll be honest with y'all. I feel like, Xenomorph Queen is one of those things that, I feel like the Xenomorph Queen is a little, impractically large, to fuck. Like a regular Xenomorph, yeah, that's one thing. I feel like the Xenomorph Queen is impractically large. I know what you're thinking. Weren't you just talking about how Maleficent was more approachable in her dragon form? Yeah, well, I don't have to be consistent with my weird monster fucker nonsense, okay? Yeah, it doesn't have to make sense. I don't have to make sense. Nothing I've ever done has made sense. Yeah, I know that I'm silly sometimes. Also, I am very insistent that people who feel the need to say Lady Dimitrescu is very attractive in her human form are cowards. Won't say anything about anyone specifically who says that and is a coward. Now, I'm not saying that like Lady Demetresque is, hotter in her weird dragon monster form, but like if you're looking at Lady Demetresque and then being like, oh, as soon as she turns into the giant monstrous dragon creature, I just totally lose interest. Like, see, that makes you a coward. You have to appreciate like both, womanhood is a spectrum. Femininity is a spectrum. From Lady Demetresque as a giant vampire lady to Lady Demetresque as a giant dragon. That is the spectrum of... I don't know what the spectrum of femininity is, but I feel like Lady Demetresque is on at least one side of it. Everything's a spectrum. Especially a ZX. ZXs are definitely a spectrum. No one gets your references to 1980s microcomputers. Yeah, like that's the spectrum. Like there's other things on the spectrum, like I feel like it's the same thing. I feel like Lady Demetresque, and like, final boss Lady Demetresque, just like Maleficent and Dragon Maleficent, or like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like someone high femme from Alien, but I can't think of anyone high femme from Alien. Everyone in Alien, all the ladies in Alien are like badasses. It's a problem. Because, like, the same end of the spectrum where you have Dragon Maleficent and Dragon Lady Demetresque, you also get the Xenomorph Queen on that side of the spectrum. And then, you go a little further in the spectrum, you get like a regular Xenomorph, and then you get Ripley. But like Ripley's in like the middle of the spectrum. I guess like Vampirella. There we go. You have Vampirella on one side of the spectrum and the Alien Queen on the other side of the spectrum. Oh shit. Okay. Elvira is like on the far left of the spectrum. Like she's on the same side. Like she's a bit further left than Vampirella. Like they're both sexy. I guess she's a bit. Like maybe maybe the spectrum I'm talking about is just like a spectrum of ladies that will kill you. And then there's actually another end of the spectrum, like an unseen, unimportant end of the spectrum of ladies that won't kill you. Well, synapsids are great. Some of them have tiny, tiny little heads. You should give them tiny, tiny little heads. A lot of the synapsids have tiny, tiny little heads. You can talk about synapsid in Dinosaur-Erotica, the role-playing game. Well, see, it's not characters that will kill you, it's ladies that will kill you. Who's interested in men that can kill you? That's gross. I'm on Tumblr. I very much know who the fuck is interested in men who can kill you. Ugh. Yeah, so I think that's what it is. Like, in the femininity as a spectrum idea, I think I'm looking at like the last third, like the final third of the actual spectrum is where I'm starting with like Vampirella and Maleficent in terms of like are for the most part humanoid, but also are cold and dispassionate and will kill you just for looking at them wrong. Yeah, well, everything is some kind of elf. I had a gag in that comic I mentioned earlier that I will probably never do because I realized it wasn't interesting enough to be worth my time. Like, not distinctive enough, just like another fantasy comic. I had a running gag where there were an indeterminate number of elves, but in one chapter, someone lists off like 30 of them. Alrighty. Don't know. Yeah, you always gotta have new elves. You need new elves. You need your light elves, your dark elves, your moon elves, your sun elves, your wood elves, your stone elves, your night elves, your blood elves, your phlegm elves, your bile elves. Really, just fucking went to the phlegm. Okay, so what kind of elves do you need? Aquatic. Okay, well, you need sea elves and river elves. See, that's two kinds of aquatic elf you need, but then you also need deep sea elves. The Underlight. I mean, honestly, if everything is some type of elf, that is actually kind of weirdly consistent with actual mythology. Because if you look at Irish mythology, everything is some kind of fae. If you look at Middle Eastern mythology, everything is some kind of jinn. If you look at like Japanese mythology, most things are yokai. Like there's onis and things which are not, but like most things, and like ghosts. But yokai are very fucking all over the place. Now, are the spoon elves at war with the fork elves? Spoon elves are run out of because no one does the dishes. I like how you both came up with spork elves at the same time. Chats. I feel like there should be a funny plural for chat, like chate. Stupid fanfic writers. What genius fanfic writer saw, hey, we're gonna ship Kirk and Spock, and we're gonna call it Spurk, when they could have fucking called it Cock. They could have been like, yeah, I'm a big cock shipper. Cock all the way. You want to read my new cock fic? But instead they chose to not have that be the term. Exactly. And then there's that cock fanfic that they accidentally published as an official Star Trek novel. Yeah, well, see, the ones who didn't write the fics are the ones who obviously, are the ones who want the cock. They want the cock fix, and they're like, oh man, we need our cock fix. You know what's funny? Homonyms. It's really funny, like homonyms just in general. Anyway, so obviously the fans want their cock fix. They need their cock fix, because that's important to the fandom, to have lots of cock fix. They gotta get their fix in on the cock. Yeah, cock fix. Everyone loves cock fix. Gotta get that cock, gotta get them cock fix. The readers need their cock fix. Yes. McCoy is only involved so far as he's like, Jim, what are you? I can't believe you're wasting your time with that green-blooded, pointy-eared, dang flabbed. So what you're suggesting is, like, check this out. What if, okay, what if we started doing TV shows in vertical format? Well, if we started doing TV shows like, like full-length TV shows in vertical format, then the characters will really have to stand in kissing distance. Well, don't die in the classroom, or the janitors will have to clean you up. Die on your own time. Do people think that you're having an attack? Are you laughing so hard that people think you're having an attack, and they're like, "Ooh, do I need to call someone?" I like fucking okay. So what you're saying is that, like, if someone were like a Disney streamer and they went to Disney every week and streamed it live, that they should do that stream in a horizontal format and not a vertical format. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I distinctly remember before you're laughing at the need for a cock fix. So, like, telecrossing. Oh yeah, I distinctly remember having the crazy idea, a thing I never did. I wanted to do a thing. I at one point I was a film major, and then I changed my major because it turns out, here's a problem with studying film. Do you have any idea how many people just have to show up and do their job correctly for even a minor film project? Because it's a lot. There are a lot of people who need to show up and not fuck up. And that doesn't usually happen. But I had this really weird idea. I had this silly idea. I was like, wow, wouldn't it be crazy? Because this was actually around the time that widescreen TVs were just like getting commonplace. And I was like, wow, wouldn't that be weird? Wouldn't it be crazy if like as an experiment, as a, artistic experiment to make an entire movie in 9:16? This was before TikTok was a thing. This was possibly before Vine was a thing. I don't remember when Vine was a thing. And I was like, that'd be a crazy idea to make a whole movie in this vertical aspect ratio. And now I have to fucking deal with shit in a vertical aspect ratio. And I'm like, wow. That was a novel idea when I thought of it however many years ago, and now I just don't want to deal with it. But can you mod Skyrim to run in 2:16? I guess that'd be 1:8. The narrowest possible aspect ratio. The narrowest aspect, like 1080:1. 4K/1. I have never seen a 4K display in my life. I don't think I will. I mean, I might someday. But I have never seen a 4K display like in person. And because if I have seen a 4K display, it was always via my 1080 display. So I have no interest in seeing a 4K. I'm not like, even if I had like new glasses and could see perfectly, I seriously doubt I could tell the difference between a 1080 and a 4K display. Like when 60 frame per second video was getting popular, you're like, yeah, I can tell the difference there. People can tell the difference there, but most people can barely tell the difference between 720 and 1080. My parents can't tell the difference between 1080 and 320. Because they'll watch VHS tapes and be like, yes, this is an acceptable format. Like, I watch VHS rips on YouTube because the movies that I watch only exist on VHS. They watch movies that they could get on DVD or just stream on Amazon Prime. But they're like, nah, we're going to watch a VHS tape. We're going to get out a VHS tape and put it in our VCR. Yeah, as I said, I wind up watching a lot of shit on VHS because, like, actually, here's the thing that really gets me whenever I'm watching, like, as I watch a lot of horror movies on that, a lot of them I find like VHS rips because, a lot of these movies were never released on anything else. Some of them are now, like companies like Vinegar Syndrome are releasing a lot of this obscure shit on Blu-ray now, so that's cool. For no other reason than the fact that, there's an archival quality, like, available versions of these movies now. Like, Revenge of the Living Dead Girls. I think Vinegar Syndrome did the Revenge of the Living Dead Girls Blu-ray release. It was also a uncut version of Return of the Living Dead. No, Revenge of the Living Dead Girls. It was Return or Revenge, I don't remember. Point is, it is a movie that I love to point out as an example of just how fucking stupid American distributors were, because they cut a scene out of the end of the movie that actually explains what's happening in the movie. That's a thing. That's a good thing to do. Maybe that's what was wrong. I tried to watch a DVD recently and it didn't work. And I was like, huh, that's weird. It was the movie Flight of the Living Dead. Which is, I know what you're thinking. Wow, Flight of the Living Dead. Did that come out around the same time as Snakes on a Plane? Yes, it did. Oh, but my giant... Oh no, but what about my PlayStation 1 games? What about my cherished copy of Final Fantasy 7 in the original release that's not worth much money because it's kind of shitty? I mean, I've got 20-year-old VHSs that are, still playable. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, I've got 40-year-old VHSs that are still playable. I'm like, I got VHS tapes from the 80s, 20 years ago. The 80s was 20 years ago, guys. I think we all know that's how long ago the 80s were. I managed to get through the zombie boom, like with my love of zombies intact. For those of you who might be young, like I know certain people in this chat, particularly in Twitch chat, are like really young, like really, really young, like like their brains are half Shrek and half SpongeBob. There was a huge like pop culture explosion of zombies in the early 2000s. And I lived through it, and there was lots of cool zombie stuff, and I still like zombies. Probably because they're creepy and they used to be people. That's the big thing about zombies, is they used to be people. And, like, some movies will pay fucking attention to that. Some puppy movies will be like, oh, yeah, it's worth pointing out that zombies used to be people. That's a meaningful part of this experience. Like, that's... that like, a few people do that. George Romero did that occasionally. Day of the Dead kind of made a point of the fact that zombies used to be people. Land of the Dead did too, but not as well. I feel like Land of the Dead had more special effects. Like they could afford more spectacular special effects, so they did. Monster High, Monster High. That's fucking that. Night, dawn, day, land, survival, they're all good. A couple of things. I feel like a couple of things are like what made the early 2000s zombie boom work. One thing was they used to do it, but then also there's a fact that availability of prosumer grade video equipment is what it was called, prosumer. So like people could make movies with stuff they could buy at fucking Best Buy. And here's the thing, zombie movies are actually kind of cheap to make because zombies don't require skilled actors or like complicated makeup. You just get a bunch of people, put them in tattered clothing and some like pale makeup and dark around the eyes. Bam, you got zombies. Yeah, I sing the Monster High theme song whenever people talk about Monster High. Because Monster, Monster High, Monster High, Monster, Monster High. I know there's other lyrics to it, but I only acknowledge those ones. I don't know. So here's the okay, check this out. Just to be sure that you don't like bad zombie movies, you should watch the movie Zombie Night. And if you don't like Zombie Night, then you definitely don't like bad zombie movies. Or Automaton Transfusion. Like, there aren't that many zombie movies that are notable for being bad. What's that really good Todd Sheets one? Yeah, I'm sorry. The best zombie movies are Fido, actually. Oh, I should make the puppy watch Fido. It's one of the best zombie movies ever made. It's one of the ones that explores, like, you know, okay, maybe like we actually can beat the zombies. Maybe it's actually quite easy. After the initial confusion, once we figure out that they're zombies, like, we can just, you know, take care of them pretty easily. And that's what Fido covers. I mean, specifically, it covers how we would then turn zombies into servants. Yeah, Fido. In Japan, it was released under the title Zombino. But in America, it's Fido. Just Fido, Fido. It's about a boy and his zombie. I mean, what about the scene where the baby rips the lady's face in half? Okay, maybe it doesn't mention Gulia because they are respecting her you know, culture that does not speak in normal. Maybe they are out of respect. They don't want to name her in English because they want to respect her zombie culture. Monster High, Monster High. Plenty ever dies Monster High. Julia yelps, thinks she's so great. Sorry, I just remembered the Monster High figures that come with their own cum jars. Why do I have a random junk folder? Oh, those are... Do I not have a Chrome window here? I do have a Chrome window. But that's on top of everything else. They've got a... Okay, so like there's Monster High dolls, and they're like little figures, and they're like it come with like a potion bottle that you like you put water in and then you shake it up, and then like that reveals the figure inside. But the fucking point is, it is a little figure inside a bottle, and it's just like, yep, that's a cum jar. Yeah, they came with their own jars, and like the internet. I am on the internet. I cannot see a figure in a jar or bottle without going, oh, that's a cum jar. The internet has. There is a specific condition. If I put chat in a jar, you guys would be like, oh fuck, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to us here in this jar? See, what I want to talk about is why Frankie wasn't tall in the live action movie. Because that's my complaint. See, here's the thing, like it depends, you know, what chat does. You know, which chat is bad? If chat is bad, chat goes in the jar. Because I don't have you know, the horny jail emote. I mean, redeem. I still haven't made the fucking horny jail redeem. See, I'm hearing that Twitch chat is the one who should go in the jar. Yeah, see, that's like that's what see, YouTube chat is telling me that Twitch chat should go in a jar. And Twitch chat, like I feel like you're you're not really defending yourself. You're not really providing me any cause for why I know. I don't know. What do you think, Twitch chat? Yeah, I think Twitch chat's fine with it, yeah. Well, at this point, I already know Twitch chat's fucking fetishes. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Is Twitch chat are my ocean friends? So, oh, maybe Twitch chat should get preferential treatment. They've been here since day one. I mean, so they've been here since I made the ocean chat, the ocean friend thing. Oh, is Twitch chat into it? I think Twitch chat. Yeah, Twitch chat's kind of weird. Twitch chat's a little weird. Twitch chat pays bits to Sayre swears. That's what Twitch chat does. Now, like, so would you just like run around the jar first, pick up speed, and then just like swirl around and pop out the top? Use centrifugal force to escape from the lube. See, it's unfortunate that well, for some reason, actually, okay, so I technically one of the combinations you can roll in Gamma World is ectoplasmic rat swarm, and I think that's the closest you can get to like lube rat swarm. Lube should have been one of the origins, like it would give you it would give you like a bonus to your reflex save, and let's see, what else would being lube do? Obviously be constitution bonus. No, dexterity bonus? Yeah, I'd like dexterity bonus, and like you get a movement bonus maybe. Like your utility power lets you you know, like slide a bunch of squares. And then like, let's see, what would the lube at will attack power be from the lube origin? I feel like it would just be like casting grease, you know? Assume that's what like a lube at will attack power would be. Just like casting the spell grease, you attack versus the opponent's reflex, and if you hit, they're prone and like take 1d6 plus whatever damage. Conversations are weird. They bring lots of things to mind. To mind. Duh. All right, though. I'm going to be firm. I'm good. I gotta go. I am tired, and I'm having fun. I'm having fun, so I don't want to go. But also, I've been streaming for fucking almost 10 hours at this point, and I'm tired and need to rest. I need to rest my voice. My weary head. My weary head needs to be rested so that I can fight crime. The body must be strong so that evil can flourish. All right. Thanks everyone for showing up. As I said, like I am on Twitch more. I will try to do more YouTube stuff, but in general, I'm going to be doing YouTube stuff only when I'm like working on YouTube videos, because it's like relevant to the YouTube versus just like playing Dead by Daylight isn't. Or if I did, I would probably be streaming on my gaming channel, because I have one of those too. Anyway, point is, good night, good luck, and don't let the cock fix bite. That's a funny joke. Where's my exit card? All right. And good night.